I was reincarnated as a baby, and with every mouthful of milk, I grew stronger. By the time I was 3 months old, I had already kicked my legs a cumulative 10,000 times. At 4 months, I learned to crawl. By 5 months, I could already walk. This was because I had a cheat system. As long as I continuously trained a part of my body, that part would become infinitely stronger. At 6 months, I was already watching TV with my parents. The world I was in had 2 different kinds of superhuman powers. One was cyborgs, and the other was gene fusers. Cyborgs represented mechanical ascension, strengthening their bodies through mechanical modification. Gene fusers gained partial abilities of mutated beasts by fusing with their genes. And humanity's enemies, it went without saying, were the various mutated beasts that appeared after Earth's transformation. Soon after, new neighbors moved in next door. They also had a daughter, named Chinchinghan. This girl would become my first friend in this world, but at that moment, I had no idea that our destinies would become tightly intertwined in the future. At 7 months, I learned to run, jump, and even started to speak. At 8 months, I began doing sit-ups to train my abs, although I only dared to do this when my parents weren't around. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. I was accidentally caught by my mother. Mother rubbed her eyes. What's going on? Did I just see my son doing sit-ups? But when she looked at me again, I was already lying down. Mother concluded that she had been too engrossed in writing her novel lately and was suffering from stress-induced hallucinations. A few days later, while bathing me, Mother called out to Father in a panic. Honey, our Chinchin is only 8 months old. How can he have abs? Father put his little brain to work. Chinchin has an astonishing appetite, and he already has abs. I get it. Honey, is it possible our son is a 1 in a million prodigy? It looks like our Chinchin has a bright future. He'll most likely become a gene fuser, or at the very least, a cyborg. I breathed a sigh of relief. My secret cheat was almost exposed, but thankfully, Dad filled in the blanks with his own theory about me being a genius. Having a pair of novelists for parents was truly a stroke of luck. But speaking of geniuses, I wasn't the only one on this mutated Earth. A TV report stated, a prodigy with innate divine strength has appeared in the 1,000-year-old martial arts family of the capital. At 2 years old, he can lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. After watching, Mother patted my head. My Chinchin is also amazing. In the future, you definitely won't lose to those so-called prodigies from elite families. I thought to myself, that's my mom for you. Such a good judge of character. But I wonder if I'll be able to easily lift 20 kilograms when I'm 2. Finally, I stealthily made it to my 2nd birthday. With the help of my practice makes power skill, I could now also easily handle 20 kilograms with one hand. Just then, Mother called out, Chinchin, where are you? Little sister Hanin is here to play with you. Come on out. I patted my shoulders and walked out, where I saw a little girl. She was holding an egg tart for me, but I told her to eat it herself. Although there was a huge gap in our mental ages, I still let her cling to me because she was the perfect size to be my weighted accessory. But this weighted accessory had a small problem. It would occasionally leak. When that happened, I could only call for backup. It looks like Hanin has wet herself again. At 3, I could lift a 40-kilogram weight with one hand, while the capital's prodigy, who was a year and a half older than me, could only lift a 30-kilogram dumbbell. But looking at my status panel, I fell into deep thought. My biological rank was still at ordinary tier 1. I wondered what ordinary tier 2 would be like, beyond the limits of humanity. With this question in mind, I stepped out of my home for the first time, and for the first time, I saw gene fusers and cyborgs with my own eyes. The first place I went was the library. Since my parents didn't want me to have too much screen time, the library was the best place to find answers. Through reading, I began to form a new understanding of this mutated Earth's worldview. It turned out that ancient stone tablets in mysterious ruins recorded that the world was divided into 6 biological ranks: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each rank was further subdivided into 9 stages, and ordinary humans were at ordinary rank, stage 1. In front of those high-rank beings, we were less than ants. It seemed I had to speed up my process of stealthily getting stronger. Only then would I have a chance to survive in this dangerous world. You are reading a book. Spirit +1, comprehension +1, knowledge +1, achievement, cumulatively read 100 million words, reward, acquired biological trait divine intellect, extracurricular reading word count 10,086/100 million. The system really gets me. It immediately assigned a new mission after I finished reading. From then on, I began cultivating both my mind and body. I would do sit-ups while reading books. By age 4, my reading volume had reached 43.96 million words, and my kindergarten life began that year. Shortly after starting kindergarten, I successfully advanced to ordinary tier 2. By then, I could lift 80 kilograms with one hand, jump 1.2 meters high from a standstill, and sprint 100 meters in under 11 seconds. As for Hanin, she was often teased by other students as the bedwetting queen because she wet her pants. How could I stand by and do nothing? I jumped onto the teacher's desk and roared, "All of you, shut up. From now on, whoever calls her the bedwetting queen, I'll make sure you wet your bed every day." The other kids were scared to tears. Only Hanin looked at me with a face full of admiration. "Your domineering aura is overwhelming. You have made all the children in the class fear you." Successfully unlocked the title King of Kindergarten. Achievement. achievement. Dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Titles: King of Kindergarten, unlocked. Top dog of elementary school, locked. Middle school overlord, locked. I never expected that one roar would trigger another new mission. The previous mission wasn't even done, and a new one had arrived. It seemed missions could be progressed simultaneously, which was great news. Half a year later, I successfully completed the reading mission and obtained the biological trait Divine Intellect. From then on, I had a photographic memory and my learning ability reached the pinnacle of human potential. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, we were almost 7, smoothly reaching our kindergarten graduation ceremony. During the vacation before elementary school, I continued to train, constantly improving myself. I could lift 200 kilograms with one hand, my high jump broke 2 meters, and my 100-meter dash was under 8 seconds. With the help of Divine Intellect, I had basically finished learning all the elementary school curriculum in my spare time. Soon, my elementary school life began. Since I was already self-studying middle and high school courses, elementary school competitions were a breeze, but winning awards was all trivial. I just wanted to unlock the top dog of elementary school title as quickly as possible. At school, whenever I had free time, I would give Shinchinghan private tutoring sessions. Although Shinchinghan wasn't exceptionally talented, she made up for it by being obedient and diligent. After one semester, her grades were already second in the class. In the first place, naturally, was me. To unlock the title faster, besides studying, I actively participated in various events at the school sports meet and broke every school record. Just when I thought I would repeat these daily routines and live out a peaceful elementary school life, a special transfer student appeared in our class. The reason she was special was that I could sense an aura on her that wasn't human. She was assigned to the seat behind me. As she passed by, Shinchinghan whispered to me, "Little Chen, her hair is so beautiful, it's just like snowflakes in winter." At that moment, I had no mind to respond to Shinchinghan. I was more concerned about why Bai Shui had a non-human aura. Could she be a gene fuser, or the descendant of one? For the next few days, Bai Shui would just lie on her desk motionless as soon as class was over. At first, everyone was curious about her, but their interest soon faded. About a month later, a white liquid began to secrete from Bai Shui's body. I didn't know what the substance was, but it had a foul odor. She was met with disgust from her classmates. One boy went too far, pouring water on her head, saying she stank and he was helping her wash up. I thought this normally cold and silent girl would get angry, but instead, she started to sob. The classmates who bullied her were laughing their heads off. Henin couldn't bear it and hoped I would help. Although I still hadn't figured out the girl's identity, I decided to step in. I placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Guan-chun, wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk." Guan-chun was startled. "And no problem, I'll wipe it right away." He then quickly started cleaning the desk. Because he knew I was the notorious little tyrant of the school, someone even the 6th graders didn't dare to mess with. Then I said to the others, "Everyone who has bullied Bai Shui during this time, come over and apologize to her right now." The few students who had bullied Bai Shui flinched, then stood in a line and collectively said to her, "We were wrong, Bai Shui. Please forgive us." Bai Shui stopped crying and expressed her sincere gratitude to me and Henin. From that day on, Shinchinghan took the initiative to approach the white-haired girl, pulling me along to befriend her. Whenever she had good food, she would share it with her immediately. Bai Shui finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. "I smell so bad. Aren't you disgusted by me?" She took the initiative to explain. "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I've been ostracized and despised by people around me my whole life. So the happiness of having someone by my side for the first time feels too unreal, almost like a dream." "This isn't a dream," Henin replied resolutely. "I've had a similar experience, so I would never despise you, and as long as you're willing, we will always be good friends." The bedwetting queen had a similar past, so she understood Bai Shui perfectly. At that moment, Bai Shui hugged Henin tightly, her tears flowing like a spring. "Thank you." She then took off the necklace from her neck. "Henin, Little Chen, you've always given me delicious food and been my friends, so I want to give you something too. This pair of beast fangs was a birthday present from my mom last year. Now I'm giving them to you. I hope you won't dislike them, and I hope we can be friends forever." Henin took the beast fangs with both hands and said happily, "We will be best friends forever and ever." Just as Shinchinghan thought this friendship would last forever, the unexpected happened. A cyborg handled her transfer procedures, and I overheard the principal saying her records were completely confidential. This confirmed that Bai Shui's identity was indeed not simple. From that day on, we never saw Bai Shui again. She was just a passerby in our childhood. Compared to Bai Shui's departure, the events that followed were what concerned me more. That prodigy from the capital had successfully fused with a mutated beast's genes at the age of 10 and could now lift a 1,000-pound boulder with one hand. This surprised me. He had started fusing genes so young. Before, that prodigy could only lift a 100-kilogram barbell with one hand. After gene fusion, he could directly lift a 500-kilogram object, a 5-fold increase. However, I was only 8, and without any gene fusion, I could already lift a 300-kilogram object with one hand. In that sense, my potential was still greater. After making this calculation, I was still full of confidence for the future, until I saw the next piece of news and truly understood the feeling of being dominated by fear. A neighboring country had suffered a severe mutated beast beast attack. Based on footage from eyewitnesses, the attack was related to giant mutated rats. A female office worker was swallowed by a mutated beast right on camera. Furthermore, the investigation revealed that heretical cultists were behind this giant rat incident, fanning the flames. A spokesperson from Sakura Country appeared on camera, appealing to all nations for aid, hoping to jointly annihilate the heretical cultists. The so-called heretics were an anti-human organization founded by some traitors. For their own benefit, they had become the running dogs of the mutated beasts, launching attacks within human society. Luckily, I was born in a strong country with a relatively stable environment, allowing me to continue growing and developing stealthily. But just then, I heard the sound of sonic booms outside my window. I rushed to the window to see, and saw many official cyborgs flying by. The next morning, I was waiting for Hanin to go to school together. Just then, I noticed that the beast Fang Bai Shui had given her was actually glowing. It was only then that I determined this tooth belonged to a mutated beast. No wonder Bai Shui had a hint of a non-human aura. The source of that aura must have been this tooth. After that, we went to school, but the mobilization of cyborgs last night, combined with the strange phenomenon of the beast Fang, gave me a bad feeling that something was about to happen. As we were passing a red-haired woman, she suddenly called out to us, "Hello, little ones. Would you like to play some fun and interesting games with Big Sister?" She asked if we were siblings, and the unsuspecting Hanin told her the truth. Then, the woman asked with ill intent, "You're so young and going to school by yourselves? Where are your parents?" I pulled Hanin away, saying we were going to be late and shouldn't waste time. When we got to school, I warned Hanin not to casually answer questions from strangers who approached her in the future. Hanin said she understood. After school, I took Hanin on a different route home, but as we passed an alley, we ran into the same woman from this morning. I had already taken a detour, but I didn't expect her to still follow us. The woman smiled. "Little ones, Big Sister has tasty snacks at her house. Want to come over and play?" This time, a man appeared behind her. Without another word, the man rushed forward, trying to abduct us, but I had already assumed an attack stance. I threw a punch, hitting the man squarely in the chest, and he flew back like a cannonball. The woman was stunned. How is that possible? How can an elementary school student send a grown man flying? Before she could figure it out, I was already in front of her. I then landed a punch on her face. Next, I picked up a brick and walked towards them. There were no cameras around. To eliminate any future trouble, I had to finish them off. I didn't want to do this either, but if they told anyone about what happened today, my abilities would be exposed, and my plan to live low-key and grow stronger would be ruined. But just then, the ground began to tremble, and the roar of a giant beast echoed. Then, we saw a mutated beast appear right before our eyes. That's a giant mutated rat. Next, the giant mutated rat opened its massive maw and bit off the lower half of the woman's body. Then it grabbed the man, one in each hand, and ate them like snacks. Without a second thought, I rushed towards Hanin, scooped her up, and ran for my life. Fortunately, not long after we escaped, a cyborg flew over from the sky. She flew straight towards the giant mutated rat, stopping only when she was directly above its head. Then, she raised her right hand and began to charge her weapon. Once charged, she aimed the cannon at the giant rat. Tranquilizer shells, fire. The giant mutated rat was bombarded relentlessly. A moment later, it felt a wave of dizziness. At that very moment, the female cyborg swiped her blade across the giant rat's neck, completely ending its life. After returning home, I analyzed the day's battle. This female cyborg's rank probably wasn't very high. She first weakened the rat with tranquilizer darts, then engaged in close combat for 7 minutes before finishing the fight. But the giant mutated rat was indeed tough to deal with. As an adult, it could grow to over 3 meters long, with a biological rank as high as ordinary tier 5. It was a good thing the cyborgs arrived yesterday, or we wouldn't have escaped. However, one's own strength is what matters most. After that, I began to train even more rigorously. Weighted squats, vitality +2, leg muscle strength +2, squat proficiency +1. Soon after, Hanin and I celebrated our 9th birthday. After making our wishes, we exchanged gifts. I gave Hanin a wooden hairpin, which I had carved myself in one night after self-learning with the help of divine intellect. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye, we graduated from elementary school. By then, I had unlocked the top dog of elementary school title. I was just one step away from unlocking middle school overlord and obtaining the biological trait law of the jungle. During the vacation before middle school, to prepare for unlocking the title faster and to improve my own strength, I insisted on high-intensity training every day. You performed 1,000 weighted push-ups, vitality +2,000, arm muscle strength +2,000, push-up proficiency +1,000. On the day before school started, my biological rank successfully broke through to ordinary tier 3, and all my physical attributes received a significant boost. I had also been keeping an eye on the prodigy from the capital. Now 14, he could lift an alloy weighing 2,000 kilograms with one hand. The genes of a Goliath ant could increase one's strength by at least 4 to 8 times. Even calculating at a 4 times multiplier, his true strength was lifting 400 kilograms with one hand. In comparison, I was still stronger. Thinking of this, I grew excited. What kind of improvement would I see if I underwent gene fusion in the future? Soon after, my middle school life officially began. Since I was the top student in the city during elementary elementary school. The principals of the top schools all tried to recruit me. In the end, I accepted the invitation from Shanghai Middle School on the condition that Shin Chin-han could continue to be in the same school and class as me. On the first day, the principal and my homeroom teacher came to welcome me, telling me to win more honors for the school in the future. After some simple pleasantries, I found an excuse and left. The reason for my escape was that Shanghai Middle School had excellent sports facilities, so Han-in and I had planned to play a game of badminton before school started. But I never expected that we would be interrupted by unwelcome guests not long after we started playing. A senior student said, "You two are new, right? This court is reserved for us upperclassmen." Two other senior students were even more lewd, hitting on Han-in. At this, my face darkened. "You few, get away from her. And I don't need to tell you the first come, first served rule, do I?" The senior student, however, was bossy. "Who says there's such a rule? Even if the Jade Emperor himself got here first today, I'm taking this court." I said no more. I tossed the shuttlecock in my hand and swung my racket at him. The shuttlecock was so fast it created a sonic boom, directly piercing through the senior student's racket and cap. The three of them were instantly terrified. That was too fast. Is he even human? Could he be a gene fuser? No, he's too young. If that had been off by a little, our boss would have gotten his head blown off, right? They immediately lined up and bowed. "Boss, we were wrong." Then they scurried away. Perhaps because this incident spread through the school, no one ever bullied us again. During class, since I had already finished all the middle school curriculum, I mostly read extracurricular books that interested me. At night, after my physical training, I would learn various new skills online. With the help of divine intellect, I gradually dabbled in photography, cooking, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports skills. To unlock the middle school overlord title as quickly as possible, I not only ranked first in every subject in the entire school but also helped the school participate in various national middle school competitions, winning gold, silver, and bronze medals in math, physics, chemistry, and computer programming. The reason I didn't take first in everything was to avoid drawing too much attention. A semester passed in a flash. I didn't expect the title to remain locked, but my outstanding performance had earned me a flock of female fans. I paid them no mind. Aside from tutoring Shin Chin-han, I focused all my attention on the upcoming school sports meet. I figured that if I dominated the sports meet, I should be able to unlock middle school overlord. For this sports meet, I only participated in shot put, high jump, and sprinting. These three major events represented strength, jumping ability, and speed, respectively. As long as I dominated these three categories, it would signify a complete athletic dominance. Although I held back during the competitions to not seem too absurd, winning first place was still relatively easy. Just as I received all my medals, I suddenly felt a surge of power within me. Your academic and athletic achievements have completely outclassed the entire school, leaving all other students in the dust. You have successfully unlocked the title Middle School Overlord. The titles King of Kindergarten, Top Dog of Elementary School, and Middle School Overlord have all been unlocked. Dominate 9 years of compulsory education has been achieved. Acquired biological trait, Law of the Jungle. Law of the Jungle effect description. Your life essence is superior to all living things. You can devour the life essence of other beings to promote your own evolution. As I left the school, I pondered, what exactly is life essence? Suddenly, I had an epiphany. I looked at Han-in. "Can I borrow your beast fong for a moment?" Han-in took off the beast fong and placed it in my hand. The next second, you have devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Abyssal giant butterfly atlas, 1%. When the atlas progress bar reaches 100%, you can evolve corresponding partial attributes or skills of the mutated beast. After returning home, I immediately looked up information about the abyssal giant butterfly, but I found nothing. It seemed I would have to rely on myself to learn about this mutated beast. I then took out the other tooth from my backpack and devoured it again. My abyssal giant butterfly atlas progress increased to 2%. Only 2%. It seemed the beast bone had very little life essence left. To fully unlock it, I'd have to find another way. Afterward, to increase the intensity of my training, I started cycling with Shin Chin-han to and from school every day. Just then, I was stopped by Mr. Guo from the school's martial arts team. He had seen my outstanding performance at the sports meet and wanted to invite me to join the school's martial arts team. He left without giving me a chance to refuse. Back home, I swatted a mosquito and came to a conclusion. Whether it was a mosquito or a cockroach, animals that were too weak couldn't trigger Law of the Jungle. Only powerful mutated beasts had enough life essence to be devoured. To test my theory, I decided to go to the supermarket that sold beast meat. Seeing the beast meat counter, I eagerly ran over and nervously reached out my hand towards the meat. The moment I touched it, a vigorous stream of life essence was devoured into my body. I clenched my fist in excitement. My guess was correct. Han-in, however, looked at me like I was crazy. "Zichin, what does the beast meat feel like? Is it different from regular meat?" I didn't tell her the truth. Instead, I said, "Not much different. It just feels fresher. Do you want to touch it too?" Han-in quickly waved her hands. No, it's fine if you've touched it." Then I said, since we were here, we might as well buy some beast meat to try. I could use the excuse of buying it to touch the prepackaged ones. Since mutated beast meat was very expensive, I chose the cheapest option, phantom squid. Han-in worried, Zichin, this is too expensive. Why don't we ask Auntie Xin before we decide to buy it? I patted her head and said, I already told my mom. She even told me to buy a lot, and we can have your family over to try it too. Actually, I had another reason for buying the meat. I was worried that absorbing the life essence would cause the meat to spoil immediately, so I wanted to test it. I scanned the code to pay. A total of 3 caddies cost me 2,994 yuan. Holding the beast meat as I left, my heart ached. It was too expensive. Who knows when I'd be able to buy it again? It was already past 9 o'clock after buying the meat, so we headed straight home. On the way, I couldn't resist trying it out first. When I touched the phantom squid meat, you have devoured a trace of the phantom squid's life essence. Phantom squid atlas, 0.1%. By my calculations, this meant I would need to devour 100 caddies, 50 kilograms, to reach 100%. At 998 yuan per caddy, it would cost at least 100,000 yuan. The phantom squid's ability was to disappear in water. If I could obtain this ability, the 100,000 yuan would definitely be worth it. Besides, this was the cheapest beast meat I could buy, so next, I needed to think about how to make money. I then looked at the beast meat. It had been a while, but the meat still hadn't spoiled. It seemed that absorbing life essence didn't damage the meat's quality, so I boldly began absorbing the phantom squid's life essence. In just a moment, the phantom squid's progress rose to 3%, but because I was distracted, I almost ran into a pedestrian. As I was apologizing to them, Hanin suddenly pointed not far away. Little Chen, look over there. It's Teacher Strawberry. She's being held hostage by a bad guy. A group of police officers ahead were trying to persuade him. You're surrounded. Please calm down and put down your weapon. The captain looked at the officer next to him. Don't fire rashly. The distance is too close. We could hurt the hostage. Just then, I picked up a stone from the ground. A moment later, a stone flew past the assailant's ear, directly hitting the hand he was holding the knife with. The police officers seized the opportunity to rush in and subdue the assailant. I made a shoot gesture to Hanin, preparing to quietly lead her away. But just then, the captain called out, Hey kid, was it you who threw that stone? I quickly waved my hands. Not me. Then I pulled Hanin and quickly slipped away. The captain was puzzled. That's strange. Why do a good deed and not admit it? There's a reward for being a good Samaritan. Hearing the word reward, I immediately stopped and ran back even faster. I scratched my head. I remember now. It was me who threw that stone. The captain was speechless. You little rascal. Come back with me to the station and give a statement. I'll help you apply for the reward. Just as Hanin and I were about to go to the police station to give a statement, the unexpected happened. The assailant's body suddenly began to mutate, and he transformed into a giant mutated rat. Not good. He's a cultist. He's showing signs of mutation, turning into a giant mutated rat. After mutating, the rat pounced on a female police officer, pinning her down. The captain quickly called for backup. Calling headquarters. We have a giant mutated rat at Jiangbei West Road Park. Preliminary judgment is a cultist fused with the rat lord's genes. We are unable to handle it and require reinforcements. The other security officers had already drawn their guns and were firing at the rat. I grabbed Teacher Strawberry and Hanin and ran for it. Just as I had run a short distance, a cyborg flew overhead. I immediately stopped. I saw the female cyborg kick the rat in the face, sending it flying back several meters. Then, she opened the armor on her chest. A laser cannon charged up, and 2 purple laser beams shot out. The moment the rat was hit by the lasers, its flesh and blood began to dissolve. Finally, it turned to ash. I was stunned. Was this the true power of a cyborg? So strong. Afterward, I pushed my bike, ready to leave, but I unexpectedly discovered that the beast meat I had absorbed life essence from had actually spoiled. It seemed that after the life essence was absorbed, the meat would still spoil, but with a delay. I had to come up with an excuse to explain why the meat spoiled. I could only blame it on the cultist. I threw the beast meat on the ground. It's all this cultist's fault. The attack from the semi-cyborg was too intense and cooked the meat. The naive Hanin quickly comforted me. It's okay, little Chen. The most important thing is that we're safe. We had intended to go home first, but at the captain's request, we got into a police car to go to the station and give a statement. Unexpectedly, the cultist's body was also in the car. Although it was just a pile of charred remains, the smell was very pungent. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The beast fawn from before still had residual life essence, so would the corpse have it too? Could I devour the Rat King's genes from the corpse? With this in mind, I began to reach for the body. The moment I touched the ashes, you have devoured a trace of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Giant mutated rat atlas, 5%. So much. It seemed that freshness was directly proportional to the amount of absorbable life essence. Soon, I arrived at the security team's office. The captain told me, I've already applied for your Good Samaritan award. Please tell me honestly, from such a distance, in such dim light, how did you, a middle school student, manage to hit the cultist's hand with a stone? I explained, it's probably because I often train my right hand. The captain fell into a deep silence. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Hanin rushed in with my parents. My mom hugged me tightly. Little Chen, are you okay? You scared me to death. I quickly comforted her. Mom, don't get so worked up. I'm perfectly fine. I even got a Good Samaritan award. But my mom grabbed my hand. Little Chen, promise me, next time you're in danger, hide in a safe place first. Mom just wants to see you grow up safe and sound. I took my mother's arm as we left. "Don't worry, I promise you, I'll protect myself first." As we walked out of the security station, I heard the officers discussing, "The rat god cult is getting more and more blatant. They've even infiltrated universities, mainly seducing those arts students who can't get legitimate gene fusion qualifications. The one killed tonight was an arts student from Guangyan University who was swayed by the rat god cult. We have to wipe out all these traitors from the rat god cult. That's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. We have to take down the self-proclaimed rat king." As I walked, I used my phone to look up information about the rat god cult. The cult's main base was in Shanghai City, and its members were mostly societal failures. Their activities had become increasingly frequent this year. Suddenly, I had a theory. The rat king wanted to evolve into an advanced level being, which is why he had his followers collect large amounts of evolutionary resources for him. Could it be that the rat king had already developed intelligence? Then, as I passed a street, I saw a giant rat, bigger than a cat. Could this also be related to the rat king? I shook my head. Never mind, this was the South. It was normal for rats to be as big as cats. Just then, I noticed that Hanin beside me was unusually quiet. Could it be that situation again? Whenever Hanin was nervous or in a sudden situation, she couldn't hold it in, just like when she was little. But I had a feeling that this condition of hers might be related to some unknown potential. Meanwhile, the security captain was still pondering how a middle school student could have thrown a stone with such force. Just then, he heard the squeaking of a rat. He looked towards the sound and saw an enormous giant rat. The next second, the rat pounced directly at him. The captain quickly opened fire. A moment later, the sound stopped abruptly. The next day, I went to class as usual. I was thinking that compared to last night's Ratman and the female cyborg, I was still too weak. It seemed I had to earn money as soon as possible to max out the Phantom Squid's unlock progress bar, but relying on prize money from school and external competitions was too slow. So I thought about becoming an influencer, a study tuber, or live streaming to sell tutorials, but I quickly dismissed the idea. No, although the money would come fast, it was too high profile. My thinking was wrong. In a world full of gene fusers and cyborgs, it was clear that martial arts were valued more than academics. The prize money for martial arts competitions was far higher than for academic ones. I clenched my fist. This path was viable. It was time to act. Inside the gymnasium, Mr. Guo was drinking water. I went up and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Guo." Mr. Guo's face lit up with excitement. "Zichin, are you thinking of joining, or do you want to learn more about the martial arts team first?" I asked in a low voice. "I'd like to know, if I join the martial arts team, will I have a chance to participate in the city's martial arts competitions? Is the prize money high?" Mr. Guo replied proudly, "Of course, you'll have a chance. And the prize money isn't low. A single prize is around tens of thousands." Hearing this, I grabbed Mr. Guo's hand. "Teacher, please, you must let me join the martial arts team." The teacher then waved over all the team members. They each briefly introduced themselves, and I greeted them as well. Since I had never practiced martial arts, Mr. Guo first demonstrated some punching and kicking techniques for me. After a full set, Mr. Guo wiped his sweat and looked at me. "Don't be fooled by the simple movements. They're actually quite difficult. The fastest learner in the team, Lily, took a whole week to learn them." I then began to practice. With the help of divine intellect, Mr. Guo's movements were already imprinted in my mind, and I easily replicated his fist techniques. "You are practicing fist techniques. Vitality +1, hand muscle strength +1, hand agility +1, fist technique proficiency +1. Next came the leg techniques. You are practicing leg techniques. Vitality +1, leg muscle strength +1, leg agility +1, leg technique proficiency +1. Mr. Guo was shocked. Absolutely impossible. My teammates were also stunned. How can he learn it just by watching once? Mr. Guo's eyes were fixed on me. He must be a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. Mom called me over for dinner. I rushed over with my bowl. "What are we having tonight, Mom?" Mom said proudly. "Of course, it's the Phantom Squid you've been yearning for." A dish, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, was brought to the table. I took a sniff. It was incredibly aromatic. I then took a bite without a second thought. A notification popped up. "You have devoured a trace of the Phantom Squid's life essence. Phantom Squid Atlas, 3.01%, so I can devour it just by eating. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have had to touch it earlier." Just then, a news report came on the TV. "Genius girl shocks the nation. At just 14 years old, she successfully fused with an energy core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When her power is activated, she can easily lift a 2,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and has a standing vertical jump of 8 meters. I pondered, between the capital's prodigy from back then and this genius girl of today, I wonder who is stronger, gene fusers or cyborgs. Then came another news report. Tragic news. Security Captain Yi Chun-chan tragically passed away in his office at 11 p.m. last night. According to surveillance footage, he was killed by a giant mutated rat that had infiltrated the security station. My expression turned grim. Could it be the same kind of giant rat from last night? I felt an even greater sense of urgency to increase my strength. After intensifying my training, my 100-meter dash time had reached 4.61 seconds. My vertical jump was 5.51 meters, and I could lift about 1,000 kilograms with one hand. I didn't neglect my martial arts training either, hoping to improve my strength quickly and prepare for the martial arts competition. The next morning, I was about to head to the gymnasium to continue learning new martial arts knowledge and practice. Out of curiosity, Hanin came along with me. Just then, a senior girl suddenly appeared in front of me. Junior Zichin, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you some milk, fresh milk. I pulled Hanin and walked away. No thanks, I appreciate the thought. This scene was witnessed by a simp senior. This kid beat me in the sports meet, and now he's rejecting my goddess's gift, so he blocked my path. Do you have any manners? If you don't want to drink it, you could have just accepted it and given it to someone else, like me. Why did you have to go and break her heart? I was speechless. Wouldn't that be even more impolite? The simp senior got even angrier. Then you should drink it. Not drinking it is a sign of disrespect, and disrespect is impolite. After saying that, he even issued a challenge to me. Lin Zichin, do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose, I'll never say another word to you again. If I win, you drink all the milk. Achievement. In a formal competitive setting, using the most primitive biological methods, cumulatively eliminate 1,000 different competitors. Reward. Acquire biological trait natural selection. Cumulative eliminated opponents, 0/1000. I smiled. After waiting for so long, this fourth achievement mission had finally arrived. I looked at the simp senior. Then let's have a match. Under the watchful eyes of the teacher and other students, a girl with a ponytail blushed and shouted, Junior Zichin, I'll cheer for you later. Even the senior girl who offered the milk took out her phone. Go, Junior Zichin, I'll take lots of good pictures of you. The simp senior gritted his teeth. Asterisk, do they all think I'm going to lose? I just want to take advantage of this genius junior before he's fully developed and beat him up. In the past month, this kid's talent has been off the charts, his progress explosive. If I don't strike now, I won't have a chance to show off. I urged him. I have to get home for dinner. Can we make this quick? You got it. The teacher raised his hand. Remember, friendship first, sparring second. Begin. But the simp senior suddenly shouted, wait a minute, and then pretentiously said, you've only been on the team for a month. I've been here for almost 2 years. To be fair, I'll give you the first 3 moves. The moment he finished speaking, I had already rushed in front of him. You got it. I threw a punch, and the simp senior was instantly sent flying, foaming at the mouth after he landed. Mr. Gu's jaw dropped. One punch? The students present were also in shock. What the hell? That's ridiculous. It's over. Hanin waved from below the stage. Zichin won. The 2 senior girls also jumped up in excitement. So cool. Junior Zichin, you have defeated a competitor, successfully captured the heart of the opposite sex, and gained priority in mate selection. Cumulative eliminated opponents, 1/1000. Realizing I still had to eliminate 999 more competitors to unlock the natural selection trait, I turned to the other senior members beside me. Senior brothers, why don't we take this opportunity to have a sparring session as well? Hearing this, the seniors flinched and immediately found various excuses to slip away. At this moment, the simp senior had gotten up. I don't accept it. You sneak attacked me. If we do it again, I'll definitely crush you. But Mr. Gu said, Zhang Kai, you have to honor the bet. Whether Zichin's punch was luck or an overwhelming display of strength, we can have Little Lee test it out. Little Lee, who was about to sneak away, was startled. He then got into a stance and stood opposite me. My apologies, junior brother. Please don't hit the face, okay? 10 minutes later, the floor was littered with all the senior members. To not seem too outrageous, I had deliberately exchanged a few moves with them before knocking them down. But the system only recorded the time I defeated Zhang Kai. The elimination count didn't increase after defeating the other seniors. So, sparring doesn't count? Does it have to be a direct defeat? Just then, Mr. Guo placed a heavy hand on my shoulder. A genius. Zichin, you are a true genius. You've only been on the martial arts team for a little over a month, and you've already become the team's ace. This year, in the district martial arts tournament, our Shanghai Middle School will definitely defeat the other schools and take first place. Participating in a martial arts tournament, wouldn't that be a direct way to defeat many opponents? As long as I successfully defeated opponents in the competition, it would surely advance the achievement mission's progress. Just then, the simp senior suddenly shouted at me, Lin Zichin, I, Zhang Kai, honor the bet. From now on, even if you ride on my head and take a dump, I will never say another word. Hearing this, everyone looked disgusted. Before he could finish, they all scurried away. In the following days, to get into the martial arts class, Shin Qinghan also began training with me. After a 3,000-meter jog, I had her practice martial arts techniques for an hour to improve her punching and kicking skills. Then I had her do sit-ups and push-ups to increase her strength and physical fortitude. After every training session, I would massage her muscles to help them relax. As for me, to prepare for the upcoming martial arts competition, I doubled my training. To unlock the natural selection trait sooner, I went all out. Time passed quickly, and a month later, the day of the martial arts competition finally arrived. Today was the day of our middle school martial arts competition. Unfortunately, we were drawn into the same group as the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Upon hearing this, my teammates' faces fell. I heard No. 1 Middle as a beast this year who can run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds. We're definitely going to get crushed. But at this moment, I voluntarily stood up. Mr. Guo, I'd like to go first. Mr. Guo readily agreed. Alright then, Zichin, you'll go first. Hanin and Mr. Guo cheered for me me from below the stage. While I warmed up on the platform, with a thud on the stage, my opponent appeared. He was a tall guy, at least 1.9 meters. I complained internally, damn, is this a middle school student? Then I heard the opponent say, little junior, I saw your name on the list. To be able to stand on the stage of the 8 school league is just a first year. You're very talented, but this is not a place for a little shorty like you who isn't even 1.7 meters tall. In a moment, I'll let you feel the difference in physique and strength. With the referees begin, the tall guy was the first to charge at me. He threw a punch, which I easily dodged. Seizing the opportunity, I lightly slapped his chest. A scene that shocked the entire audience occurred. His whole body flew backward, not stopping until it was off the competition stage. The referee immediately announced, Lin Zichen wins. Hanin cheered from below the stage. Little Chen, you're amazing. The team members also shouted loudly, Zichen is awesome. The opposing coach pointed at the big guy and scolded, footwork, footwork. How many times have I told you, don't just charge recklessly on the stage. Use your footwork. Why don't you ever listen? You have successfully defeated a competitor. Your competition ranking has improved. Cumulative eliminated opponents 2/1000. As expected, defeating an opponent in a highly competitive match increases the achievement mission's progress bar. The opposing coach looked at a team member. Chen Feng, you're up. Defeat that first-year junior as quickly as possible. Got it. The team member named Chen Feng entered the stage. With the referees begin, Chen Feng rushed over and aimed a whip kick at my head. I dodged with a squat and then slapped out with my palm. Chen Feng spun through the air and landed face first on the ground. A stretcher immediately carried him away. Quick, send him to the hospital for a checkup. It looks like he hit his head. The audience, who hadn't seen my move clearly, started to voice their doubts. What's going on? How is that student from Shanghai Middle School so lucky? Yeah, the last opponent just rushed off the stage and lost, and this one did too. Damn it, this must be a fixed match. Refund. The opposing coach held his head in his hands. This isn't luck. This first year from Shanghai Middle School is skilled. He looked at the ace player beside him. Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus on defense. Don't attack proactively. You absolutely cannot lose. Gao Fei walked onto the stage with a calm expression. Don't worry, coach, I will win. After getting on stage, he assumed his stance, a strategy already in mind. Lin Zichen's body isn't strong. He's just agile and knows how to be clever in duels. That's why he's been winning so easily. But I can sprint 100 meters in 9 seconds and have more combat experience. As long as I take the upcoming duel seriously, there's no reason for me to lose. The audience started to murmur as well. I heard this Gao Fei from number 1 middle can run the 100-meter dash in 9 seconds. That's insane. And he's just a middle school student. His father is a gene fuser. As his descendant, Gao Fei's physical fitness is definitely far beyond that of an ordinary person. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Gao Fei quickly appeared in front of me. He used his strongest fist technique, flowing water-shattering rock fist. The coach shouted from below, Gao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why did you go on the attack? Gao Fei responded internally, defense? As a genius, I don't need it, but I just kept dodging without fighting back. This fist technique is interesting. I'll observe and learn it first. A moment later, Gao Fei was panting heavily. Why can't I hit him? He then stopped and asked, how can you dodge my attacks? This isn't scientific. I spoke up. Do you have any other moves? Use them all. Gao Fei thought I was mocking him and unleashed an even more ferocious flurry of punches. Seeing it was the same fist technique, I decided not to hold back any longer. I kicked him in the abdomen, and Gao Fei was sent flying. The entire audience was stunned, while our side erupted in cheers. Awesome, Little Chen. A 3-person sweep. Little Chen. Beautiful. It feels so good to be carried to victory. The subsequent opponents were weaker than the previous ones and were all taken out by me in a single blow. Soon, all 5 members of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School were dealt with. Over the next 2 days, I single-handedly defeated 2 other schools. In the end, I successfully led Shanghai Middle School to win the championship of the 8-school league, and my cumulative eliminated opponents reached 16. I still need to defeat 984 different opponents to complete the natural selection achievement. This is probably going to take years. Although the mission couldn't be completed in a short time, Mr. Dwa gave me a full 20,000 yuan from this competition's prize money. Adding the prize money from various academic competitions, I now had 30,000 yuan in hand, but this 30,000 was quickly spent on buying phantom squid. After eating 30 caddies of phantom squid meat in a row, I managed to raise the phantom squid atlas's opening progress to 33%. Entering my second year of middle school, I successfully broke through from ordinary tier 3 to ordinary tier 4. Now, I could easily lift a 1,090 kilogram weight with one hand. My standing vertical jump reached 5.65 meters, and my 100-meter dash took only 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and Chen Qinghan and I successfully graduated from the junior high division of Shanghai Middle School. Soon, the high school entrance exam results were out, but Hanin was very dejected. Little Chen, you're first in both academics and martial arts in the entire district. While my academics are good, my martial arts score doesn't meet the admission threshold for Shanghai High School's advanced martial arts class. Does this mean we can't continue to go to the same high school? I wiped away her tears and comforted her. Don't worry, the principal of Shanghai High School said he's coming to my house for a visit later. You should come and meet him with me. Henin cried even more sadly. The principal is definitely coming to invite you to stay in Shanghai High School's advanced martial arts class. This has nothing to do with me. Why should I go? I pulled her along. Don't worry, the only condition for me staying at Shanghai High School is my desk mate must be you. A short while later, the principal of Shanghai High School discussed with us at my home for an hour, basically expressing his hope for me to continue studying at Shanghai High School. Before leaving, the principal looked at me. As long as you agree to continue studying at Shanghai High School, you can tell me any thoughts you have. I quickly pulled Henin to my side. Thank you, principal. I only have one request, and that is for Shin Qinghan to be able to continue in the same class with me. The principal leaned in and looked at Shin Qinghan. Student Shin Qinghan, right? When school starts, you can come and register at Shanghai High School together with student Lin Zichen. Before leaving, the principal gave an okay gesture. We both quickly thanked him. Thank you, principal. After choosing our high school, I welcomed my last middle school martial arts tournament. Unsurprisingly, I continued to easily help Shanghai Middle School win the championship. After receiving the prize money, I went to a dense forest. I was only 20% away from unlocking the Phantom Squid Atlas. Because I didn't know what uncontrollable situations might occur upon unlocking it, I had specifically come to the mountain forest on the outskirts of Shanghai City. I began to devour. You have devoured a large amount of the Phantom Squid's life essence. Phantom Squid Atlas, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Phantom Squid Atlas, acquiring the biological trait, Water Melding Fortune. The next second, you have successfully unlocked the Phantom Squid Atlas, acquiring the biological trait, Water Melding Fortune. Water Melding Fortune greatly enhances your affinity with water, allowing you to move freely in it, coming and going without a trace. After reading the effect, I was a little disappointed. This Water Melding Fortune effect felt a bit underwhelming. I immediately tested it in a nearby pond and found that my skin didn't wrinkle like before after prolonged immersion in water, and I could clearly feel the water's resistance decrease when swimming. But other than that, there were no other effects. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Phantom Squid is a low-level mutated beast, not even worth a bit of gene fusion. To get better biological traits, I'll just have to save up money and buy them later. I'll get them sooner or later. Or, when I get stronger, I can hunt and devour wild mutated beasts, like those giant mutated rats. Then, a week before school started, my mom and Shin Qinghan's family planned a trip together. To better study Water Melding Fortune, I suggested we go to the beach. This was also Shin Qinghan's first time at the seaside. Standing in the water, she only felt the seawater was very cold, while I started swimming. As I swam, my various attributes also improved. Shin Qinghan looked at me and shouted, "Little Chen, don't just swim by yourself. Come and teach me how to swim." It seemed Shin Qinghan didn't know how to swim, so I could definitely teach her. I began to patiently instruct her, but because Shin Qinghan's athletic talent was average, I thought she probably wouldn't be able to learn. I was immediately proven wrong. The moment she started, she had already learned to swim. Then she put her head under the water and was surprised to find that not only did her eyes feel no discomfort, but she could also see clearly underwater. The next second, she shot out of the water, startling me. Henin said excitedly, "Little Chen, I'm so amazing. I've always heard people say it's hard to open your eyes in the sea and it stings a lot, but I don't feel any discomfort at all. It actually feels cool and quite comfortable." Watching Henin, who had learned to swim in an instant, I fell into deep thought. No matter how good Shin Qinghan's affinity for water was, it was impossible for her to learn to swim instantly. It was too abnormal. Could it be because of that? Could the reason Shin Qinghan had always wet the bed be because she was naturally attuned to water? That was perhaps the only plausible explanation. Maybe in a past life, Shin Qinghan had a special cultivation physique from a cultivation novel. That would be too amazing, much better than my broken system that required me to train myself. Next, Shin Qinghan and I dived together, but her performance surprised me. We had been holding our breath underwater for over 10 minutes. Forget her being a beginner. Even for a trained person, this duration was not simple. But just then, an accident happened. Shin Qinghan suddenly heard a strange sound in the water, which scared her so much that she quickly swam to the surface. After surfacing, I looked at her and asked, "What happened? Why did you suddenly get so nervous?" She said with lingering fear, "Just now, a strange sound kept echoing in my ear. So strange it was a bit frightening." I asked what kind of sound it was, but she replied, "I couldn't understand it. It might have been a language I don't know. I only know it was a female voice, very real, echoing in my ear until I surfaced. Then it disappeared." We then returned to the hotel. After getting back, I searched on my phone but found nothing about what Shin Qinghan had described. But because of it, I couldn't sleep, so I simply started training. You performed 1,000 weighted sit-ups, vitality plus 2,000, abdominal muscle strength plus 2,000, sit-up proficiency plus 1,000. Your biological rank has been promoted to ordinary tier 5. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Ordinary tier 5, a biological rank that could contend with an adult giant mutated rat. I instantly gained confidence. It seemed if I continued to train, tearing Tearing apart mutated rats with my bare hands wouldn't be impossible. After advancing, I found a deserted beach to test my new abilities. Now, my 100-meter dash only took 3.64 seconds. My vertical jump could reach 6.98 meters, and I could lift a car weighing about 1,600 kilograms with one hand. Compared to when I had just broken through to ordinary tier 4, the data improvement was very significant. With this gain, Shinching-han and I began our high school life together. Due to my outstanding grades, I attracted the attention of many girls as soon as I started school. Is that student Zichin? He's so handsome in person. It turns out student Zichin is on duty the same day as us. So lucky. It was indeed lucky. I didn't expect that on my day of duty, I would trigger a new mission. Achievement: cumulatively complete 1,000 tasks with the cooperation of multiple people. Reward: acquire biological trait, social animal. Cumulative completed tasks, 1/1000. I wondered what effect a social animal trait would have. It was quite intriguing. Since there wasn't much to do right after school started, I took the opportunity to go to the supermarket again. After all, the phantom squid was unlocked, so it was time to set a new target. Just then, I suddenly saw a type of beast meat. This is a rampage eagle, only 1,998 yuan per caddy. A smile appeared on my face. I'll choose this one. The rampage eagle's vision was exceptionally good, 30 times that of a normal person, so its hunting ability was also extremely strong, capable of accurately catching even a mutated rabbit that moved like a blur. I looked at the eagle meat in my hand. Improved vision could also greatly enhance one's combat power. This rampage eagle was undoubtedly worth devouring. Secondly, it was the second cheapest option. As I placed my hand on the eagle meat, you have devoured a trace of the rampage eagle's life essence. Rampage eagle atlas, 1%. I then did a quick calculation. One caddy of meat could increase the atlas's opening progress by 1%. At this rate, it would cost over 200,000 yuan to unlock the rampage eagle's atlas. It seemed I would have to work even harder in high school to win competitions and save money. Thankfully, the prize money for high school martial arts competitions was much higher than in middle school. I clenched my fist tearfully. I'll strive to unlock this rampage eagle's atlas before my second year of high school. On the first day of the new semester, the homeroom teacher and the subject teachers came to the classroom to introduce themselves. Hello everyone, I am your martial arts cultivation teacher, Han Yuan Feng, and also your homeroom teacher. Hello everyone, I am the cyborg modification teacher, Kai Yuan Fei. Hello everyone, I am the wilderness survival teacher, Cheng Bei. Hello everyone, I am the gene fusion teacher, Lu Diren. Then came the students' self-introductions. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yushi. My specialties are zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My name is Zhou Mijia. I like watching anime and cosplaying. Soon, it was Shinching-han's turn to introduce herself. Being stared at by so many people, Shinching-han was extremely nervous. Hello everyone, my name is Shinching-han. I usually like to draw, and, please take care of me in the future. My self-introduction was probably the shortest in the entire class. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Zichin. Please take care of me in the future. After the entire class finished their introductions, the bell for the end of class rang. Ching-han, what was your score on the high school entrance exam? Shin-Ching-han looked over to see a girl with pigtails asking her. Shin-Ching-han replied politely, I got 709. What about you? Chu Xian. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. More than 10 points higher than me. I only got 698. She then continued to ask, so what was your score on the physical fitness test? I didn't perform well during the entrance exam and only got a 95. It was a really bad score. This made Shin-Ching-han feel awkward. The maximum score for the physical fitness test was 100. A score of 95 was already at the level of a top student among top students. I only scored 79 on the physical test, which is 1 point short of getting into this advanced class. This score was too embarrassing to say out loud, so she stammered in reply, I didn't score as well as you. Chu Xian pressed on relentlessly. So what was your score? Was it 94 or 93? Shin-Ching-han's voice got even lower. A little lower than that. Chu Xian continued her pursuit. Is it 92 or 91 or maybe 90? I slammed a hand on the desk, unable to watch any longer. I deliberately leaned closer to Chu Xian and said, can I get your contact info? Chu Xian instantly blushed. A handsome guy is actually asking for my contact info. What kind of divine luck am I having today? She quickly said, I'll scan your code. Shin-Ching-han looked at me with gratitude. Thank goodness Zichin helped me out of that situation. If she kept asking, I wouldn't have known how to answer. It was so embarrassing. I then looked at another boy. Let's add each other too. You can scan my code. After adding them as friends, I casually created a 4-person group chat. You have successfully created a 4-person group, meeting the standard for completing a task with multiple people's cooperation. Cumulative completed events 2/1000. I was surprised. I didn't expect to have completed a multiplayer cooperative task just like that. Doesn't that mean this achievement mission is super easy? After creating the group, the 4 of us also got to know each other. He was from the neighboring Nanwan city. His family had run run martial arts schools for generations, making him the young master of a martial arts family. Lee Chushin's family owned a clothing store with several branches in the district, making her a bona fide rich girl. Shin Ching-han and I also introduced our situations to everyone. Soon, the four of us became a small group that could talk about anything. Just as we were about to run out of topics, Hugh brought up a curious question. Guess who's the strongest in our class? You'll never guess. Lee Chushin pointed at me. I guess Zichin is the most amazing. He's the top scorer of the high school entrance exam in our district. You know, Hugh was shocked. Damn, Zichin, you're that awesome? But then he added, but the district's top scorer might not be enough. You might not believe this, but we have two beasts in our class that the principal paid a fortune to recruit from Nangwon City. That guy named Wang Shujia in the third row by the window. He was the third place scorer in Nangwon City's entrance exam with a 100-meter time of 7.98 seconds. And that big guy, Lu Gang, sitting in the last row on the far right. He has innate divine strength and can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. Shin Ching-han was impressed without fully understanding. So amazing. Lee Chushin covered her mouth. Oh my god. I let out a breath. Hearing this, I was relieved. A 100-meter dash in 7.98 seconds and lifting 300 kilograms. Both of these were at my elementary school level. The school bell rang again soon, and it was time to distribute the textbooks. There were only 4 books: Martial Arts Cultivation, Gene Fusion, Cyborg Modification, and Wilderness Survival, corresponding to the 4 main courses. Since I had self-studied all 4 books as a child, during the free activity time, I found a secluded spot to train. After all, the threat of the Rat God cult was still present. The police had only caught the cultists so far, but there was still no sign of the Rat King, so I had to improve as much as possible to reach tier 6 or above, so that I could at least hold my own if I encountered a mutated rat. The first practical class in the afternoon was Wilderness Survival. The teacher pointed to a pile of wood and said, "Does anyone know how to make a fire by drilling wood?" Hugh complained, "This skill is basically useless in daily life. Who would be bored enough to learn it?" The next second, Wang Shujia and Lu Gang started drilling wood. Hugh was instantly embarrassed. The teacher smiled. "What's this? You two are so amazing. You even know how to make a fire by drilling wood?" Lu Gang's lips curved upwards. "Teacher, when I was in middle school, I took an extracurricular class during the summer to learn this." Wang Shujia's face was full of pride. "I learned it online myself when I was in elementary school." The other students then started practicing on their own, while I quickly taught the members of the Dawnbreaker group the trick to drilling wood for fire. After that was the Martial Arts Cultivation class. Today, I will teach everyone a special breathing cultivation method. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the duo from Nangwon City began to show off again. Although it was a bit comical, they did manage to do it. Even though I had long known this knowledge, keeping a low profile was my habit. Unconsciously, more than a month passed, and it was time for the monthly exam. The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses. For this exam, I've set up rewards. First place gets 888 yuan in cash, second place gets 666 yuan, and third place gets 333 yuan. I immediately perked up. There's prize money? First place gets 888 yuan. That's a generous reward, almost enough to buy half a caddy of Rampage Eagle meat. The exam began. With rewards on the line, everyone naturally put in their best effort. An hour later, the exam was over. Coincidentally, the Gene Fusion teacher, Lu Diren, also arranged an exam with the exact same rewards. After 2 exams, he was already exhausted. The other students started discussing, "Damn, why is this so hard?" It even asked for the energy wavelength of a laser cannon. How am I supposed to remember that? What's the use of remembering it anyway? Exactly. The questions are too difficult and obscure. That last problem was ridiculous. It asked about the relationship between a retrothruster device and atmospheric pressure, and even asked us to calculate the specific values. Damn, with so many decimal places, how are we supposed to calculate that? I was hoping to get 90 points, but now I'll be lucky to get a passing grade of 60. Just as everyone was complaining about the difficulty of the questions, the Nangwon City show-off duo started their mutual praise session again. Wang Shujia asked first, "That paper just now was a bit difficult. How did you do?" Lu Gang smirked. "Probably around 95. I only couldn't solve the last question." "Same here. I only couldn't do the last sub-question. I'll probably get 95 too." Hugh, hearing this, couldn't hold it in. Damn, they're flexing again. Will they die if they don't show off? I really want to punch them. The first results to be announced were for the cyborg modification test. Guianling, 52 points. Shin Ching-han, 61 points. Shin Ching-han turned around happily. "Little Chen, I passed." I smiled in affirmation. Hard work pays off, as it should. Hugh, 88 points. The whole class gasped. "You're so amazing." Hugh sat up incredibly straight, but inside he was ecstatic. "Team members, once I get the third place prize of 333, I'll treat everyone to a good meal." But the teacher's next words poured cold water on him. "Lu Gang, 95 points. Wang Shujia, 95 points. Amazing. You two, you were just one question away from a perfect score. score. Wang Shujie said proudly, "Teacher, the last question had a lot of calculations. If you gave me another 10 minutes, I could definitely figure out the answer." Lu Gang grinned. "Same here." He was instantly annoyed. Damn it. They showed off again. But no matter what, third place should still be mine. But the teacher's next words extinguished his hope. "This exam was very difficult, but you might not believe this. Someone in our class got a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100 points. The most surprised were the show-off duo, 100 points. He actually got 100 points? How is that even possible? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous." He exclaimed internally. "What the hell? Lin Zichen is that strong." Henin looked at me. "Zichen is so amazing." Li Chuxing pumped her fist. "Glory to Shanghai." I, on the other hand, raised my hand and asked, "Teacher, when can I get the 888 yuan prize money for first place?" The teacher replied, "Don't worry, I'll send the prize money as a personal red envelope to the class group chat." Next were the results for the Gene Fusion exam. Of the Nanwan duo, Lu Gang scored 81 and Wang Shujie scored 83. For an exam where most students failed, barely passing the excellent mark was already impressive, but the two were clearly not satisfied with a result they couldn't show off. Shin Qinghan, on the other hand, got a 78, a score that would place her in the top 5. As for me, I steadily got a perfect score, once again pocketing the prize money. Wang Shujie and Lu Gang suffered another blow. The Nanwan duo simultaneously raised their hands to question, "This paper is so difficult. How could anyone get a perfect score?" I think he might have known the answers in advance. The teacher immediately denied it. "Absolutely impossible. I designed all the questions for this paper myself. You can't find the answers online, so there's no way to cheat." The Nanwan duo had nothing more to say. Next was the wilderness survival exam in the afternoon. The rewards were the same as the other subjects, and the content mainly consisted of 3 items: climbing plus tree climbing, and drilling wood for fire. Wang Shujie said to Lu Gang, "Lu Gang, we didn't beat him in the 2 theory exams this morning. In the afternoon's wilderness survival and martial arts cultivation, we must get our face back." Lu Gang clenched his fist. "You don't have to tell me. I'll definitely go all out to crush him later and avenge our shame." Soon, the exam began. The first test was rock climbing, with scores determined by climbing speed. I left the Nanwan duo far behind and took first place. Next was the tree climbing competition. Unsurprisingly, the Nanwan duo were still left in my dust. Wang Shujie was in despair. "No way, this Lin Zichen is too exaggerated." I gave it my all. Lu Gang shouted internally, "Damn it, I can't even see his shadow." But at this moment, I was more concerned about Shin Qinghan. She hadn't even finished the rock climbing yet and, unsurprisingly, came in last. In the following fire-making segment, for the sake of the prize money, I could only continue to crush the Nanwan duo. I managed to start a fire in 58 seconds. I clearly remember that he wasn't this fast during the fire-making class before. How is this Lin Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is insane. The swimming event was the last one. This time, Shin Qinghan also crushed the Nanwan duo, which probably dealt another heavy blow to their spirits. I can understand that Lin Zichen is still fast, but how did this Shin Qinghan suddenly explode with power? Impossible. I must be too nervous and am having hallucinations. After the wilderness survival exam, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang became exceptionally quiet and didn't speak for a long time. Next was the martial arts test, which was to be conducted through sparring on the platform. This rekindled the Nanwan duo's hope of showing off. So what if he's skilled in written tests and wilderness survival techniques? In a martial arts class, the most important thing is the martial aspect, the competition of physical fitness and martial arts skills. If his martial arts strength is lacking, all other achievements are useless. In the martial arts sparring, I must reclaim the first place I lost. Before the sparring began, the teacher arranged a physical fitness test for the class. As a warm-up, the test measured 3 data points: 100-meter dash speed, the weight one could lift with a single hand, and the height of a standing vertical jump. My 100-meter dash was 7.78 seconds. I lifted 330 kilograms with one hand, and my vertical jump was 2.18 meters, all 3 being the top scores. To not seem too outrageous, I didn't go all out, just a little better than the data Wang Shujie and Lu Gang produced, but this still stunned them. Faster than me in the 100-meter dash, and his entrance exam score was only the top in the district. This isn't scientific at all. Stronger than me? Lin Zichen doesn't even look that muscular. Could it be that he hadn't fully developed during the entrance exam? But then they encouraged each other. "Lu Gang, don't panic. Losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring. Real combat depends not just on physical fitness, but also on martial arts skills. We still have a chance." "You're right. Losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring. Our martial arts skills are far superior to our peers. We still have a chance." After the physical test, everyone moved to the platform to begin sparring. To complete the natural selection achievement as quickly as possible, I was the first to step onto the stage. But because my physical test data was good, no one dared to come up. The Nanwan duo also chose to observe. Seeing this, the teacher had to call someone out. "Lu Wei, you go up and spar with Zichen." Lu Lu Wei was stunned, but he still nervously got on the stage. To save time, I had to make it quick, and I defeated my opponent with a single punch. And in order to finish everyone in the class before the end of the period, I had to speed up and one-shot my opponents, not even showing mercy to the female students. At this point, the Nangwan duo were dumbfounded. No way, is this Lenzichin that strong? I suspect that kid wasn't even going all out during the physical test. How is anyone supposed to compete with that? Just then, Yu proactively jumped onto another platform. He pointed at Lu Gang. I'm all warmed up, and I'm at my physical peak. Do you dare to come up and fight me? Lu Gang jumped onto the stage, inwardly delighted. If he hadn't challenged me, I would have had to fight Lenzichin. I might not be confident in beating Lenzichin, but am I not confident in beating you? Yu then rushed towards Lu Gang, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, but Lu Gang took them all head-on. Just then, Lu Gang found an opportunity to grab Yu's leg. He then used both hands to throw Yu into the air, and with a powerful toss, Yu flew off the platform. Lu Gang said proudly, among all the people I've fought, your physical techniques are the best. In terms of physical techniques, I'd call you the strongest in the class. Unfortunately, I'm still a cut above. Seeing this, I jumped over from the other platform. It was a good opportunity to get another point of progress. Otherwise, no one would dare to come up. I said to Lu Gang, let's have a match. Lu Gang forced a smile. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? He then rushed forward first. Take this. Lu Gang used a move from an old acquaintance, but just as he was about to reach me, I sidestepped and dodged. What the hell? I then followed up with a punch, and Lu Gang was knocked off the platform. Someone in the crowd started to jeer. Wang Shujia, your brother Lu Gang just got wrecked. Aren't you going to go up and get revenge? Yeah, the glory of the Nangwan City top students needs you to protect it. Wang Shujia jumped onto the stage. What are you shouting about? I was going to go up anyway. All of you, shut up. What's coming will come. I will definitely find a way to defeat him. At this moment, I was like a great mountain pressing down in front of Wang Shujia. He had attacked me under immense pressure, but his punch was caught by my single hand, and then I punched him in the body. Wang Shujia fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, incapacitated. Next, I successively knocked down the other boys in the class. According to the rules of the natural selection mission, defeating the same opponent multiple times only counts as one, which meant that from now on, I could only spar with the girls. Just as I was wondering if the girls would be willing to get on stage, the girls below were already looking expectant, some even eager. A bold female student was the first to raise her hand. Student Zichin, I challenge you. She then flipped onto the stage and pounced at me. Luckily, I dodged quickly and gently slapped her on the back. The female student, lying on the ground, wasn't angry at all, but rather looked regretful. So close, I almost got to hug him. Unexpectedly, the other girls also proactively came on stage to challenge me. Of course, I went easy on the girls, mainly to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Soon, all the girls were defeated, but I was still far from completing the mission. I was a little disappointed, but then the teacher immediately announced some good news. In a month, our class will challenge the strongest ordinary class in the second year. Just as I was worrying about not being able to quickly increase the completion progress of natural selection, a competition was served up on a silver platter. It was truly a timely help. The bell rang, and as Lu Gang passed by, he spoke harshly to me. I used to worry that I wouldn't have any opponents after coming to Shanghai Middle School. It seems I underestimated Shanghai Middle School. You, Lu Gang, will be my rival for all 3 years of high school. Wang Shujia quickly followed. Lin Zichin, losing now doesn't mean losing in the future. I will definitely avenge this shame before graduation. But I wasn't listening to what they were saying at all. I was thinking, I earned over 3,000 in prize money today alone. I can buy another caddy of beast meat. What a great deal. That evening at home, I started typing on my keyboard. Although I had earned a little prize money today, it was far from enough to buy beast meat and unlock the atlas. So, to earn more money, I opened a novelist account and began my writing career. I didn't expect that when I woke up, I would receive a contract offer from the website. After signing the contract in the novel's back end, a news article from that day caught my eye. Just 2 hours ago, a giant mutated rat had attacked a refrigerated beast meat warehouse on the outskirts of the city. This giant mutated rat was over 5 meters tall. A semi-cyborg's body was bitten in two by it. The semi-cyborg immediately activated its hidden backup energy source and self-detonated to kill the enemy, and the giant mutated rat was killed on the spot. This raised a doubt in my mind. Just how many giant mutated rats are hidden in Shanghai City? And with these giant mutated rats being so large, where on earth are they hiding that they haven't been discovered yet? A month later, it was the day of our sparring session with the second-year ordinary class. The teacher was discussing tactics with a few of us top students. Soon, the competition began. To complete the natural selection achievement as quickly as possible, I requested to go first, but the female student on the opposing side was not happy. Teacher, they're sending out their strongest right at the start. I'm the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight this? The opposing teacher, with a displeased look, found Han Yuan Feng. Brother Feng, according to the customary rules of class sparring, the weakest goes first. Why did you send your strongest student for the first match? This is against the rules. Teacher Han had no choice but to call me down and have the weakest student go first. I could only step down helplessly. Teacher Han pointed at a female student. Yuntong, you go first. first. The female student, however, frantically waved her hands, saying she wasn't ready yet. Just then, Hanin proactively walked over. Teacher Han, I'm the weakest. I should go first. A short while later, Hanin was on the stage, and everyone could see her nervousness. Hiyu and Li Chuxin cheered for her from below. Hanin. Hearing them, Hanin became even more flustered. Just then, the female student from the opposing side rushed over. Facing her opponent's punch, Hanin could only raise her hands to block. Her thought was, although I can't win, I can last as long as possible to wear down my opponent's stamina. 3 minutes later, the opposing female student was already panting. She realized that if this continued, her stamina would be depleted sooner or later. She had to end it quickly, so she threw a heavy punch, sending Hanin flying. Hanin landed heavily below the platform. Having lost the match, Hanin quickly got up and ran towards me. Teacher Han encouraged her. Han, you did well. You knew to focus on defense to wear down your opponent's stamina. Very smart. I also encouraged her. Not bad. You managed to last for over 3 minutes against a senior who has trained for an extra year. That's a lot of progress. Next, the second female student went on stage. She thought her opponent's stamina was low and wanted to take her down. This female student swept her leg, but the senior girl dodged with a sidestep. The senior then seized the opportunity to counterattack, punching the female student in the face and then pinning her down. The female student quickly tapped the floor to surrender. After getting up, the senior girl said proudly, coming in all offense and no defense, are you looking down on the ordinary class? The female student could only grit her teeth and endure it. The senior girl continued to taunt, it's true I'm not as talented as you, but I've trained for a year longer. You should train for another year before you come and fight me. Just then, a girl walked onto the stage. Li Chuxin clenched her fist. Hanin, I'll get revenge for you. Watch me beat up that senior. Li Chuxin went on stage to avenge her classmate. Her first punch was a heavy blow to her opponent, winning the match on the spot. Hanin pumped her fist. Chuxin is so amazing. I patted her head and encouraged her. You're amazing too. If you hadn't worn down that senior's stamina earlier, Chuxin wouldn't have won so easily. 2 hours later, the second-year martial arts teacher looked at us. Brother Feng, martial arts teacher of the first-year advanced class. Your class only has 4 people left. It seems I'm going to win the meal we bet on. Han Yuan Feng, however, smiled. Don't be so sure yet. Let's wait and see. Wang Shujia, Lin Zichen, Lu Gang, and Yu were the real strength of the first year, first class. The real showdown was just beginning. He then looked at Yu. You're up next. Yu immediately jumped onto the platform. He then began to show off. My fists are already itching for a fight. Are you ready to face my hard fists, senior? The senior tilted his head. Kid, can you not be so cringe? Yu, however, kicked him in the face. You ruined my moment. The senior was kicked off the platform on the spot. Yu taunted. Seriously, that's all you've got? You have the nerve to insult people? With a thud, another person jumped onto the stage. The watermelon-haired senior said, you brat, you're so arrogant. With that, he threw a punch at Yu. Let me show you some real intensity. But the next second, Yu dodged his punch. The senior was shocked. You can actually dodge my attack. Yu seized the opportunity, did a flip kick, and hit the senior on the chin. The senior immediately fell out of the ring. Li Chuxin and Hanin cheered from below. Awesome, go for it, crush them. Yu then proceeded to knock down several more opponents in a row. He panted, next one, hurry up, I can still take down 10 more. Although he wanted to keep going, after knocking down 5 consecutive opponents, his stamina gave out, and he was ultimately defeated by the 6th. At this point, the first year, first class only had 3 people left, while the second year, 6th class still had 13. After Yu's defeat, Han Yuanfeng sent out Wang Shujia. Wang Shujia went on stage and took down 10 people in a row. It wasn't until he fought the 11th person that he lost due to exhaustion. Next up was Lu Gang, who, in less than 10 minutes, quickly dispatched 2 of the opponent's main fighters. At this point, Han Yuanfeng taunted back, your class only has 1 person left. Want to surrender in advance? The opposing teacher was also confident. I don't think so. Go on. Wang Jina, it's your turn to perform. A 500 catty fatty then stood on the platform. Lu Gang was completely unafraid. Just a taller, fatter guy? I'll still knock you down. With that, he charged at Wang Jina with a punch. He landed a heavy blow on Wang Jina's stomach. Lu Gang was stunned. Why does it feel like I'm hitting rubber? He refused to believe it and threw several more punches at Wang Jina, but the other party seemed unaffected. Lu Gang stopped, panting. I can't. Too much fat. The flesh is too thick. I can't hurt him at all. Just then, Wang Jina extended his hand. Are you done? If you're done, it's my turn. He grabbed Lu Gang by the neck, and Lu Gang couldn't break free no matter how he struggled. This guy's strength is terrifying. Wang Jina threw Lu Gang, and Lu Gang was tossed off the platform. Han Yuanfeng looked at the opposing teacher. I don't remember your class having such a strong student. The opposing teacher smiled smugly. Sorry, he just transferred in this semester. It's understandable that you don't remember him. It looks like you're going to lose this time. Remember our bet. The loser has to treat the other class to a meal. Han Yuanfeng turned away, tears in his eyes. Damn it. So he had an ace like Wang Jina up his sleeve. No matter how amazing Lin Zichen is, he can't possibly beat this monster. I was careless. He got me good. He then found me. Zichen, it's your turn. Spar well. You can gain a lot of valuable experience. Don't worry too much about winning or losing. But I smiled. Don't worry, Teacher Han. I will win. A moment later, I stood out opposite Wang Jinha. Wang Jinha was a little puzzled. Is this junior the last hope of their class? He looks a bit skinny. So he said, "You're too skinny. I'm afraid I'll kill you with one punch. You should just surrender." This immediately angered the little fangirls below the stage. "Don't be so arrogant. Zichin will definitely beat you. Fatty, we'll turn you into a meat patty. Go, Zichin. Teach this fat pig a lesson." Hearing these words, Wang Jinha's face immediately darkened. So he deliberately said, "Junior, I'll stand still and let you have 10 moves, so you and your little fangirls won't be salty afterward and secretly curse me for being a bully." Since he had said so, I quickly replied, "Okay, okay." Wang Jinha spread his arms and patted his stomach. "Come on, Junior, I'll stand still. You can attack me with all your might." The next second, I slammed a punch into Wang Jinha's stomach. Wang Jinha immediately flew high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. The entire audience fell silent watching this scene. Then came a burst of cheers from my classmates. "Great, we won." When Wang Jinha got up, he was disoriented. "How did I get here? What just happened? This isn't reasonable, is it? It's not scientific at all." The opposing teacher came over and patted our teacher's shoulder. "Brother Feng, your class's Zichin is too amazing. He took down Wang Jinha with one punch. It feels like he's almost as good as Wu Tiancheng was in his first year." Han Yuan Feng said modestly, "Not quite. That kid Wu Tiancheng is not even human. Back in his first year, he almost scared the principal to death with how strong he was." Just then, I walked over. "Teacher, who is this Wu Tiancheng?" Han Yuan Feng explained. Wu Tiancheng was a senior who graduated a few years ago. In his first year, he defeated the entire third-year advanced class, which scared a lot of the school leaders. When Wu Tiancheng was in his first year, he could run the 100-meter dash in 6.12 seconds, had a standing vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and could lift a 650-kilogram barbell with one hand. Isn't that amazing? I scratched my head and replied inwardly, "It's indeed amazing, almost on par with my strength during the summer of my 6th grade year." Soon, we arrived at a restaurant. Han Yuan Feng raised his glass. "Thanks to Zichin, we were able to defeat the second-year ordinary class. Their homeroom teacher honored the bet and is treating us all to dinner. Everyone, let's toast to Zichin." The students all raised their glasses. "Zichin is awesome. Brother Chin is mighty." After taking down the second-year ordinary class, I also became famous within the school. Students came up to get close to me, which made me a little uncomfortable. Henin, however, was always the same. Afraid that I would be too busy socializing with classmates to eat, she kept putting food in my bowl. Suddenly, she stopped, then immediately got up from her seat and said, "Little Chen, I'm going to the restroom." I watched her hurried figure and thought to myself, unchanged, and so is her uncontrollable urge to pee. Just as she was about to leave the restroom after finishing, she heard two girls discussing outside. Shin Qinghan is always pouring drinks for Lin Zichin and peeling shrimp for him. She's such a suck-up. She looks like a maid, constantly waiting on her master. With her skills, how could she get into our advanced class without sucking up to Lin Zichin? It probably won't last long. With such a big gap in their strength, they're destined to drift apart. Henin appeared beside the two girls. "I'm not a suck-up. I'm his childhood friend." With that, she turned and walked away. After the banquet, I saw that she was in low spirits and asked, "Henin, you seem a little down. Did something happen?" She looked down and replied, "When I was little, my mom always told me that I would grow out of it, that I wouldn't wet my pants anymore. But even now, I still wet the bed at night. I have to wear a diaper to sleep every night, and it's really annoying. Little Chen, I feel like a disabled person who can't hold her pee." But I refuted her. "You're not disabled. Not being able to hold it is your superpower. It's just that this superpower hasn't been fully developed yet." Henin's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "A superpower? That's right, a superpower. Your talent for water is so good because it's a manifestation of your superpower." Henin looked at me. "Then Little Chen, you've been so amazing since you were little. Do you have a superpower too?" To give him confidence, I affirmed, "Just like you, I have a superpower." Henin immediately became expectant. If I really have a superpower, I wonder what kind it would be. I encouraged her. "It must be a very amazing superpower." Just then, we witnessed a sudden situation. The rat extermination team was about to enter a supermarket to deal with rats, but they were blocked by the owner. He waved a broom and shouted, "Stop! Stop it! Don't kill my brothers. If you kill my brothers again, I'll fight you." With that, he charged at the security officer with the broom. Henin said nervously, "Little Chen, is this person crazy? He looks so scary." I stood in front of her. "He's probably mentally ill. That's how mentally ill people are. Let's go home." I pulled her away, not wanting to get involved. Back home, I watched the news with my parents. A young female teacher went missing after leaving school last week, and her whereabouts are still unknown. My mother's expression was serious. "How can another young woman be missing? This seems to be the 4th one this month, right?" My father corrected her. "You're mistaken. It's the 5th. The news then reminded, all 5 missing persons this month were young and beautiful women. Young and beautiful women are advised to avoid going out at night. If they must go out, it is best to go in groups and avoid secluded places." My mother looked at me. "Little Chen, it's not safe outside lately. Don't let Henin go out alone, you know?" I quickly replied, "Mom, don't worry. I'll look after her." Meanwhile, the supermarket owner had been taken to the security station. The security officer asked, "How's the examination going? Is he mentally ill?" The doctor replied, "It's not certain yet. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't said a word. He seems to be mute. The security officer frowned. He's not mute. He was shouting non-stop at the market earlier. Just then, the security officer suddenly looked at the supermarket owner. The owner's body began to swell. In the next second, he transformed into a giant mutated rat. A fierce firefight then broke out between the police officers and the giant mutated rat. Just then, Little May ran over to report. Chief, headquarters responded that all the cyborgs are out on missions. They can only send support in about 10 minutes. We don't have enough ammunition. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for reinforcements. The chief left 2 people to continue firing and led the team to retreat. Quick, to the car. We'll lure this rat man to the outskirts and buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Little May then got into the police car with another officer in the driver's seat. The car started and headed towards the mountains. The giant mutated rat was indeed lured over. As the car passed through a tunnel, the giant mutated rat suddenly rushed out from the side, directly flipping the police car. Little May, who was in the car, also tragically died. As the giant mutated rat roared, several missiles slammed into its body. It turned out the cyborgs had arrived. Missiles continued to bombard the giant mutated rat, but in the end, it still managed to escape. The giant mutated rat actually dug a hole and ran away. These guys seem to have gotten smarter, but judging from the pieces of flesh on the ground, it must be seriously injured. It probably didn't get far. We have a chance to find and kill it. It was 3 a.m. and I was still writing my novel. After writing for more than half a month, with a stable update of over 4,000 words daily, I had now written nearly 100,000 words, and my paid income had exceeded 10,000 yuan. Since I couldn't sleep, I found a small alley with no surveillance cameras to test my recent training results. My 100-meter dash only took 3.43 seconds, and my vertical jump reached 7.22 meters. The improvement was quite obvious. If I could keep improving like this, I felt like I could eventually achieve physical sainthood. Just then, I heard a noise nearby. I looked towards the sound and found a person squatting by a garbage heap. The person was talking to a rat in his hand. Brother, I'm sorry. You have to forgive me. I didn't mean to eat you. I'm just too hungry. When I'm full, I'll pay my respects to you every year. I was startled. A rat man? Could it be the escaped giant mutated rat mentioned in today's news? Did he transform into a rat man? I turned and ran. I had to leave quickly and notify the police. Just then, the rat man also spotted me. Brother, I don't have to eat you. I can go eat people. The rat man then charged at me. It was very fast and caught up to me in an instant. I couldn't escape, so I had to turn and fight. I kicked the rat man, sending it flying back. After getting up, the rat man's mouth was bleeding. It was shocked inwardly. This person clearly looks like a weak student. How does he have so much strength? The next second, a stone directly hit its head. I then continued to throw stones, and the rat man was instantly riddled with holes. It wasn't until it became a pile of remains that I stopped. I then walked over and touched the remains with my hand. You have devoured a trace of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Giant mutated rat atlas, 7%. It only increased by 2%, which was indeed a bit low. Last time it was 5%. Could it be related to the difference in the amount of Rat King's genes ingested by the cultist? I then quickly left. It was almost dawn. It wasn't safe to stay here. A short while later, the female cyborg arrived. He's dead? Who killed this rat man? Meanwhile, a man in black, carrying a woman, arrived at the edge of an altar. He placed the woman in the middle of the altar, then knelt and kowtowed. Lord Rat God, please enjoy the offering I have brought for you. An unsatisfied voice rang out. Just one woman? Are you trying to starve me? This isn't even enough for a snack. Or perhaps, you are also part of this offering? The man immediately explained in a trembling voice. Not at all. Not at all. Lord Rat God, please let me explain. Lord Rat God, the young women outside are very alert now. They don't go out at night, and when they do go out during the day, they go in groups. A moment later, the voice rang out again. Then next time, catch young men. The man was as if granted a pardon. I understand, Lord Rat God. A piece of meat then fell in front of the man. Thank you for your grace, Lord Rat God. He grabbed the meat from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth like a starving ghost. Meanwhile, a long, slender tongue curled around the woman on the ground and was then sent into the rat god's mouth. This was followed by a chilling chewing sound. A moment later, the rat god spoke again. Next time, don't catch ordinary people. They're too bitter and don't taste good. I want to eat those high and mighty people. They are usually pampered and their meat is very tender. The next day, to help Shinching-han improve her martial arts scores as quickly as possible, we would have special training at her house whenever we had time. Your punching angle is too high. Lower it a bit. It's better for generating power. Keep your waist straight. Pay attention to using your whole body strength and adjust your posture. Don't face your opponent straight on. Have a slight tilt. Let's practice. Attack me with all your might. Here I come. She threw a punch at me. Not bad. The punching angle is very standard. The power you generated is much greater than before. Henin kicked out again. I blocked and commented, your sweeping kick posture is wrong. Don't clamp your legs so tightly before you kick. Spread them a little. Try the same move again. Correct it as I just showed you. Henin followed my instructions and threw another punch at me. A moment later, Henin was tired and sat down. So tired, but I can feel my martial arts strength getting stronger. She requested, Little Chen, I don't think 3 times a week is enough. Can we have special training every day? I said there was no need. 3 times a week is already a lot. If you come every day, you won't be able to take it. Henin finally accepted. Then 3 times a week it is. Just then, my phone rang. I opened it to see a special news report. The Mecha God Corporation has announced on its official website that it will provide free treatment for the former genius cyborg girl who became disabled due to premature mechanical modification. A genius from Capital University has successfully fused with the genes of a 1000 silk spider mutated beast, breaking the university's record for the youngest second-time gene fuser. I was surprised. A genius from Capital University? Could it be the Capital's prodigy from back then? Night came, and I was still writing my novel. With the dual blessings of practice makes power and divine intellect. After a month of typing and training, I could now easily type 10,000 words in an hour. My dad, after reading my novel, also praised it. Little Chin, your book is doing really well. If you can consistently write 10,000 words a day and the plot doesn't fall apart, you could probably earn around 50,000 in royalties in the first month. Once you have more words, a monthly income of 100,000 wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, I was overjoyed. 50,000 a month, or even 100,000. With this income, I won't have to worry about the funds to unlock the Beast Atlas anymore. The next day in martial arts class, Han Yuan Feng organized a class-wide sparring session to check on the students' learning progress. As usual, I dominated the field, beating everyone with no resistance. Not only did I earn 888 yuan, but I could also advance the progress of the natural selection mission, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In contrast, Shen Qinghan still couldn't beat anyone, and as usual, came in last in the class. But unlike before, she had some ability to fight back against her opponents. Last time, facing the second-to-last student in the class, Wen Yuntong, she was kicked off the platform in less than 3 seconds. This time, she managed to hold on for nearly 3 minutes against Wen Yuntong, not by turtling, but by exchanging blows with her, landing several punches and kicks. Han Yuan Feng, watching this, praised her for her great progress and encouraged her to keep it up. Han Yuan Feng then announced a piece of news. In a month, we will challenge the strongest advanced class in the second year. The goal is to defeat everyone except their top 3. Do you all have confidence? The students shouted in reply. Yes. Han Yuan Feng clenched his fist. In a flash, my novel had been on the shelves for over a month, and my savings had reached 80,000. I went to the mutated beast meat supermarket. I'd like to buy some rampage eagle meat. How much would you like? We have a promotion right now. If you buy 100 caddies at once, you can get a 5% discount. I thought about it for a moment and decided not to buy it just yet. I'll wait until I have enough money to buy 100 caddies at once. It'll probably just be next month anyway. The next day at noon, Henin and I were having lunch. Someone tried to cut in line, but was stopped by Yu. Henin, seeing this, asked, Little Chin, Yu was arguing with someone. Should we go over and see? I said we probably wouldn't be needed. Yu was being very aggressive. The person who tried to cut in line has already been shut down. But then the person ran over and said something to 3 others, and then those few people cut in front of Yu. Yu tried to push them away, but he was shocked because he couldn't move them at all. Seeing this, I quickly got up, then patted one of them on the shoulder and said, Excuse me, please go to the back of the line. But that person pointed at me. I won't. What are you going to do about it? I took out my phone and smiled. I'll report you. That person immediately cowered. You'd actually resort to reporting? Despicable. I retorted. I think cutting in line is even more despicable. The 4 of them then left in a huff. Inside a villa in Shanghai City's wealthy district, the man sitting on a stool said, Silly Chang is dead. He went crazy a while ago and provoked the security team over at the market and ended up losing his life. Someone below responded, Good riddance to that dumb dog. He was always causing trouble everywhere. I've wanted him dead for a long time. Otherwise, he would have dragged us all down with him sooner or later. The man then pointed to someone beside him. This young man is new. He'll be taking Silly Chang's place from now on. Everyone, get to know each other. The Lord Rat God told me that ordinary people are too bitter and don't taste good. From now on, we're to eat the high and mighty. Everyone be aware of this. Don't offer the wrong sacrifice. Someone below immediately raised an objection. Catching the high and mighty is too risky. Yeah, cult leader. 1 or 2 ordinary people missing doesn't matter, but if a high and mighty person goes missing, it'll probably be a big deal. The cult leader replied, Just try to catch the sons of wealthy but powerless merchants. That way, the risk will be lower. He then looked at the newcomer. You're still new, so you don't have to catch the high and mighty. You'll offer a sacrifice to one of the Lord Rat God's divine sons. Start by catching a handsome, ordinary young man to practice. The newcomer said confidently, Don't worry, cult leader. I will offer the most handsome sacrifice in the entire city to the divine son. Today was the day my first year. First class was challenging the strongest advanced class of the second year, and among our opponents were the same people who had cut in front of you last week. One of them even gave you the middle finger, and he immediately returned the gesture. Soon, both classes had warmed up, and the sparring began. Just like last time, Shen Qinghan was the first to fight. As the duel began, the senior girl kicked at Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan chose to defend, but she was still sent flying and landed below the platform. Shen Qinghan had lost. Next was the second female student, who was also instantly defeated by the senior girl. Then came the third, and the senior girl took her down with a high kick. Even Li Chuxin was completely powerless against the senior girl. It wasn't until a slightly more muscular, short short-haired female student stepped up that the senior girl was finally defeated, but the next senior girl who came on stage quickly took control of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, this senior girl had taken down 9 people in a row, including 3 boys. Before long, the first year, first class was down to just me, Wang Shujia, Lu Gang, and EU. The second year, third class, on the other hand, had only lost 5 people, with a staggering 36 yet to fight. The 5 who had been defeated were all girls. Not a single boy from their side had even stepped on stage. Teacher Han Yuanfeng gritted his teeth. The difference in strength is too great. It's completely unwinnable. He then looked at EU. You're up. They still have 6 girls left. Go take them all down. Can you do it? EU confidently went on stage, his mind already fantasizing. 6. I'd be willing to fight even more senior girls. 10 minutes later, EU lived up to expectations. With a little effort, he had taken down all 6 of the opposing girls. The boy who had cut in front of EU then jumped on stage, taunting, ready to die? EU retorted, not only do you have no manners, you also have no self-awareness. He calculated in his mind, he's the first boy from their class to fight. He must be a scrub. This is my chance for revenge. The next second, the boy rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and EU, who couldn't react in time, took a heavy punch. EU clutched his stomach so fast, and that punch was so powerful. Just then, the boy humiliatingly stepped over him. You're too weak. Just give up. EU immediately threw a punch, but the boy dodged it. Then, the boy did a back kick, and EU was kicked off the platform. EU clutched his stomach. His strength is definitely not at the bottom of the boy's list. It's actually very high. He deliberately jumped out to get revenge on me. Damn it, I was careless. Just then, the boy looked at me and beckoned with his finger. You like to meddle, don't you? Come at me if you have the guts. If you don't, then forget it. Without a second thought, I jumped on stage. I was just worrying about not getting a chance to fight, and here it was. My classmates immediately got excited. Brother Chen, crush him. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Humiliate him and get revenge for EU. The boy rushed over just like in the last match. He came at me and threw a high kick. I casually raised a hand and blocked his kick. Then, I pressed a hand on his head and slammed him to the ground. In just one round, my opponent was beaten into a dog on the street. I also stepped over his body, then kicked him off the platform. The students of the second year, 8th class were stunned. She used strength as in the top 5 of our class, and he was just taken out like that? Is that junior cheating? Han Yuanfeng was also thinking to himself at this moment. This kid Lin Zichen is so good at hiding his strength. I worried for nothing. The show-off duo was also shocked. Damn, Lin Zichen is already so strong usually, but that's not even his full strength. Is this guy even human? He must be cheating. I looked at the remaining people in the second year, 3rd class. Who's next? They were so scared they took a step back. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 people in the second year, 3rd class were all wiped out. Natural selection, cumulative eliminated opponents, 119/1000. This is progressing too slowly. Every time there's a class sparring session, I'm the last one to go. I can't let this continue. My strength far surpasses the high school level. There's no need to follow high school rules. From now on, I will make my own rules. On Monday, I went to the principal's office. The principal was surprised. You want me to arrange a personal challenge competition with a reward for you? I replied, I want to challenge the entire school. I told the principal I wanted to fight the whole school, but she just held her forehead, saying I was only a first year and had no right to challenge the entire school. To prove my strength, I asked the principal to come with me to the gymnasium. Soon, we arrived at the gymnasium. The principal was curious why I had brought her here. I directly took off my jacket and said, to show you my strength, of course. Then, right in front of her, I lifted a 700-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. The principal was instantly shocked. 700 kilograms? That's even stronger than the school's strongest student. Wu Tiancheng was in his first year. The principal immediately agreed to my request. No problem. I'll arrange a personal show for you to challenge the entire school right away. I suggested, Principal, please remember to set a reward. Without a reward, no one will be motivated. It's best to set 2 kinds of rewards. One for participation, to encourage everyone to come on stage and challenge, and another cumulative reward, a prize pool that grows with the number of challenges. The principal agreed to my proposal. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll do it all as you say. I then made another request. Principal, about my strength, you have to keep it a secret for now. Otherwise, if everyone knows, they won't be motivated to challenge. The principal patted my shoulder. All right, the principal will listen to you. A short while later, the principal came up with a plan. Zichen, what do you think about holding the challenge competition according to this plan? After reading it, I said, no problem at all. Thank you for your hard work, Principal. The principal said politely, not at all, not at all. It's no trouble. As long as you can become the top genius of our school, it's all worth it. This scene was witnessed by my 2 teachers, who were both rubbing their eyes. What's going on? What is this upside-down world? The school's she-devil principal, who always has a sour face. Why is she smiling so obsequiously in front of Lin Zichen? At 2 in the afternoon, in the gymnasium arena, the principal, as planned, began to introduce my basic personal information, recent achievements, and the rules and prize money of the challenge competition in detail. As expected, the crowd below was in an uproar. Principal, are you serious? The principal has gone crazy. You, a first-year high school student, setting up a stage for the entire school to challenge challenge you? Where do you get your confidence? You're already so arrogant after just beating the strongest advanced class in the second year. Anyone who didn't know would think you beat the third-year advanced class. Arrogant and ignorant of your own limitations. Do you think you're the school's strongest student? Wu Tiancheng? Having provoked public anger, I wasn't scared at all. In fact, I was quite satisfied. Excellent. It seems there are quite a few people who want to beat me up. Completing natural selection ahead of schedule is looking promising. Then I said, starting from tomorrow, during the 2-hour lunch break every day, I will be defending the stage in the gymnasium. Everyone is welcome to come and spar. At night, on a street near the school, a yellow-haired guy was drinking a beverage by the roadside. Just then, 2 girls came up to him. Hey handsome, all alone? Interested in joining us for a drink at the bar? The yellow-haired guy looked at them with disdain. Not interested. Get lost. The 2 girls turned and walked away, annoyed. No sense of fun. Destined to be a single dog. The yellow-haired guy, however, sighed. I give up. Is Shanghai City this lame? I'm just looking for a 10 out of 10 handsome guy. How come I haven't found one after so many days? Not a single guy who passed by was good looking. If I can't complete this sacrifice mission perfectly, what will the cult leader think of me? Will I be ostracized in the cult in the future? I had thought about catching a male celebrity, but those people are surrounded by bodyguards. I'm just a newcomer to the rat god cult. I simply don't have the ability to catch one. The deadline for the mission is almost here. What should I do? Just then, I ran past the yellow-haired guy. He just glanced at me and was immediately captivated by my heaven-defying good looks. What the hell? So handsome. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, and it just fell into my lap. It's you. He followed me all the way to a deserted alley. There's no one around here. This is the perfect opportunity for me to strike. Ratman. The next second, a brick slammed into his head. The newly transformed Ratman was instantly stunned. What's going on? I held a brick and said coldly, I didn't expect to pick up a Ratman while out for a run. The mutated Rat Atlas can be upgraded again. At this point, the Ratman was already unsteady and knelt on the ground. This person is terrifying, and he's saying things I don't understand. How am I so unlucky? With that, it collapsed. I was stunned. That's it? I just picked up a stone and threw it, and it died? There are actually such weak rat god cult followers. I walked over and touched him with my hand. No time to ponder. Better absorb the life essence quickly before someone comes. You have devoured a trace of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Giant mutated rat atlas, 8%. I was not satisfied. Only a 1% increase? So little. No wonder this rat man was so pathetic. But for safety's sake, I won't be going out for night runs in the near future. After all, not all followers are this pathetic. Some of the more powerful rat god followers have incredibly strong bodies after transformation, capable of even withstanding firearms. I then returned home. I had just come out of the shower when I heard a news report. Last night at 3 a.m., the Municipal Security Headquarters, in collaboration with the mentors of Shanghai University's Evolution Academy, completely annihilated the rat god cult. The one who defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Tiancheng, a mentor from Shanghai University's Evolution Academy. He is a gene fuser with an advanced biological rank, and the biological gene he fused with happens to be of an avian type, which is a perfect counter to the Rat King. The operation took only half a minute and resulted in a crushing victory. I sighed inwardly. So this is the strength of an advanced level being? Truly powerful. Meanwhile, inside a large building, a man holding a teacup asked, Tiancheng, is there still no contact with the teacher? The man named Tiancheng replied, still out of contact. The group of powerhouses who went to suppress the riot at Source Site 36 are still missing. The man then asked, what's the situation at Source Site 36 now? Tiancheng replied, it's relatively stable, otherwise I wouldn't have time to come here and clean up the small fry that ran out during the chaos. Small fry? The Rat King that the entire Municipal Security Headquarters was helpless against. In front of you, a genius advanced level being is indeed just a small fry. He then put his arm around Tiancheng. Since you're here, why not go back to your alma mater and give a lecture? Tiancheng said embarrassedly, big brother, I'm not an idle person, I have a proper job. The man continued to persuade, doing ideological work for the cute juniors is also a job, you know. Meanwhile, inside a cave, a terrifying voice echoed within the cave. First you ate beggars and homeless people, then young and tender people, and later you wanted to eat the high and mighty, the pampered. I went to so much trouble to bring you out to expand your race and dig tunnels, but you're running around eating people and making such a big scene. Tell me, do you deserve to die? The Rat King trembled all over, as weak as a mouse. Please give me another chance. The green-skinned orc looked down. Of course I can give you a chance, but you'll have to pay a price. With that, he reached for the Rat King's face. The next second, blood splattered, and an eyeball appeared in the green-skinned orc's hand. The eye of a sewer rat. Smells bad. He bit down on the eyeball, but it tastes quite good. He then lifted the Rat King. But you are a little clever, knowing to hide behind the scenes and enjoy yourself, letting your younger brother pretend to be the Rat King and die in your place. But if you don't honestly dig tunnels for me, with that, 2 more eyeballs flew out of the Rat King's eyes. You will still die. Then came the sound of chewing again. The next day, I went to school as usual. The students around me, however, were all talking about me. Is he that Lin Zichen who wants to challenge the whole school? He's only a first year, so ignorant of his own limitations. Is he going to the gymnasium to start now? Let's go watch the show. At this moment, I was looking at my phone screen. On it were the portraits of 9 rat fat god cult remnants. A reward of 5,000 to 500,000 yuan was offered for providing clues. I was a little tempted, a walking 500,000, but I restrained myself. It's better to develop stealthily for now and avoid danger before thinking about the bounty. Soon, the area around the fighting stage was already crowded with people. Quite a lot of people have come. It seems the promotion was effective. At this moment, Hanin was still holding a megaphone and announcing, "Participate in the challenge and get a lottery ticket. The prizes are generous. First come, first served." The male students below the stage were all enthusiastic. "I heard there's the latest game console and also an Apple phone. Can I touch Shin Chinghan's hand during the lottery?" With that, a male student was about to go on stage to challenge. However, a female student was even faster. "I'll go first." She stomped on the male student's face. Then, more female students rushed over. "I want to go too." Junior Zichin, "Me too." A moment later, 10 female students had surrounded me. A female student wrapped her arms around my arm excitedly. I touched it. This powerful arm. I touched it too. This handsome face. And so, the development of events began to get a little strange. Although I didn't want to hit girls, for the sake of my achievement, I had to make a move. I sent one girl flying with a palm strike, and another with another palm strike. Soon, all the girls around me were sent flying. Natural selection, 309/1000. However, the girl who had just been knocked off the stage was not satisfied and raised her hand again. I want to challenge again. But I said, defeated challengers cannot challenge again. The girls below the stage instantly let out a chorus of complaints. How can this be? I wanted to get closer. At this moment, many boys below the stage were already rubbing their fists. "Lin Zichin, right? I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. Let me teach you a lesson." But as soon as he got on stage, he was sent flying by my punch. Then, several more boys got on stage, and they were all knocked off by my punch. Time flew by, and now a pile of people lay at my feet. Natural selection, 419/1000. Who else? Me. A boy stood up. With that, he leaped onto the stage. A student recognized him. "It's Yan Xiaoxian, the overlord of the second-year advanced class." Someone asked, "Who do you think will win between these two?" "Yan Xiaoxian, probably. After all, the second-year advanced class and the advanced class are not on the same level." Xiaoxian also single-handedly defeated an entire class. But wasn't he still taught a lesson by Chen Wuxing, who was a year above him? After getting on stage, Yan Xiaoxian said, "Junior, I was once as arrogant as you, but it was only after being beaten that I learned what it means to have someone better than you, a world beyond this world. Today, I will give you your first lesson in life, teaching you how to be a genius without being arrogant. After all, your senior here also took many wrong turns to get where I am today. I really can't bear to see you repeat my mistakes. But as the saying goes, you learn from your mistakes, so I have to sacrifice myself to teach you. I'm ready now. When we start our duel, you will understand my good intentions." This guy was a bit of a chatterbox. I asked the teacher, "Can we start now?" The teacher indicated that we could. The next second, I kicked him in the face. Yan Xiaoxian was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a large crater before stopping. I cleaned my ears. Finally, some peace and quiet. The students below the stage, however, were not calm. Yan Xiaoxian was actually taken out in one hit. Is Lin Zichin that insane? Just then, a sound of applause was heard. "Look, it's Chen Wuxing. He must be here to get revenge for Yan Xiaoxian. The school's #1 is here to challenge him. This is going to be a good show." I looked at Chen Wuxing. The school's #1, so the big boss came after the little one was beaten. Chen Wuxing jumped onto the platform. "I never thought Yan Xiaoxian would lose to a kid like you." Another chatterbox. I looked directly at the referee. "Teacher, we're ready. Can we start now?" Chen Wuxing was so angry he jumped on his feet. "You brat, let me finish talking." The teacher waved his hand. "Begin." This time, Chen Wuxing was the first to charge. "Looks like I'll have to beat you first and then make you listen to me slowly." I stood still and met his punch with my own. The second after the collision, he flew backward. "I'm really sorry. I'm in a hurry." Chen Wuxing's expression twisted. "How is that possible?" The entire audience below was stunned. I pointed at a student below. "Don't just stand there. Get on stage and fight me." The student pointed at himself dumbly. I affirmed, "That's right. You haven't fought me yet, have you?" In the end, the student still got on stage. He thought since he was already here, challenging would give him a chance at the lottery. But he still said, "Please go easy on me." I replied, Of course, of course." The next second, he was sent flying by my heavy punch. Natural selection achievement progress +1. At this moment, all the students below had the same thought. Since I'm already here, and Lin Zichin is so awesome, losing to him is not shameful. I want to win that Apple phone. And so, a continuous stream of people came on stage to challenge. Natural selection achievement progress +1. As I continued to defeat people until the very last one. In a formal competitive setting, using the most primitive biological methods, cumulatively eliminate 1,000 different competitors. Acquired biological trait, natural selection. Natural selection increases the damage you inflict on other creatures. I pondered, a simple and crude damage increasing attribute, very practical. It just doesn't specify the exact damage increase value. Since the mission was already accomplished, the challenge had lost its meaning. I jumped off the stage and said, "The challenge competition is now over. Everyone can disperse." The girls below were not happy. Why so fast? I wanted to watch a little longer. Ignoring everyone, I pulled Han in and left the fighting stage. A short while later, later, in the principal's office, the principal said happily, haha, congratulations, you actually managed to claim the title of #1 in the entire school. You even took down Chen Wuxing in one hit. You must have been hiding your true strength, right? I replied modestly, it was okay, just a little bit. But the principal said, I don't think it's just a little. Chen Wuxing just recently participated in the special recruitment exam for Capital University and could lift a 690 kilograms barbell with one hand. Your data must be at least 800 kilograms, right? I went along with the principal's words. The principal is as wise as a god. My data is 795 kilograms. I thought to myself, I still can't let her know my true strength. The principal smiled. Ha, I knew it. Just then, I raised my hand. When can I get the 8,810 yuan from the prize pool? The principal opened her phone. Alright, I'll transfer it to you now, you little money grubber. As the money arrived, the principal continued, alright, are you satisfied now? Hearing this, I pointed at Hanin. Shinqinghan and I need to swim to improve our water skills. So, that swimming pool in the gymnasium, can we use it? We need to be able to use it at any time, and when we are using it, it cannot be open to the public. The principal agreed without hesitation. I didn't expect the principal to agree so readily. I then made another request. I don't like to be spied on when I'm wearing a swimsuit, so when we are using it, I will cover the cameras there. Hanin's face immediately turned red. The principal, however, gave a knowing smile. No problem. She then took a key out of her drawer and whispered in my ear, from now on, that place will be your exclusive swimming pool. A moment later, Hanin and I left the principal's office. I looked at the key and thought, now, I can start exploring what Hanin's ability really is. Today was the day Hanin and I had agreed to go swimming. I was the first to arrive. I first checked the cameras and found that the principal had already sealed them as I requested. Just then, I heard someone coming from outside. It was Hanin, but I never expected that Hanin would wear a 3-point swimsuit. Although I appeared calm on the surface, my heart was already racing. I quickly looked away. Let's go. Let's get in the water and train. We then got in the water and started swimming. However, after swimming for a while, Hanin suddenly felt something strange. She tapped my shoulder, signaling me to swim up. I immediately brought her to the surface. Soon, we emerged from the water. I asked her what was wrong. She told me nervously, water can pass through my body. I saw her cup her hands with water, and the water passed right through her palms. She looked at me nervously. This is so strange. Why is my body leaking water? A thought came to me. Could this be Hanin's superpower? I quickly took her hand to check, but I found that besides water being able to pass through, there was nothing else unusual, so I pulled her towards the shore. Let's go up. I'll help you check your body to see if other parts can also be penetrated by water. Hanin agreed with a blush. She then lay down on the mat. I first poured water on her face, then her abdomen, and finally her legs. After repeated tests, I came to a conclusion. The rest of her body was normal. I helped Hanin up. It seems that currently, only your hands have this ability. We then sat on the shore and talked. Hanin said, Little Chen, do you think the reason I've been unable to hold my peace since I was little is also because some part of my body is permeable to water? I said it was a possibility. I told her, next time you feel like you can't hold it, remember to let me know. You should pay attention yourself and see if any parts of your body feel the same as your hands. My face darkened. I almost said something perverted. Hanin, however, became excited. So, I'm not some useless girl, but a superpower user related to water? Then she glanced at me. Maybe one day, when my ability is fully developed, I can stand by little Chen's side and be his most suitable other half. After swimming, I went to a large shopping mall. What kind of beast meat do you need? I threw down a bank card and said, I want 100 caddies of rampage eagle meat delivered to this address. The saleswoman took the card and address as if in a dream. Okay, she didn't recover until I left. Whose young master is this? So generous? A short while later, the saleswoman delivered the goods. I was signing for them. The saleswoman asked, could you please give my service a good review? After taking the goods, the truck left. Looking at the rampage eagle meat in the box, I decided not to wait any longer. I immediately reached my hand towards the meat. Let's see what surprise unlocking its atlas will bring me. You have devoured a large amount of the rampage eagle's life essence. Rampage eagle atlas, 100%. The next second, a rampage eagle appeared. It then swooped down and dived into the water, and a phantom squid was caught by it. You have successfully unlocked the rampage eagle atlas, acquiring the biological trait, Sky Eye. Sky Eye. Your field of vision and dynamic motion capture vision have been greatly enhanced. I tried it out for a moment and found that my field of vision had expanded. As I focused my vision, I could see the contents of a man's phone clearly. Afterward, I returned home. My parents were watching TV. Recently, a 3-time gene fuser mutated in public, causing hundreds of casualties. A martial artist on stage spoke. Gene fusion is a wrong path. Throughout history, only demons have desired to take human form. No human would want to become a demon. As long as we find the right way to develop human potential, we can also evolve into advanced beings. A doctor below the stage objected. That's all fantasy. At this stage, if we don't rely on gene fusers, are we supposed to rely on you traditional martial artists who can't even block a bullet to fight against mutated beasts? After watching the news, my dad said, to be fair, gene fusers are indeed like uncontrollable bombs. Once they mutate, it's a catastrophe. My mom, however, thought he was worrying too much. The country's control over this is very strict. The probability is minuscule. Instead of worrying about mutation, you should be worrying about gene fusers having children since they've lost their fertility. My dad agreed. That's true. So it's best to save up a lot before gene fusion or find a partner and have a child in advance. Just then, my mom saw that I had returned. She immediately blushed. Little Chin is back. My mom was a little flustered inside. What kind of inappropriate things did we just say in front of our son? My dad quickly changed the subject. Since Little Chin is back, let's eat first. During the meal, I told my parents, our school is holding a campus singer competition tomorrow, and Hanin has also signed up. My mom said happily, then our whole family must go to the scene to cheer for Hanin. I nodded. Then you guys should come. The next evening, the campus singer competition was held as scheduled. My parents did indeed arrive, and they were even holding a sign. Meanwhile, I was doing Hanin's makeup. As I was applying blush to her cheeks, she suddenly asked me, Little Chin, why do you keep staring at me? I said bluntly, because you're pretty. Hanin immediately blushed and said nothing. Just then, Lee Chushin suddenly pulled open the curtain. Are you two done with your lovey-dovey show? Hanin hurriedly explained, I just asked Little Chin to help me with my makeup because he's good at it. It's not a lovey-dovey show. Lee Chushin covered her mouth. You old married couple are still playing the pure love game. Because of divine intellect, I had also learned makeup. After all, you can never have too many skills. Lee Chushin then waved and left. I don't want to be a third wheel anymore. I just came to remind you that we're up after the next two performers. Hanin replied that she knew. As the door closed, I also said, then I'll walk you out to get ready. Hanin stood up from her seat, but she was trembling all over and accidentally bumped into me. Then she started crying. Little Chin, I'm so useless. I couldn't hold it in again. She was crying her eyes out. Little Chin, it's almost time for me and Chushin to perform. I wiped the tears from her face and told her not to worry, that I would think of something. I then looked at the curtain on the side. I have an idea. I took a pair of scissors from the drawer, then pulled down the curtain and started cutting. A moment later, I had made a white evening gown. I said to Hanin, it's done. Go, hurry to the restroom and change. But Hanin blushed and said, and no need, Little Chin. You turn around. I'll change right here. Hearing this, I also immediately blushed. She then changed her clothes behind me. A moment later, Hanin had changed her clothes. Little Chin, you can turn back now. I turned my head and saw Hanin in her new clothes. She smiled at me. Little Chin, thank you. Maybe it's because I just had a good cry, but I'm not nervous anymore. I patted her head. I hope your performance goes well. After that, Shin Chin Han and Lee Chushin went on stage to sing. In the end, they won the championship of the campus singer competition. At this moment, I was also clapping in the audience. Meanwhile, a teacher came to the classroom. When he saw the curtain, he cursed, which little brat cut up the curtain. The next day, Hanin and I proactively cleaned the classroom as an apology for cutting the curtain. Just then, a notification popped up. Cumulatively completed 1,000 tasks with the cooperation of multiple people. Achieved. Acquired biological trait. Social animal. Social animal. Within a certain range. Combat power increases with the number of fellow clan members present. A slight smile appeared on my lips. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. In the following days, due to the singer competition, Hanin regained her confidence. As her confidence returned, her martial arts skills also steadily improved. As for me, I won the championship trophy for Shanghai Middle School for the first time in 5 years. Afterward, I won many martial arts competitions and prize money, and then signed with Yu's family's martial arts school as a spokesperson. The advance payment for the endorsement, plus the royalties from writing novels, added up to 900,000, so I unlocked the next beast Atlas. This time, I chose the stealth dragon, a lizard famous for its stealth abilities. As I placed my hand on the beast meat, you have devoured a large amount of the stealth dragon's life essence. Stealth Dragon Atlas, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Stealth Dragon Atlas, acquiring the biological trait, Natural Camouflage. Natural Camouflage. You can reduce your presence by lowering your life force, and you can also use this to hide your biological rank. I didn't expect this biological trait to have two effects. Reducing presence can be used to evade or ambush enemies, and hiding my biological rank allows me to play the pig to eat the tiger. After devouring the Stealth Dragon's life essence, I was about to go buy something else, but I ran into some police officers escorting a prisoner. One of them recognized me. Zichin? What a coincidence. I also recognized him. Senior Zhang Kai. Then I looked at his leg. Your leg. Zhang Kai explained. I didn't get into high school back then and was a delinquent for a while. I ended up losing my leg in a motorcycle accident. Luckily, I participated in the Mecha God Corporation's mechanical modification experiment, and unexpectedly, I went from a disabled person to a cyborg. I then asked, so who is this person? Zhang Kai explained. That woman, she's a remnant of the Rat God cult, the only female among the 9 remnants. Just then, his teammate turned around. Zhang Kai, stop chatting. Zhang Kai replied, coming. He waved at me. Let's chat again when we have time. Watching them leave, I thought to myself, the security department has been making an all-out effort to capture the Rat God cult remnants for so long without any results, yet the Mecha God Corporation caught one so easily. It seems this Mecha God Corporation is not to be underestimated. Just then, my phone rang. It was my mom asking if I had bought the cake yet. Because Hanin and I were born only a day apart, our two families always celebrated our birthdays together. This year's 18th birthday was no different. different. As we were exchanging gifts, the house suddenly shook. I felt that something was very wrong. At the same time, deep beneath Shanghai City, many rats appeared. The next day's news reported the 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai City was just a normal small earthquake. According to relevant departments, Shanghai City is not located on a plate boundary, and the possibility of a major earthquake is low. Citizens are advised not to panic. In the following days, Hanin and I continued to go to school as usual, but the college entrance exam was fast approaching, and during this time before the exam, I had saved up enough money to unlock the Void Eel Atlas. You have devoured a large amount of the Void Eel's life essence. Void Eel Atlas, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Void Eel Atlas, acquiring the biological trait danger perception. Within a certain range, you can clearly sense hostility from other creatures, and you are more sensitive to the biological pressure they emit, making it easier to determine the target's biological rank. To test its effects, I decided to visit a crowded shopping mall. However, since there were mostly ordinary people in real life, I couldn't test out much. Next, I started scouting for the next type of mutated beast meat to devour. I set my sights on the meat of the undead salamander. Although it cost a staggering 100,000 yuan per catty, I might gain its self-healing ability. However, with my current income, I couldn't afford it just yet. In the Nanjiang Province Department of Education headquarters, a briefing was underway. This year's educational achievements across the cities in Nanjiang Province are generally on par with last year's. Shenzhen City continues to lead the pack, closely followed by Changzhou City. After that are Dongguan City, Shanghai City, and Daoshan City, with Haiyuan City ranking last. That concludes the educational overview for the province's cities this year. Yuan Dongji took a sip of tea and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The situation inside Source Site 36 has essentially stabilized now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to oversee the province's college entrance exams this year. I have nothing else for you here. You may go back to your duties. Before I knew it, many years have passed since I last took on a disciple. I wonder if this year's college entrance exam will produce a promising seedling that catches my eye. Not long ago, I ushered in the 9-day martial arts college entrance exam. On the first day, the morning consisted of a written test on theoretical knowledge, and the afternoon was a physical fitness test. From the 2nd to the 8th day, there was a week-long practical combat assessment where all the martial arts candidates in the province would be sent into a forest for wilderness survival. On the 9th day, a compatibility test for gene fusion and mechanical modification would be conducted. Today was the first day of the exam. Shin Qinghan and I woke up early, ate breakfast, and headed to school together to take the test. However, Shin Qinghan kept talking non-stop, expressing her nervousness to me. To help her achieve a good score, I directly pulled her into an embrace, telling her that her current theoretical grades were solidly in the top 5 of the class, and all she needed to do now was calm down and do her best. As the exam officially began, the questions were a piece of cake for me. After quickly finishing the paper, I boredly went back to plotting my novel's storyline. Yet, after the exam ended, I noticed that Shin Qinghan's complexion looked off. Thinking she had done poorly, I immediately went over to comfort her. However, Shin Qinghan insisted she had performed very well. I was instantly confused. Then why does your face look so pale? Shin Qinghan immediately stood slightly on her tiptoes, a faint blush spreading across her fair, beautiful face. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Wait for me here for a second. I need to go to the restroom to take off my diaper." Over an hour later, the physical fitness test began. I lifted a 950-kilogram barbell with one hand, clocked a 100-meter sprint in 5 seconds, and achieved a standing vertical jump of 5 meters, drawing waves of gasps from the crowd. After the test, I hurriedly asked Shin Qinghan about her results. While her scores were indeed far behind mine, I comforted her by saying that she could now be considered a top female scholar. Almost at the same time, we could check our scores on our phones. He excitedly announced that the top students all scored over 80 points. Shin Qinghan did quite well, scoring 82, while I, as expected, got a perfect score of 100. However, on the way home, Shin Qinghan was a bit anxious. "Lin Zichen, the week-long practical combat assessment starts tomorrow. I wonder what kind of place that forest serving as our test site will be." Seeing this, I immediately held her hand and promised that I would be by her side to protect her. Meanwhile, in a certain room in Shanghai City, a young man looking like a college student was drinking and chatting with a middle-aged man wearing a mask. The masked man took an exquisite small wooden box from his coat and tossed it onto the table. "The practical combat assessment starts tomorrow. Make good use of your identity as a safety officer to help the organization control 10 geniuses. Take these 10 demon seeds. They will lend you a helping hand. If you handle this well, I will introduce you to the higher-ups and make you an official member of our organization." The young man closed the wooden lid and said flatly, "I'm in no rush to become an official member. What I want right now is to obtain a mutated fruit." The masked man shook his head. "Young man, your vision is too short-sighted. A mutated fruit can at most help you evolve to ordinary tier 7, but joining our organization will bring you countless benefits in the future. Take evolution, for example. As long as you become an official member, evolving into an advanced level being will no longer be just a fantasy." The young man was instantly tempted and decisively changed his tune. Webtoon. You're right, it's more cost-effective to become an official member of the organization first. It was soon the second day of the college entrance exam. The forest was located in the outskirts of Nanjiang province, and we all got off the buses and headed to the assembly point. As soon as I got off, I noticed a sea of people at entrance point 9. Many scoring plaques had been placed inside the forest, each marked with a number. The number represented how many points you would earn by acquiring that plaque. These scoring plaques were placed in highly tricky locations, some at the tops of trees, some on steep cliffs, and some attached to fierce animals or even mutated beasts. Specialized safety officers stood guard near every fierce animal and mutated beast, ready to promptly rescue any candidate who faced danger while challenging them. The mutated beasts deep within the forest were set up for the geniuses to score points. Ordinary candidates were advised against joining the fray to avoid accidents. The practical combat assessment score depended on individual points earned, and the examiners would also use cameras to observe other qualities demonstrated over these 7 days, such as leadership skills. Nearly 100,000 candidates were participating in the practical combat assessment, but the total value of the scoring plaques was only 50,000. This meant that over half of the candidates would end up with 0 points. The practical combat assessment encouraged both cooperation and competition. Candidates could cooperate to secure points and distribute the acquired scoring plaques among teammates based on their contributions. Conversely, they could also directly snatch scoring plaques from others. However, right after the rules were announced, a chubby candidate shouted, "My dad is a top executive at the Dingwen City branch of the Mecha God Corporation. Are there any top students who can carry me once the assessment starts? I'll reward you handsomely afterward." A top student from the genius class of Changzhou No. 1 Middle School stepped forward to offer a carry, but unfortunately, before the two could even make contact, they were warned by the on-site education staff. On the other side, I was bombarded with requests from numerous classmates asking to be carried. Unexpectedly, a sturdy boy suddenly walked up to me and asked, "Classmate, I'm feeling a bit hungry right now. Can you sell me some of your food?" But I casually tossed the guy some bread and biscuits and rejected his proposal to team up because I knew he had ulterior motives. His real target was the unbelievably beautiful girl standing right beside me. Half an hour later, the practical combat assessment began. To help Shinchinghan get used to the pace first, we didn't immediately head deep into the forest. Instead, we stayed on the outskirts to look for scoring plaques. Relying on the effects of my biological trait, the sky eye, I quickly spotted a scoring plaque up in a large tree ahead. This practical combat assessment was utterly meaningless to me. I could clear it with my eyes closed. I planned to let Shinchinghan take the lead over the next 7 days to train her wilderness survival skills. I would act as a radar, calling out the locations of the scoring plaques for her to retrieve. Working together with this division of labor for half a day, we easily acquired a large number of points. Later on the road, we bumped into an acquaintance. His gaze landed on Shinchinghan beside me. With just one extra glance, his heart fluttered wildly, so he immediately spoke up. "I've already secured 28 points. I'm someone who always repays a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Let me carry you too. We can evenly split any scoring plaques we collect." Hearing this, I immediately stepped in front of Shinchinghan. "There's no need to team up. If you really want to repay us with a fountain of gratitude, just give us the scoring plaques you have on you." Hearing this, the boy's face instantly turned ugly. Being repeatedly rejected caused him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. "Classmate, you're narrowing your own path." With that said, he furiously charged at me. I, on the other hand, calmly replied with a smile, "You're narrowing your own path." I then casually threw a punch directly into his abdomen. After effortlessly knocking him unconscious, I took his scoring plaques and walked away smoothly. In the ensuing time, I continued to lead Shinchinghan to find scoring plaques. I also taught her how to use bamboo as a weapon to hunt wild boars, and we picked and ate wild fruits together. We jointly taught a lesson to the guys who tried to ambush us. Without exception, all these candidates who came to rob us ended up being completely counter-robbed by me instead. After a long trek, we finally arrived at the mutated beast zone in the center of the forest, but it looked like we were late. The mutated beasts were all gone. Shinchinghan couldn't help but say regretfully, "What a pity. If we had come earlier, that genius title for slaying a mutated beast would definitely be yours." I was quite indifferent to this, however. There's nothing to pity. That title itself doesn't mean much. Afterward, I took Shinchinghan and started heading back. After all, there were safety officers and cameras everywhere here. Even if I killed a mutated beast, I couldn't devour it, so there was no point. I might as well take this opportunity to properly train Shinchinghan's wilderness survival skills. Right after the practical combat assessment ended came the gene fusion compatibility test. The compatibility test for Shanghai City's candidates was arranged at a scientific research base within the city. This base was built on an island, so the candidates had to take the school buses to get there. Today, nearly 5,000 martial arts students from all over Shanghai City had come here to test. Shinchinghan asked somewhat curiously, "Lin Zichen, are the reagents inside the ones used to test gene fusion compatibility? Are they flowing cloud jellyfish gene reagents?" I nodded to indicate that they were. The genes of the flowing cloud jellyfish have a very high affinity with the human body and easily trigger a special chemical reaction with human human blood. Therefore, they are used as testing reagents for gene fusion compatibility. The testing method is also very simple. Fresh blood is drawn from the candidates on site and injected into the Flowen Cloud jellyfish reagent for a chemical reaction. Then, based on the degree of the reaction, it is determined whether the tested candidate is suitable for gene fusion. Yu's face was filled with anxiety. He hoped he would pass the gene fusion test. He definitely didn't want to go take the mechanical modification compatibility test. Li Chuxin was also very scared. She had heard that the mechanical modification compatibility test required implanting special alloy materials into the body, and the pain level was comparable to childbirth. For the vast majority of candidates, as long as they could undergo gene fusion, they would definitely never choose mechanical modification. About half an hour later, Shin Han and I finished having our blood drawn. Next, we just needed to find a place to sit and wait for the results. Many candidates who had their blood drawn earlier were starting to get their results one after another. The gene fusion compatibility standards were 6% was passing, 8% was excellent, and 10% was the standard for the two top universities. That prodigy from the capital had a gene fusion compatibility as high as 16%. Given that my own physical strength was now much higher than that capital genius, my gene compatibility should be close to 20%. Shin Han looked at me helplessly, her hands trembling violently. She was nervous to the extreme. Although I verbally comforted her, deep down I was also a bit afraid that her gene fusion compatibility might not be high, which would mean we couldn't continue being classmates. Just then, Li Chuxin, who was not far away, suddenly jumped up in excitement. It turned out that both her and Yu's results were out, and both had broken through the 10% threshold. I knew that Shin Han's and my results should be out too, but she was too nervous to check. I immediately started looking up my own results and told her I'd help check hers afterward. As it turned out, my gene fusion compatibility was only 15%. Shin Han immediately threw herself at me. Lin Zichen, with this score, the title of provincial top scorer is in the bag. But I wasn't very satisfied with this result. Just 15% was too low. I couldn't even compare to that capital prodigy. It seemed physical strength wasn't the sole determining factor for compatibility. Calming myself down a bit, I started checking Shin Han's results. I silently logged into her candidate ID and clicked to check the score. An unimaginable number appeared. In the next second, I saw that Shin Han's gene fusion compatibility was staggeringly high, at 21%. At the same time, in the conference hall of the Nanjiang Province Department of Education headquarters, Yuan Dongji, the department head, was currently monitoring the real-time exam data alongside educational leaders from various cities across the province. Subsequently, my gene fusion compatibility score appeared on the big screen. Even the principal of Shanghai High School was deeply shocked, his mind reeling a bit. Just when everyone thought the title of provincial top scorer would undoubtedly be mine, Shin Han's gene fusion compatibility score flashed onto the projection. The moment the 21% figure appeared, the entire conference hall plunged into dead silence. Yuan Dongji asked impatiently, "What kind of student is this Shin Han?" The principal hurriedly replied, "Shin Han usually performs very ordinarily. Could there be a problem with the test results?" Considering that possibility, Yuan Dongji frowned slightly, stood up, and left the conference room to personally visit the base and see what was truly going on. At this moment, Shin Han was also utterly bewildered. How could it be 21%? It must be a measurement error, right? I, however, had a theory in mind, so I whispered, "It's highly likely that there is no error. Your superpower is related to water. You've always had an excellent affinity for it." Coincidentally, the reagent used to test gene fusion compatibility comes from the Flowen Cloud jellyfish, an aquatic mutated beast with an extreme water attribute. Shin Han wasn't stupid. She immediately grasped my meaning. So to speak, my physique is highly compatible with the genes of water attribute mutated beasts. I'm a genius. At that very moment, her heart was filled with just one thought. She was finally worthy of standing beside Lin Zichen. Just then, the sea surface outside the base suddenly churned up monstrous waves. What entered everyone's sight was a woman with dragon horns growing from her head, riding waves dozens of meters high as she rapidly approached the base. In the next instant, the other candidates in the base panicked, realizing the severity of the situation. Would those waves, dozens of meters high, wash the base away? But Yuan Dongji controlled the monstrous waves, stopping just outside the base. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she walked elegantly all the way into the base. The researchers couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "I heard the Yuan family once slew a dragon and fused its genes into their younger generation, creating many water attribute gene fusers capable of controlling water. This woman is one of them." Yuan Dongji quickly arrived in front of Shin Han and asked if her name was Shin Han. Unsure of what was happening, she nodded, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yuan Dongji was straightforward. Draw her blood 3 times. Once it was over, Shin Han smiled bitterly. "My arm is a little numb now." Soon, a researcher asked her to follow him. After Shin Han arrived at the office, the expression on Yuan Dongji's face was noticeably different. The aloofness she had when she first arrived at the base was replaced by excitement and thrill, with a faint smile playing on her lips. "The results are out, and it's truly unbelievable. All 3 tests showed 21 21%. I'll get straight to the point. I want to take you as my disciple. By becoming my disciple, that feat of wave riding I performed outside the base earlier will be something you can easily do in the future. However, Shin Ching-han said weakly, this is too sudden. I'm completely unprepared. Can I think about it? But Yuan Dongji had a very domineering personality and directly made a unilateral decision. There's nothing to think about. Being my disciple comes with nothing but benefits. From this moment on, we are master and disciple. As for my identity, I am both the head of the Provincial Department of Education and the vice principal of Shanghai University. You'll attend Shanghai University. Do you have anything to say? Since you have no objections, let's exchange contact info. The domineering Yuan Dongji directly took Shin Ching-han as her disciple and pulled out her phone to add her as a friend. Meanwhile, Shin Ching-han felt extremely depressed, thinking her personality was too soft. She had been led by the nose from start to finish and didn't know how to refuse at all. Just then, Yuan Dongji suddenly spoke up. Besides you, I have another disciple. She joined my tutelage 10 years earlier than you, but she is about the same age and also a girl. The two of you should get along well. Yuan Dongji then sent a photo to Shin Ching-han's phone. What met her eyes was a tall girl of the same age. The girl's hair was snow white, her face held no smile, and her gaze was extremely imposing. She held a blood-stained spear in her hand, and beneath her feet lay a mutated beast larger than an elephant, creating a highly impactful image. The moment she saw the girl, memories from the second grade of elementary school instantly surged from the depths of her mind. Is this Bai Shui? Shin Ching-han eagerly asked. What is senior sister's name? Noticing the strange expression on Shin Ching-han's face, Yuan Dongji looked at her in confusion and replied, Luo Qianxue. Shin Ching-han gently shook her head. When I was in elementary school, I had a good friend in my class named Bai Shui who looked just like senior sister, but she transferred schools shortly after and left, and I never saw her again. Yuan Dongji denied it without a second thought. Impossible. Your gene fusion compatibility is so high it somewhat exceeds my understanding. Let me give you a full body examination right now to see if there is something special about your physique that grants you such high compatibility. Yuan Dongji stood up, walked over to Shin Ching-han, and placed her hand in front of her. After about 10 minutes, she frowned and retracted her hand. It was because Shin Ching-han's body was completely normal, no different from any ordinary person's. How could such an ordinary body achieve a gene fusion compatibility of 21%? Then, Yuan Dongji said seriously, your 21% leaves everyone else in the dust, 6% higher than the second place. This score is simply too exaggerated and shouldn't be made public. I just modified it to 16% for you, just enough to surpass the second place's 15%, allowing you to keep the title of provincial top scorer. While becoming the provincial top scorer is certainly something to be proud of, a tall tree catches the wind, making you an easy target for cultists. Understand? It's getting late, and I've said all that needs to be said. You may go back. After Shin Ching-han left, Yuan Dongji immediately took out her phone and called her father back home. I took on a highly talented disciple today. Her gene fusion compatibility is as high as 21%. Her knowledgeable and experienced father couldn't help but marvel. This genius disciple of yours will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. The returns we'll reap by then will be unimaginable. Make absolutely sure no one else finds out about her terrifying talent. When I learned that Shin Ching-han had inexplicably accepted a master, I was quite speechless. But there was nothing to be done now. If the other party meant no harm and had decent character, acknowledging this sudden master wasn't a big deal. If her character turned out to be bad, she could proactively sever this so-called master-disciple relationship once her wings were fully grown. At Mingxiang Restaurant, both our families postponed all their affairs to gather and celebrate our excellent results in today's compatibility test. After 9 o'clock at night, the dinner ended, and both families headed back to their respective homes. After taking a shower at home, Shin Ching-han came over to find me in her pajamas, hastily explaining that she just had something very important to discuss with me face to face. My mother, however, assumed she was coming to confess her feelings to me. Soon, she knocked on my door. I have something very important to tell you. Opening the door, I couldn't help but ask in confusion, what is it? She looked somewhat distressed. It's about the master I acknowledged today. She used her spiritual power to give me a full body checkup to see why my gene fusion compatibility is so high. The final result was that there is nothing special about my body. It's no different from an ordinary person's. As for my body leaking water, she couldn't detect it. After hearing her out, I felt a bit surprised. Even Yuan Dongji, who could control dozens of meters of monstrous waves at sea, couldn't discern the secret of her body. It seemed her physique was even more mysterious than imagined. Thinking of this, I reminded her with a serious expression, regarding your body leaking water and your extremely high affinity for it. Don't let a third person know for now. Let's observe the situation first. Once we grow stronger and more experienced in the future, we can study it slowly. There's no need to rush. She nodded obediently, then added, I forgot to tell you one more thing. Earlier at the base, my master told me I have a senior sister. I looked at her photo and found that she looks just like Bai Shui. I noticed the girl indeed resembled Bai Shui a bit, but her gaze was far too sharp and her aura felt extremely imposing, completely different from the Bai Shui in my memories. It was hard to determine if they were the same person. However, what caught my attention the most was was the background in the photo. Do you know where this background is? After admitting she didn't know, she planned to ask her master. Yuan Dongji's reply consisted of just 2 words, and no further information could be gleaned. I had no choice but to let it go for now and deal with it later. Ending the topic regarding the source realm, the 2 of us sat on the bed, each playing with our phones. But not long after, she hesitantly asked me, Lin-Zichan, do men all like women who wear kippeos? I immediately answered with a calm face. I roughly understood that she had noticed the true nature of men sneaking peeks at Yuan Dongji, but I still couldn't help imagining that if she wore one, she would surely look beautiful too. Unexpectedly, she didn't give me a chance to brush it off and directly struck with a soul-searching question. Then do you like kippeos? Seeing me nod, she couldn't help but ask with a slight blush, what about stockings? What color do you like? Though I felt these questions were strange, I answered honestly as always. If I have to say, probably black or white. After getting this answer, she decisively picked up her phone and started placing an order. Just then, someone knocked on the door, followed by my mother's voice from outside. Your mom brought over your daily necessities. Open the door and take them. If you 2 have things to talk about, you can chat to your heart's content tonight. Holding the bag, Shin Qinghan's face was filled with embarrassment. I didn't ask my mom to bring these. She took it upon herself. Zhang Wanqin immediately opened the door and smiled. It's fine, since they're already here. Just sleep over tonight. At this, the atmosphere in the entire room started to become awkward. Seeing this, she hurriedly changed the subject. Then I'll go change my diaper and go to sleep. She then noticed a strange box falling out of the bag. The small print on the packaging made her cry out in surprise. Her entire face flushed red instantly as she quickly tossed the small packet back into the bag, then hastily turned around, saying she was going to change her diaper. I was quite speechless, having no idea what she was up to. A few days later, the college entrance exam results were published. Both Shin Qinghan and I were admitted to the Evolution Academy of Shanghai University. She, like me, had signed as a spokesperson for Yu's family's martial arts school. Today we were heading there for a promotional event, but before we had ridden more than a few meters, a group of burly men appeared ahead, blocking my path. A middle-aged man with a Taoist-style bun stepped toward me first. Excuse me, are you Lin-Zichan? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Chuanwu, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. I'm here today representing the Celestial Human Pavilion, and I'd like to discuss your enrollment. I immediately recalled this organization, the Celestial Human Pavilion. It was a conservative group frequently featured in the news, one opposing gene fusion. Though they had gained a lot of attention recently, many cursed them for leading students astray and being a detriment to society. Seeing that he was here to invite me to join the Celestial Human Pavilion, I decisively ignored him and prepared to leave. However, Lu Chuanwu grabbed my shoulder, insisting on talking. Left with no choice, I patiently sat down. Lu Chuanwu began to pitch on his own. Our Celestial Human Pavilion researches how to tap into the potential of pure-blood humans. Without needing gene fusion or mechanical modification, we rely solely on our own bodies to break the shackles of the ordinary rank and evolve into advanced-level beings, rare-level beings, or even epic-level beings. After years of exploration, we have achieved some results. You'll understand after watching this video. My biological rank is ordinary tier 9. This is a video of me killing an advanced gene fuser far above my level. I glanced at the Birdman in the video and was surprised to find a familiar face. Wu Tiancheng, the previous strongest student in Shanghai Middle School's history. I watched as Wu Tiancheng, just like when he killed the Rat King, instantly shot out more than half of the feathers on his body, launching them at Lu Chuanwu with enough force to blot out the sky. These sharp feathers, which could easily pierce the Rat King, only grazed Lu Chuanwu's skin and drew a little blood when they hit him, causing no fatal injuries. After enduring this barrage of flying feathers, Lu Chuanwu seized the moment when Wu Tiancheng lost his feathers and could no longer fly. He charged at him with a speed approaching 1 second per 100 meters, knocking him to the ground with a single punch and knocking him unconscious. At the end of the video, a blood-soaked Lu Chuanwu stood in the center of the arena, shouting to the surrounding audience, "The human body is inherently invincible. There's no need to borrow the bodies of alien races. Pure-blood humans cultivating body-tempering methods are the true future of humanity." My understanding of the world was instantly challenged. Could this video have been doctored in post-production? Was Wu Tiancheng a paid actor? Sitting across from me, Lu Chuan was seen to see right through my thoughts and smiled. This is raw, on-site footage with no post-processing. If you don't believe it, I will continue to challenge other advanced gene fusers in the future, and you are welcome to come watch live anytime. Although I believe the video was real, a question soon arose in my mind, and I challenged him. If a pure-blood human can lead tears to kill a gene fuser, why don't you post this video online? Wouldn't that promote your Celestial Human Pavilion much better? Lu Chuanwu shook his head. We wanted to, but those currently in power won't allow it. The reason is that pure-blood humans following the body-tempering path currently have a cap at ordinary tier 9 and have yet to break the shackles of the ordinary rank. Those in power believe that no matter how invincible someone is within their tier, if their biological rank can't increase, there is no future to speak of, making it unworthy of wasting resources to promote. But the problem is, if we don't promote it a little to get more people involved in this research, a breakthrough will be very difficult. Quantitative quantitative change is the prerequisite for qualitative change. As early as 50 years ago, my biological rank was already at ordinary tier 9. If an unparalleled genius with higher physical talent came along, they could absolutely break the shackles of the ordinary rank and, with the help of body tempering methods, evolve into an advanced level being within a pure-blood human body. Hearing this, my mind filled with doubt. 50 years ago? Don't you look only in your 50s now? Obviously, Lu Chuanwu knew what I was doubting. Don't be fooled by my appearance as a 50 or 60-year-old. I am actually almost 100 years old. The reason I've lived this long in a pure-blood human body and stayed this youthful is because of body tempering methods. If you don't believe me, my profile is on Baidu Baiki. You can check my birth date. A quick search brought up Lu Chuanwu's personal information. After a quick calculation, he was indeed an elderly man of 95. I then continued to read his profile. It turned out that in his youth, he was the eldest young master of a martial arts family. When the era of gene fusion arrived, he failed to adapt to the trend and refused to accept gene fusion, leading to the decline of his entire family. And Lu Chuanwu, the family's eldest young master, ended up with his family broken and his wife and children leaving him because he persistently refused the path of gene fusion, while his wife and children chose to embrace it. Suddenly, in Lu Chuanwu's relationships section, I saw a very unexpected name: ex-wife Yuan Dongji, son Yuan Xusheng, and daughter Yuan Xiaoyi. But the profile pictures of his son and daughter were grayed out. I then realized that Lu Chuanwu was truly a force to be reckoned with. Lu Chuanwu spoke proudly. The fact that I can maintain my current appearance at nearly 100 years old proves that the human body has immense potential and that pure-blood humans have a great future. It is precisely because of this that the Celestial Human Pavilion exists, and why so many like-minded individuals are willing to join us to pioneer the evolutionary path for pure-blood humans. What is a celestial human? Man's triumph over heaven. That is a celestial human, and man here refers to pure-blood humans. Undertaking gene fusion or mechanical modification is what truly locks your upper limit. Gene fusion borrows from mutated beasts, so it can never surpass them. There is no future in it. At best, humanity can only drag out a feeble existence until the day comes when we can no longer withstand the beast invasions, leading to our extinction. The same goes for mechanical modification. Many materials used come from mutated beasts, meaning it still borrows from them and can never surpass them. Our Celestial Human Pavilion does not oppose gene fusion or mechanical modification. We merely oppose placing all our bets on those two. I believe the correct approach is to use gene fusion and mechanical modification to hold the line in the early stages, while simultaneously researching other paths to prepare for the late stages. Lin Zichen, I sincerely invite you to join the Celestial Human Pavilion and strive together for the future of humanity. I firmly believe that you will definitely become the first pure-blood human to break the shackles of the ordinary rank. However, I didn't respond to his invitation. Instead, I curiously asked, "You've talked so much about body tempering methods. What exactly is it?" Lu Chuanwu immediately explained enthusiastically with a face full of smiles. The body tempering method of the Celestial Human Pavilion refers to the blood tempering technique, which originates from an ancient ruin. As the name implies, it uses vitality to temper the body, strengthening the physical form to drastically boost one's combat power. The ruin's record that cultivating the blood tempering technique to the highest realm allows one to achieve physical sainthood, fly through the skies and burrow into the earth, and shatter mountains and rivers with a punch. In modern terms, it means being able to rip apart giant beasts of steel with a human body. Gene fusers have impurities in their blood and cannot cultivate it. Cyborgs lack complete bodies, so vitality cannot circulate throughout their entire system, meaning they can't cultivate it either. This is why we firmly believe that only pure-blood humans have a future, while gene fusers and cyborgs do not. Lin Zichen, do you want to join our Celestial Human Pavilion, cultivate the blood tempering technique, and walk the path of the pure-blood human? I politely declined. I feel like I still know too little about this so-called pure-blood human path. I'll pass for now. Lu Chuanwu hurriedly pleaded earnestly. You can join for a year to try it out. If you feel it's unsuitable after a year, you can still choose gene fusion then. But once you choose gene fusion, your blood will no longer be pure, and you won't be able to cultivate the blood tempering technique. In the eyes of our Celestial Human Pavilion, that provincial top scorer with the 16% gene fusion compatibility is not even worth mentioning in front of you. She can't even compare to a single hair on your head. We firmly believe that you, who ranked first in the physical fitness test, are the true top scorer of Nanjiang province. If you choose the path of gene fusion and compete with her, you might not win, but if you choose the pure-blood human path, you will absolutely crush her in the late stages. Shin Qinghan, standing to the side, didn't expect to inexplicably catch a stray bullet. I pointed at Shin Qinghan next to me and interrupted Lu Chuanwu. That provincial top scorer with the 16% gene fusion compatibility is her. Noticing that the half-hour limit was up, I directly stood up and waved goodbye. We have things to do. We'll take our leave. Now Lu Chuanwu panicked. In his desperation, he stood up and shouted, "Just join for half a year to try it out. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy gives you, our Celestial Human Pavilion will double. If double isn't enough, we'll triple it." Hearing this, my eyes instantly lit up. I immediately turned around, walked back to my seat, sat down, and said with a serious face, "I've always highly agreed with the philosophy of the Celestial Human Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talents to the Celestial Human Pavilion and contribute to the cause of pure-blood humanity." Lu Chuanwu's heart bled. Giving this kid triple the benefits would require a massive amount of funds. Suddenly, I remembered a previous doubt. "I have a question to ask. Do you know what the Source Realm is?" Lu Chuanwu immediately felt a bit confused. How did this kid know about the Source Realm? However, he didn't dwell on it too much. It's a place believed to be the origin of life. All the mutated beasts currently existing on Earth come from the Source Realm. I felt like I had just heard an incredible secret. At the very least, humanity knew mutated beasts came from the Source Realm, and humans could enter it. So I curiously asked again, does the mutated beast meat sold in supermarkets come from the Source Realm? I'm very interested in the Source Realm. Do you have any related videos I can watch? Lu Chuanwu helplessly shook his head. All electronic devices fail inside the Source Realm, and many chemical reactions cannot proceed normally. I finally understood that the image I saw earlier wasn't a photo, but a painting. Just then, my phone rang. It was you calling. The moment I answered, Yu's urging voice came through, asking when we would arrive. After a few brief words, I hurriedly stood up and said I had things to attend to. Lu Chuanwu immediately produced a brand new book. This is the translated manuscript of the blood tempering technique. It contains detailed cultivation methods. However, the blood tempering technique has a certain threshold. You must reach a biological rank of ordinary tier 4 and have sufficiently abundant vitality in your body to cultivate it. I decisively took the book, considering my true strength had already reached ordinary tier 6. The scene shifted to a certain training ground in the Martial Arts Academy of Shanghai University. A woman in a martial arts uniform, her hair tied in a single ponytail, was undergoing high-intensity physical training inside. Just as she was passionately sweating it out, Lu Chuanwu walked in from outside humming a tune, his face full of joy. The woman immediately stopped her training and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Dean, what has you so happy?" Lu Chuanwu smirked proudly. "Thanks to my unrivaled personal charm." Seeing the woman's face full of disbelief, Lu Chuanwu immediately tapped his phone screen to open his friends list. "I've already added him. Actually, I just told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy could give him, our Celestial Human Pavilion would directly triple. I've just set up meetings with 3 wealthy women, so providing triple the benefits will be more than enough." Song Yuyen, back when you received the translated manuscript of the blood tempering technique, how much time did it take you to sense your vitality? Song Yuyen recalled for a moment before replying. "That was 10 years ago, but if I remember correctly, it took me a week to sense my vitality and 2 months to master vitality control." Lu Chuanwu, however, was unfazed. "This is what we call enduring hardships to plot a comeback. However suffocating our lives are now, the breakout later will be just as exhilarating." But Song Yuyen smiled bitterly. "I've already tempered my body twice completely, yet I haven't been able to open a single acupoint. How long do you think it will take Lin Zichen to successfully sense his vitality?" Lu Chuanwu explained, "That kid's physical fitness test data is incredibly exaggerated. I estimate he'll be able to sense it in 10 days. Song Yuyen immediately felt a bit expectant, wondering if he would be shocked dumbfounded when he saw me, a beautiful senior whose talent was even higher than his. Meanwhile, I had already begun cultivating the blood tempering technique. In less than 3 seconds, I successfully sensed my vitality. After sensing the vitality, the next step was to attempt to control it. The first area I wanted to temper was the skin of my entire right hand. Once the tempering was complete, the skin on my right hand didn't look any different on the surface, but I discovered that just one session of tempering made it invulnerable to swords and spears. It was no wonder that Lu Chuanwu, who had tempered his body 3 times, could endure the feather barrage from Wu Tiancheng head-on. I had to admit, this blood tempering technique, which could only be cultivated by pure-blood human bodies, truly had some substance to it. Next, I spent 3 whole hours tempering. As of now, the skin on both of my arms had been completely tempered, consuming about a third of my vitality. Just then, the phone beside me chimed. It was a message from Shen Qinghan asking if I was asleep. She then said she had prepared a surprise for me and asked me to go to her room. I was very curious about what kind of surprise could warrant calling me over to see it so late at night. I arrived at Shen Qinghan's door and stopped. Finding that it wasn't closed, it was left ajar, but I didn't push the door open and enter right away. Instead, I knocked first before pushing the door open and walking in, casually closing the door behind me. However, Shen Qinghan was sitting on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket, exposing only her head. I felt this was a bit strange. What kind of surprise required being wrapped in a blanket? Just then, Shen Qinghan suddenly told me to come over and see for myself. I had no choice but to walk to her side, grab a corner of the blanket, and slowly lift it from the bottom up. What entered my vision was a blue and white porcelain qipao with a slit skirt, looking very similar to the one Yuan Dongji wore. Seeing this, I was immediately startled. Shen Qinghan asked somewhat shyly, "Do I look good dressed like this?" I immediately started nodding wildly to show that she looked beautiful. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan actually said she had bought black stockings and asked if I wanted to see them. I nodded, trying my best to appear calm. A moment later, Shen Qinghan raised her slightly flushed, pretty face and asked if it looked good. The texture of these stockings is very nice. Do you want to touch them and see? After trying it out, I found that the quality was indeed quite good. However, right at that moment, Sumeng's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lin-Zichin, your mom just brought over some daily necessities for you. I hastily got off the bed, opened the door, and brought the bag in. Recalling the awkward scene the last time Shin Qinghan stayed over at my house, I immediately opened the bag and rummaged through it. Sure enough, I found a box of bubble gum condoms inside. I was quite speechless at this. There wasn't even a spark between us yet. Seeing that it was getting late, Shin Qinghan stated that she needed to change her diaper and then go to sleep. Subsequently, the lights in the room were turned off once again. We shared the same blanket and the same pillow, our bodies very close, able to clearly hear each other's heartbeats. Feeling Shin Qinghan's warm breath brushing against my face, I realized how close our faces were. After gazing into each other's eyes for a few seconds, I slowly leaned my face in and initiated the first attack. However, in the next moment, Shin Qinghan suddenly shattered the tranquility. She quickly threw off the blanket, got out of bed to put on her shoes, wanting to leave the room and go outside. It turned out that her heartbeat had suddenly accelerated, her body temperature rapidly rose, and then she uncontrollably peed. Hearing the word peed, I sharply picked up on something. Was your spiritual fluctuation very intense just now? Shin Qinghan replied that her heartbeat was racing wildly and her spiritual fluctuation was indeed very intense. After hearing this, I pondered for a moment before telling Shin Qinghan my theory. I suspect that your unknown superpower might be related to spiritual power and is controlled by it. As long as your spiritual power is high enough, you might be able to fully develop and master this superpower. Let's continue and see if you react like just now when your spiritual fluctuations are intense. My childhood friend and I conducted repeated tests and finally confirmed that her superpower was indeed triggered by spiritual power. I then turned off the room's lights and told Shin Qinghan to rest early. The next morning, I woke up early, quietly got out of bed, put on my shoes, and left. Seeing this, Sumeng hurriedly motioned for me to eat breakfast before heading back. I didn't refuse and mentioned that Shin Qinghan was still sleeping in. However, after I left, Sumeng misunderstood that something had happened between Shin Qinghan and me, and then excitedly shared this major development with Zhang Wanqin. As soon as I got home, I threw the dirty clothes I had taken off last night into the washing machine. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wanqin walked over with a beaming smile and praised me with a highly gratified look. Very capable, huh? Meanwhile, at a certain training ground in the Martial Arts Academy of Shanghai University, several robust middle-aged men walked in from outside. Lu Chuanwu, what is going on with this Lin-Zichin situation? You must give me an explanation. Lu Chuanwu immediately stopped his training, playing dumb. What Lin-Zichin situation? I don't understand what you're talking about. The man didn't waste breath on him and directly cursed out loud. Lin-Zichin clearly already enrolled in my Evolution Academy, yet you played dirty tricks behind my back to poach him into your Martial Arts Academy. Have you completely abandoned your shame? Lu Chuanwu retorted with a look of indifference. Are you saying only your Evolution Academy can recruit students, but my Martial Arts Academy cannot? My recruitment is perfectly reasonable and justified. He was brought in through fair competition. If you're upset about it, you can go find Lin-Zichin and recruit him back to the Evolution Academy. Ma Jinhe was instantly so furious that he laughed. If you have the guts, get on the stage and fight me. Whoever wins has the final say. Lu Chuanwu looked at Ma Jinhe as if he were an idiot. You, an advanced tier 5 being, are trying to bully me, an ordinary tier 9 being, using your superior rank? Hearing this, Ma Jinhe completely lost it. I'm only 48 years old this year, while you're 95. How am I the one bullying the small? Lu Chuanwu, I'm putting my words down right here. As long as you refuse gene fusion, you will forever only be an ordinary tier 9 weakling, an ordinary creature lower than an ant. Go ahead and keep tinkering with your so-called pure-blood human nonsense. After throwing down those words, Ma Jinhe left the training ground, too lazy to argue any further with Lu Chuanwu. Afterward, Ma Jinhe went to the principal's office to complain to Yuan Dongji. However, Yuan Dongji merely comforted him indifferently. Rest assured, when Lin-Zichin sees his peers who used to be inferior to him surpassing him one by one through gene fusion or mechanical modification, he will naturally change his major when that time comes. If you feel upset, then treat him to a dose of his own medicine and go poach that college entrance exam runner-up back. Seeing that Yuan Dongji wouldn't punish Lu Chuanwu, Ma Jinhe had no choice but to agree helplessly. Yuan Dongji was also quite speechless about this. Ma Jinhe usually seemed quite composed, but every time he faced that guy surnamed Lu, he would get so angry he'd lose his reason. So many years had passed, yet that guy surnamed Lu hadn't changed at all. His mouth was as sharp as ever. His physical strength could have been just as formidable as his mouth, but unfortunately, he went astray in his youth. Otherwise, he'd be at least a principal by now. At this time, Shin Qinghan and I were training in variable speed running. It was mainly Shin Qinghan practicing, while I merely stood by playing the roles of coach and sparring partner, helping to improve her training efficiency. Although Shin Qinghan had decided to take the path of gene fusion, mainly relying on fusing with mutated beast genes to grow stronger, physical training was still indispensable because the higher the body's strength, the more beneficial it was for gene fusion. Seeing that Shin Qinghan was tired from running, I signaled her to go to the the bench ahead to relax her muscles. Considering the effect of dispersing lactic acid, I massaged her with a bit of force. Just then, Shin Ching-han asked somewhat apprehensively, "What exactly is our relationship now? Childhood friends? Or boyfriend and girlfriend?" I gave a faint smile. "We are family." Clearly, Shin Ching-han wasn't satisfied enough with this answer. "If we are family, what kind of family?" I immediately smiled and asked in return, "What kind of family do you want us to be?" Shin Ching-han hesitated for a moment, a trace of blush appearing on her cheeks as she said, "Then fiancé." Then, she instinctively blurted out, "Then let's get married right after college graduation, okay?" I nodded without any hesitation. "Pinky promise, it won't change for 100 years. I finished taking a shower, ate dinner, and was watching TV in the living room with my parents. Unexpectedly, the doorbell suddenly rang. The visitor was none other than Majina. "I'm really sorry to intrude so late at night. The reason I came is to chat with Lin Zichen about his academy selection. Here are 2 ice crystal fishes. Their meat is incredibly delicious, and they have the effects of calming the mind and nourishing beauty. They were gifted by a student of mine who graduated. He gave me a lot, so I brought 2 over for you to taste." After a brief chat, Majina walked straight toward where I was sitting in the living room. Lin Zichen's gene fusion compatibility is as high as 15%. His future prospects on the path of gene fusion are immeasurable. There is absolutely no need to take this so-called pure-blood human path. That would be a total waste of his talent. The Celestial Human Pavilion's intentions are good, but their pure-blood human theory currently has 0 substantial progress. It's a massive pitfall, and Lin Zichen jumping into it will only harm himself. Lin Zichen, it's good for young people to be passionate, but letting that passion get to your head too easily is not a good thing. Take my advice. Don't walk the pure-blood human path. It will only reduce you to mediocrity. You should choose the Evolution Academy again. Before I could respond, Zhang Wanqin, who was beside us, looked confused. "Dean Ma, why am I having trouble understanding what you're saying? Hasn't Lin Zichen already enrolled in the Evolution Academy?" I hastily looked at my parents and explained, "I forgot to tell you, I joined the Celestial Human Pavilion a few days ago, and I have now transferred my enrollment to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to walk the path of the pure-blood human." Hearing me say this, the couple was dumbfounded, followed by feelings of tension and fear, terrified that their son had gone astray. What on earth was going on? Seeing this, I quickly made a long story short. Given the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy's sincerity in offering triple the benefits, I agreed to join the Celestial Human Pavilion for half a year to try out the pure-blood human path. If there's no progress after half a year, I will return to the Evolution Academy and take the path of gene fusion. Majina, after hearing the process I described, couldn't help but frown deeply. Where did the perennially impoverished Celestial Human Pavilion and Martial Arts Academy get the money to provide triple the benefits? However, he was merely puzzled and didn't dwell on it too much. Lin Zichen, triple the benefits is indeed a lot, but looking at the long term, these are just petty gains. There is no need to lose the big picture over small profits. You can't go wrong listening to me. There is no need to waste that half a year. But I stubbornly stuck to my view. Thank you for the reminder, Dean Ma. I currently highly agree with the philosophy of the Celestial Human Pavilion. If I don't give it a try, I'll definitely keep thinking about it in the future, and it might even become a psychological demon. Seeing me so stubborn, Majina didn't bother making a fool of himself by persuading me further. After saying goodbye, he left. After all, there was a new provincial top scorer and runner-up every year. The Evolution Academy wasn't lacking this one. If he could be persuaded, great. If not, so be it. Subsequently, I opened the news app, and a pinned trending news article caught my eye. Celestial Human Pavilion brainwashes Nanjiang Province College entrance exam runner-up to abandon gene fusion for pure-blood human path. Genius reduced to mediocrity. The news brought up the capital's college entrance exam runner-up from 10 years ago, stating that this female genius fell into mediocrity after joining the Celestial Human Pavilion. I immediately went to check the comment section. Just as I expected, the netizens were cursing like crazy. Now my personal information had been exposed. If I attracted the attention of cultists, it would be troublesome. Who on earth leaked this? Was it Majinha or some other faction that despised the Celestial Human Pavilion? Next, I directly made a call to report this news for violations, citing infringement of the subject's privacy. After a series of operations, the news article was successfully deleted, but it was too late. Almost the entire country knew that the college entrance exam runner-up of Nanjiang Province had joined the Celestial Human Pavilion and chosen the pure-blood human path. Moreover, many classmates and teachers kept asking me what was going on. Consequently, the runner-up incident escalated, and someone even leaked my photo. At 11 p.m., Shin Ching-han's voice came from outside the room. Seeing me searching for news about my joining the Celestial Human Pavilion, she couldn't help but say, "Those people are so evil, directly using an innocent candidate as a weapon. They have no basic human principles at all. Lin Zichen, that sudden master of mine seems quite powerful. Do you think if we asked her for help, she could resolve this trouble for you?" I simply shook my head and explained, "This factional struggle is undoubtedly the gene fusion faction suppressing the pure-blood human faction, and your master belongs to the gene fusion faction. There is no reason she would help with this." Although Shin Ching-han felt my words made sense, on second thought, trying wouldn't cost anything, so she decided to give it a shot. About half an hour later, Yuan Dongji replied, saying it had been resolved. I was instantly dumbfounded. How was that possible? I immediately opened the news app, typed my name into the search bar, and clicked search. The results showed nothing. I never expected Yuan Dongji to actually help resolve this matter. Shin Qinghan suddenly looked at me. Lin Zichen, thanks to me, you were able to solve this problem this time. How do you plan to repay me? I couldn't help but give a faint smile. How do you want to be repaid? Unexpectedly, Shin Qinghan threw herself directly at me. Not much. Just give me a kiss. Shin Qinghan's master stepped in and easily resolved the cyberbullying incident for me, allowing me to finally calm down and properly temper my body. 3 days later, I opened my eyes, slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and a smile appeared on my face. I had now finally tempered the skin of my entire body, and the moment the tempering was complete, my biological rank had also evolved to ordinary tier 7. Before I knew it, I already possessed 9 biological traits. I felt this basically equated to being a 10-time gene fuser, which was 5 times more than the genius from Capital University who broke the school record with 4 gene fusions. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Shin Qinghan. Since Shin Qinghan was set on taking the gene fusion path, most people would extract and store their ova before undergoing their first gene fusion. I decided without hesitation to accompany Shin Qinghan there. Next, I spent half the morning delving into it and finally successfully mastered the technique of flesh tempering. Compared to skin tempering, the burning sensation of flesh tempering was much more intense, but it was still within a tolerable range. After consuming nearly half the vitality in my body, I finally finished tempering all the flesh on my entire right arm. The price was that my whole body felt very weak, and I was incredibly dizzy. This was due to consuming too much vitality. To replenish the consumption, I quickly engaged in a frantic eating session. After getting a feel for it, I found that the grip strength of my right hand had increased by at least 50%. Unexpectedly, Shin Qinghan approached me at this time, saying she had something to discuss. Today, Li Chuxin said we should go hang out together before school starts, and he was going too, so I agreed on your behalf. But Li Chuxin said she wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to ruin her fun, but I didn't know how to refuse either, since I already promised her. And you know, I heard a terrifying voice in the sea before. Seeing this, I quickly comforted her. Worst case scenario, we just won't go in the water. Meanwhile, deep beneath Shanghai City, 20,000 meters down, crisscrossing tunnels resembled an ant colony. 2 humanoid creatures were conversing in an underground palace. Lord Divine Envoy, a total of 108 tunnels have now been completely excavated. Next, we will have to trouble you to set a biological coordinate here. The 3-eyed giant, who had acted so high and mighty in front of the Rat King half a year ago, now behaved exceptionally submissively before the masked man, its hideous and terrifying giant face constantly trying to squeeze out an ingratiating smile. The masked man didn't speak, but merely nodded. He then forcefully stabbed the walking stick in his hand into the ground, sliced his own wrist, and poured his fresh blood onto the stick. Immediately, a massive amount of blood-red roots grew from the bottom of the stick, filling the entire floor of the underground palace. After doing all this, the masked man finally spoke slowly. I have set the biological coordinate here. Next, we just need to wait for the source realm side to also locate the corresponding boundary point, establish an identical biological coordinate, and once the coordinates sense each other, we will be able to connect the tunnels with the source realm. Early the next morning, the 4 members of the Dawnbreaker group gathered and set off for the seaside. Over an hour later, the car arrived at the destination, Double Moon Bay. It was the peak of summer, and the beach was crowded with people everywhere. As soon as he got out of the car, Yu's eyes kept darting toward the beautiful women in the crowd. Li Chuxin was instantly displeased. Can you not act so perverted? Then, Li Chuxin grabbed Shin Qinghan's hand and walked away. Let's go over there and change into our swimsuits. Yu patted my shoulder. Let's go change into our swim trunks too. I can't wait to go diving. But on the way to the locker rooms, quite a few people recognized me as the college entrance exam runner-up of Nanjiang province. These people were pointing fingers at me, whispering that I had joined the Celestial Human Pavilion, claiming my mind had gone wrong and I had been brainwashed. Yu, walking beside me, heard people badmouthing me and immediately walked over and roared at them. The people he yelled at all shrank back like cowards in their shells. Not a single one dared to retaliate. However, I felt absolutely no emotional fluctuation towards this, and I even pulled Yu away, telling him there was no need to waste his breath on these people. Yu was instantly filled with indignation. You really have a good temper. If I were the one being talked about, I swear I would have already thrown a punch. To this, I simply gave a chuckle. Having a good temper is relative. It's just that I happen not to care about these things. If it involved something I cared about, I would definitely throw hands too. Just as the words fell, Li Chuxin, who had already changed into her swimsuit, walked over and said with a grin, Lin Zichen's biggest concern is definitely Shin Qinghan. You two hurry up and go change your clothes. Noticing the sun was quite intense, I walked over to Shin Qinghan, took a bottle of sunscreen from my bag, and offered to help apply it for her. Having no reason to refuse, Shin Qinghan agreed with a slightly flushed face. You couldn't help but secretly marvel. You sure have your ways, kid. Unexpectedly, an ancient and hoarse whisper suddenly rang in Shin Qinghan's ears. The great god awakens, the source realm of the sea. Hearing this eerie whisper, Shin Qinghan's eyes snapped open. open, filled with panic. This whispering sound was clearly coming from the sea. Noticing Shinchinghan's anomaly, I immediately expressed my concern. At this moment, her eyes were full of panic. Lin Zichin, I heard that voice again. It said something about a great god, the source realm of the sea, things like that. The voice is just as terrifying as before. Hearing this, I immediately fell deep into thought. Her mysterious physique, the source realm of the sea, the great god, could it be related to the source realm? After contemplating for a moment, I comforted her. Our knowledge is too limited. Even knowing this information, we won't be able to find out anything. Once we learn more about the source realm later on, we can see what's really going on. Returning home, by flipping through the blood tempering technique, I successfully mastered the technique of bone tempering. Thus, I prioritized tempering my skull to increase the defensive capabilities of my head. However, bone tempering was much more difficult than skin or flesh tempering. The tempering process was extremely painful. After less than half an hour of tempering, I was in so much pain that cold sweat beaded on my forehead and my face turned pale. After a period of tempering, having been tormented by bone tempering for over a month, I finally successfully tempered all 206 bones in my entire body. At the exact moment the tempering of my skeleton was complete, my biological rank leapt from ordinary tier 8 to ordinary tier 9, leaving me just one step away from evolving into an advanced level being. According to the annotations in the blood tempering technique, as long as I could successfully open the acupoints within my body, even just one, I would certainly break through the ordinary limits and evolve into an advanced level being in one fell swoop. This matter only sounded simple. When actually attempting it, one would discover it to be incomparably difficult. To this day, there had not been a single instance of someone evolving into an advanced level being within a pure-blood human body. Under these circumstances, to be the first to take this step meant I basically had to be a pioneer crossing the river by feeling the stones. Before I knew it, the day university started had arrived. Inside Shanghai University, there were shopping malls, hospitals, food streets, hotels, and ghost houses. It had everything. The entire university looked like a miniature city capable of satisfying all of a person's daily needs. Before long, the four of us walked into an ice cream shop. Each ordered an ice cream and casually found a place to sit. Just then, a noisy burst of men and women laughing came from outside. Following the sound, I looked toward the small bar across the street, and what met my eyes were two male students playing dice and drinking with a group of female students. The two male students sitting at the table next to me started harshly mocking the scene outside. That Huang Jessin acts like an aloof goddess in the art academy every day, claiming she gets annoyed just looking at men. Yet here she is, throwing herself at the guys from the Evolution Academy. What a total bitch. Well, the guys from the Evolution Academy all have promising futures. If you were a girl, you'd throw yourself at them too. A goddess to poor men, a simp to superiors. Listening to their banter, the first thing I picked up on were the words inner campus. It turned out Shanghai University was divided into an inner and outer campus. The outer campus was the area where liberal arts and fine arts students studied, while the inner campus was for evolution students, mechanical students, and martial arts students. The outer campus was open to the public. I had visited it no less than 10 times growing up, so I was very familiar with its environment. The inner campus, however, because it involved things like gene fusion and mechanical modification, was strictly restricted to inner campus students only. It was not open to the public, and it was so strict that even the university's own outer campus students were forbidden from entering. Just then, Zhang Wanqin earnestly admonished us. Although you two have more freedom now that you're in college, you mustn't indulge yourselves like those people drinking outside. You need to keep studying hard, understand? Seeing that it was about time, Shinchinghan and I stood up, left the ice cream shop, and headed to the inner campus to register. Passing through the checkpoint into the inner campus, a guarding old man shouted, "You two, please show your admission notices." I first helped Shinchinghan pull her admission notice from her backpack and opened it for the guard to see. However, unexpectedly, when it was my turn, the guard said, "No need to look. I recognize you as the provincial college entrance exam runner-up who joined the Celestial Human Pavilion." The moment we stepped into the inner campus, we were deeply shocked by the sight before us. The inner campus was filled with gene fusers and cyborgs everywhere. After Shinchinghan and I finished filling out the freshman registration forms, we had to head to our assigned dormitories. After walking Shinchinghan to the Evolution Academy's dormitories, we temporarily parted ways. Soon, I arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. Unexpectedly, the senior girls were all extremely enthusiastic, showering me with attention and even asking to add me as a friend. Ultimately, a senior girl with large wavy blonde hair outshined the rest and won the right to escort me to my dorm. While passing through a small path, the senior girl suddenly smiled and pointed toward a plaza ahead, asking, "Junior Zichin, the school's student combat power ranking board is at the Rising Sun Plaza up ahead. Do you want to go take a look?" I was quite interested in the combat power rankings, so I followed the senior girl to check it out. There were actually two combat power ranking boards, the Pinnacle Board and the Freshman Board. The Pinnacle Board was a combat power ranking for the entire student body, featuring 500 spots. The Freshman Board was exclusively for freshmen, with only 100 spots. The top three overall were advanced level powerhouses. The first and second places on the Pinnacle Board board were evolution students, while the third place was a mechanical student, all of whom were seniors. However, there were only 3 martial arts students on the entire board, and they were all seniors from the Martial Arts Academy, placed extremely far down the list. To find a topic of conversation with me, the senior girl took the initiative to introduce the martial arts students on the pinnacle board. The Martial Arts Academy once had an older senior sister who fought her way to 6th place on the pinnacle board. Like you, she entered the Martial Arts Academy as a college entrance exam runner-up. This record was set by a senior sister named Song Yuyen. She achieved it at the beginning of her senior year, but her pure-blood human path hit a bottleneck, while others kept growing stronger through gene fusion and mechanical modification, slowly leading to her being surpassed in various ways. Now, that older senior sister has become a mentor at our Martial Arts Academy. She is also the ace researcher of the Celestial Human Pavilion and Dean Liu's most capable assistant. Before long, under the senior girl's guidance, I quickly arrived at my university dormitory. It was a small single room containing a bedroom, a bathroom, and a balcony. Other than that, there was no other space, but this was already the best dormitory the Martial Arts Academy had to offer. Just then, the senior girl suddenly mentioned that she was a bit sweaty and wanted to take a shower here. Knowing exactly what was on her mind, I directly skipped the topic. You've worked hard, senior. As a reward, let me treat you to some milk tea. Subsequently, I spent over 30 yuan to treat the senior girl to a fully loaded cup of milk tea, which counted as returning the favor. As soon as I returned to my dorm, I received a message from Shinchinghan. I saw many photos of her dorm that she took, mentioning that this was a personal single room prepared for her by Yuan Dongji. Suddenly, I felt that my small single room wasn't so great anymore. After seeing my dorm, Shinchinghan was a bit surprised. Your dorm is too small. Why don't you move in with me? The bed in my dorm is even bigger than the one at home. I didn't hesitate at all. I just picked up my luggage and left. Central Courtyard Building 8. This was a high-end dormitory building self-funded by the Evolution Academy, and it looked extremely magnificent. Compared to this high-end dormitory building of the Evolution Academy, the small single room I was assigned was simply a shoddily constructed doghouse. This couldn't help but make me doubt whether Lu Chuanwu, as the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, had the capability to fulfill his promise of triple benefits. Afterwards, I took the elevator to dorm 603 where Shinchinghan was. She hurriedly opened the door to welcome me. Lin Zichen, hurry inside. I turned on the AC in the living room. It's super cool. After observing the environment inside, I couldn't help but marvel. There's not a speck of dust. This dorm is so luxurious and clean so spotlessly. It's clear that your new master actually cares about you. Shinchinghan's beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she smiled sweetly. I think so too. Master is really good to me. From now on, this will be our exclusive little home. Taking advantage of the time Shinchinghan went to shower, I casually browsed the freshman app one had downloaded earlier to see what was inside. The school app had a mall section similar to a shopping platform, where students could use academic credits to exchange for various evolutionary resources. However, I didn't know how to acquire credits. After reading the student handbook, I understood. There were 3 ways to earn credits. First, by climbing the pinnacle board or the freshman board, students on the ranking received monthly credit rewards. Second, by accepting tasks issued by the school, completing them yielded credit rewards. And third, representing the school in external competitions and achieving excellent results would grant credit rewards. Just then, Shinchinghan's voice called out from the bathroom. I'm done washing. Bring my clothes in for me. I had no choice but to reluctantly play the role of errand boy. Afterwards, I began to temper my body. I was tempering my skin, a secondary skin tempering. I tempered for over 2 whole hours before completing the secondary tempering of the skin on my entire right hand. The pain during the process was pronounced, and the consumption of vitality was even greater. Subsequently, I asked Shinchinghan if she had any sewing needles. Picking out the sharpest one, I stabbed it forcefully into my right hand to test the skin's strength after tempering. Seeing this, Shinchinghan cried out in fright and instinctively shrank back. However, on the back of my hand, the extremely sharp sewing needle was pressing against the skin, but it couldn't pierce it at all. It merely pressed a small dent into the skin. Shinchinghan's face was full of disbelief. My God, even a sewing needle can't pierce the back of your hand. You are literally invulnerable. Seeing this makes even me want to take the pure-blood human path. I just smiled and didn't say anything, then walked into the kitchen to test the skin's next attribute, heat resistance. Over a minute passed before a noticeable burning sensation gradually emerged, and I felt a bit of pain. I couldn't help but secretly marvel. The tempering effects of this blood tempering technique were truly intense. Bolstered by the use it or lose it biological trait, achieving physical sainthood was only a matter of time. My phone suddenly vibrated. I picked it up and saw it was a message from Lu Chuanwu asking if I was satisfied with the dorm. He then said he would arrange for someone to take me to see the Celestial Human Pavilion's headquarters. I quickly told him I was in my childhood friend's dorm, Central Courtyard Building 8, dorm 603. Seeing that Lu Chuanwu didn't pry further, I turned and told Shinchinghan that the dean of the Martial Arts Academy wanted to show me around the Celestial Human Pavilion's headquarters, so I'd be stepping out for a bit. Afterwards, I walked to a tree in front of the building, waiting for the person from the celestial human pavilion to arrive. Shortly after, a boy with dyed blonde hair strolled past me with a slacker attitude. The blonde boy instantly looked highly interested and walked over to strike up a conversation. "Are you that college entrance exam runner-up who joined the celestial human pavilion?" Hearing the voice, I looked up and politely said hello. The blonde boy, however, acted overly familiar. He just stood there, refusing to leave, and started chatting away on his own. Finally, the blonde boy gave me a cheering on gesture, then turned and walked into the Evolution Academy's high-end dormitory. Right after, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly echoed. Following the sound, I saw a beautiful, mature woman in a martial arts uniform driving a fiery red motorcycle toward me. With a bright smile, the gorgeous woman looked at me and asked, "You must be Lin Zichen, right? Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Song Yuyen. I am a mentor at the Martial Arts Academy and also a researcher for the Celestial Human Pavilion. I'm here to pick you up and take you to the headquarters." I was very familiar with that name. While chatting with the welcoming senior girl in front of the student combat power ranking board that morning, I had heard this name from her mouth. We chatted casually. Song Yuyen finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "You're a student of the Martial Arts Academy. How come you were waiting downstairs at the Evolution Academy's high-end dormitory just now?" I replied truthfully, "My childhood friend and girlfriend lives there, so I moved in to live with her." About 5 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped in front of a secluded building. Above the entrance of the building hung a conspicuous sign, Pure Blood Human Research Institute. We walked into a brightly lit hall that looked quite homey inside. Song Yuyen then grabbed a drink from the freezer and tossed it to me. "I'll take you to the research area to familiarize yourself with the environment." I finally couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yuyen, why is the institute so empty? I haven't seen a single person." Song Yuyen gave a bitter smile and explained, "The Celestial Human Pavilion has always been unpopular. The funding from the school is very low, so we can't afford to keep many people. Right now, the members of the Celestial Human Pavilion consist only of the dean and 3 senior martial arts students. Other than that, there's no one else." Hearing this, I felt a bit puzzled. Then what was the deal with those people who accompanied Lu Chuanwu to recruit me during the summer? Were they outsiders Lu Chuanwu called in just to put up a front? As long as he delivered the triple benefits, nothing else mattered. Shortly after, Lu Chuanwu walked out of a room with his hair resembling a bird's nest and dark circles under his eyes. "Come on in." Seeing our puzzled looks, Lu Chuanwu said lethargically, "I've been pulling all-nighters for almost half a month, constantly researching the acupoint opening chapter of the blood tempering technique. Unfortunately, there's still no progress. It's a bit hard to bear. However, now that Lin Zichen has joined, the Pure Blood Human path will definitely see major advancements in the future. Don't be fooled by your sister Yuyen's casual demeanor. Back in her day, she was the college entrance exam runner-up in the capital. It was precisely because of her joining that I, who had been stuck at the second tempering stage for decades, successfully completed my third tempering 8 years ago, achieving the feat of crushing a low-level advanced gene fuser with the body of an ordinary Tier 9 Pure Blood Human. Lin Zichen, although your college entrance exam physical fitness data might not match your sister Yuyen's, there are plenty of examples of late bloomers. You still have a great chance to catch up and surpass her later on. I have high hopes for you. By the way, how is your progress on the blood tempering technique I gave you during the summer? Have you learned vitality control?" I immediately nodded, indicating that I had learned it, and that my biological rank had also increased to ordinary Tier 4. Lu Chuanwu was very satisfied upon hearing this, his face full of smiles. "Not bad. You've learned vitality control and your biological rank has evolved to ordinary Tier 4. Starting today, you can begin skin tempering. Next, we'll have your sister Yuyen guide you on how to temper your skin." However, I stated calmly, I already completed the first stage of skin tempering during the summer. Imaginary question marks instantly floated above the heads of both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyen, making them momentarily think there was something wrong with their ears. Song Yuyen was the first to react. "Are you joking? Managing to grasp vitality control without anyone teaching you is already impressive enough. How could you possibly have learned skin tempering, and the kind where you temper all your skin, no less?" I replied that the translated manuscript of the blood tempering technique had detailed annotations, and I mastered it after a few days of intensive study. Lu Chuanwu's face was also full of disbelief. "You must be mistaken, thinking you've tempered your skin when you actually haven't. Stick out your hand and let me see. I'll verify it." I wasn't in a rush to extend my hand. Instead, with a single thought, I utilized the biological trait natural camouflage to disguise my biological state, masking my biological rank as ordinary Tier 5 and my tempering progress as having completed one stage of skin tempering. Then, Lu Chuanwu grabbed my arm. After just a brief touch and squeeze, his face was filled with shock. "How is this possible? It really is the first stage of skin tempering." He then took a deep breath to steady his emotions and asked with trembling lips, "What is your biological rank right now?" I replied flatly, "Ordinary Tier 5. Hearing this answer, Lu Chuanwu could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. With a face full of thrill, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "A genius! A peerless genius! The Pure Blood Human path is secure. With you here, the Pure Blood Human body will absolutely be able to break the shackles of ordinary beings and evolve into an advanced level being." Although Song Yuyen couldn't help help but feel a slight sense of inadequacy at that moment. It was fleeting, quickly replaced by thrill and excitement. Having someone who could pioneer the pureblood human path and lead everyone further was a great thing. After realizing this, Song Yuyan couldn't help but look at Lu Chuanwu with excitement. Let's quickly publicize Lin Zichen's potential to attract more geniuses to join the Celestial Human Pavilion and secure more funding. However, Lu Chuanwu waved his hand to reject the idea. Absolutely not. For now, we must not let it slip that Lin Zichen is highly compatible with the pureblood human path. It's best if only the three of us know. Geniuses are about quality, not quantity. If there are too many people, we don't know if a qualitative change will occur, but it will definitely dilute our resources. Now that we have Lin Zichen, what we need to do is concentrate all our resources on him and put all our effort into helping him break the shackles of ordinary beings. Song Yuyan frowned instantly. But if we do that, how much funding will we lose out on? Without sufficient funding, it will be detrimental to researching the pureblood human path. Lu Chuanwu calmly gestured for her not to worry. In the coming days, I will utilize all the connections at my disposal to raise funds and prepare evolutionary resources for Lin Zichen. Seeing the two of them getting so thrilled and excited, I couldn't help but smile. If they were to know that my biological rank had actually already evolved to ordinary tier 9, that my flesh and bone tempering were already complete, and that I was undergoing secondary tempering, wouldn't they be utterly dumbfounded? Just then, Lu Chuanwu suddenly turned to look at me. From now on, you won't need to attend classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Those low-level courses won't help you much. Just come straight here to the Institute. You can research the pureblood human path with your sister Yuyan and exchange experiences in depth. With that said, Lu Chuanwu turned to Song Yuyan and added, and you should stop being a mentor there. From now on, you will fully devote yourself to helping Lin Zichen cultivate the blood tempering technique. Be his exclusive mentor and assist his training. Tomorrow afternoon, the school will hold a freshman orientation assembly. After that, they will organize a back-to-school trial to elect a rookie king. Barring any accidents, that rookie king title will very likely be yours. When participating in the trial, make sure you properly thrash those freshmen from the Evolution Academy and Mechanical Academy to win some glory for our Martial Arts Academy. Once it's done, I'll gift you 10 vitality pills, and judging by past years, first place will be rewarded with 10 credits. Soon, the day of Shanghai University's freshman assembly arrived. Because I wasn't assigned to a specific class, I tagged along with Shin Qinghan and sat in her genius class. Almost everyone in the genius class knew I was the college entrance exam runner-up of Nanjiang province, but they were much more curious about my exact relationship with Shin Qinghan. Just then, the blonde boy I had met once before suddenly sat in front of me. Lin Zichen, remember me? I nodded calmly, indicating that I did. The blonde boy then asked us with great curiosity, what is the relationship between you two? I immediately held Shin Qinghan's hand. To be precise, we are engaged childhood friends. We're getting married right after graduation. Hearing this, the blonde boy gave an awkward smile. I see. Then I won't disturb you two anymore. Only then did I have the time to look around and observe the freshmen inside the gymnasium. The Martial Arts Academy had the most freshmen, more than the Evolution Academy and the Mechanical Academy combined. Then, my gaze landed on a girl in the genius class. She was the only gene fuser among the entire freshman class, having fused with the genes of a Shadow Knight cat. Sensing someone watching her, the girl immediately turned around, tracing the source of the gaze, and locked eyes with me sitting behind her. At that moment, I felt as if I was being targeted by a gloomy black cat, confirming that she was a bit aloof. There were two interesting people in this genius class. One was the aloof genius girl with Shadow Knight cat genes, and the other was the chatterbox blonde boy. Then, the freshman assembly officially began, hosted by Vice Principal Yuan Dongji. After the school leaders finished their speeches, it was time for the students to speak. First up was Li Mayu from the genius class, speaking as the freshman representative. At that very moment, the freshman in the genius class found it utterly unbelievable. With a punk-like head of dyed blonde hair, this Li Mayu was a total chatterbox lacking any aura of a genius. Yet, his strength was the highest among all freshmen. Truly, you couldn't judge a book by its cover. Little did they know, from the moment the college entrance exam scores were released, he had been waiting for this chance to show off today, all just to create the contrasting image of someone who looked like a slacker but was actually a top scholar. After Li Mayu took the stage, he looked at everyone below and asked, has everyone heard of Li Jin? Hearing this, I couldn't help but quietly mock, who doesn't know the genius from Capital University? Subsequently, Li Mayu raised his eyebrows, his face turning even more aloof. Since everyone knows Li Jin, then you surely don't know that Li Jin has an equally genius younger brother. His brother is this year's newly crowned top scorer of the Capital's college entrance exam. His gene fusion compatibility is as high as 16%, tying for first in the nation alongside the provincial top scorer of Nanjiang province. His physical fitness test data is in a league of its own, the sole undisputed #1 nationwide. And this genius younger brother of his is none other than me, standing before you right now, Li Mayu. When I was still in middle school, I already made a pact with my brother. In the future, he will be responsible for shattering records at Capital University, while I will shatter the records at Shanghai University. All future records of these two major universities will be monopolized monopolized by us, the Lee brothers of the capital. The moment his words fell, his eyes focused, and he unleashed a biological pressure equivalent to an ordinary Tier 5 being, unreservedly displaying his formidable, unrivaled strength among his peers. The genius class freshmen sitting closer to the stage all felt his powerful biological pressure, and every single one of them was so shocked they started doubting their lives, simply because many of their biological ranks hovered around ordinary Tier 3. After releasing his biological pressure and finishing his flex, Lee Ma-yu dropped one final sentence: "My name is Lee Ma-yu. Please remember my name." Seeing this, Shin Ching-han couldn't help but lean into my ear and whisper, "That Lee Ma-yu is so silly. He's only ordinary Tier 5, yet he thinks he's invincible in the world, not knowing that you could easily crush him with a single finger." Just then, a school leader on stage announced loudly, "Next, please welcome the president of the student union, Zhou Xiahong," with a round of applause as he speaks on behalf of the student union. A young man with a textured fringe haircut slowly walked from the floor up to the stage, then introduced himself in a flat yet forceful voice. "Good afternoon, fellow freshmen. I am Zhou Xiahong, president of the student union at Shanghai University. I'm here today to primarily discuss three things with you. First, student discipline at this school is not managed by the teachers, but by the student union. The student union possesses a great deal of power that you cannot even imagine. Second, at the beginning of the second semester every year, the student union recruits 10 people from the freshman class, and the sole criterion is strength. Any freshman hoping to join the student union should make sure to properly showcase their strength over the next half year. Third, the inner campus of Shanghai University is a place where strength reigns supreme, focusing on a primal environment of natural selection and survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle, where upperclassmen suppress lowerclassmen, happens frequently, so everyone must be mentally prepared for this. Those are the three things I wanted to cover. Before I step down, let me give you all a taste of the power of an advanced level being." At the exact moment those words fell, Zhou Xiahong's eyes suddenly focused, instantly unleashing the full terrifying pressure of his advanced level being status, ruthlessly suppressing the freshmen below the stage. Although the pressure of an advanced level being was very strong, by the time it reached me at such a distance, it posed no threat to me, an ordinary Tier 9. However, Zhou Xiahong on stage didn't sustain the biological pressure for long. It lasted less than 5 seconds before he retracted it entirely. Then, Yuan Dongji took the microphone and spoke calmly to the crowd of freshmen below. "Later, after the freshman assembly concludes, you will face a back-to-school trial right here. The rules of the trial are very simple. There is a large martial arts platform in the center of the gymnasium. The first person to stand alone on the platform for over a minute will be this year's rookie king and will be rewarded with 100 credits. The second person to stand alone on the platform for over a minute will be in second place, rewarded with 90 credits. Subsequent rankings follow this pattern, down to the final 10th place, which is rewarded with 10 credits. Furthermore, if a freshman from the ordinary classes manages to break into the top 10, then every other freshman, excluding those in the genius class, will receive 1 credit." Suddenly, a voice magnified several times by a microphone echoed across the stage. "My name is Hiyu, from Evolution Class 6. My high school deskmate is Lin Zichen, and everyone should know he is the college entrance exam runner-up of Nanjiang Province. That means his strength is the highest among all ordinary class freshmen. I suggest we all gang up on the people from the genius class to wear down their stamina and help Lin Zichen break into the top 10. This way, everyone in our ordinary classes can earn 1 credit." This proposal immediately received responses from a massive number of ordinary class freshmen. After all, 1 credit was equivalent to receiving 10,000 yuan. Meanwhile, as soon as Lu Chuanwu saw Zhou Xiahong walking over, he couldn't help but mock him. "President Zhou, you're a bit too petty, aren't you? So what if Li Yijin thrashed you on the martial arts stage at the beginning of the year? Is there a need to take your anger out on his younger brother?" Hearing this, Ma Jinhe, who was beside him, immediately laughed. When it comes to being petty, out of the nearly 20,000 students and teachers at Shanghai University, who could possibly compare to you, Lu Chuanwu? To this, Lu Chuanwu merely sneered, then replied, "My pettiness only targets the person involved. I never involve their family." Zhou Xiahong hurriedly changed the subject. "Dean Ma, I heard your daughter did exceptionally well in the college entrance exam. What exactly was her score?" Ma Jinhe instantly revealed a bit of pride and laughed. "It was alright. She just took 3rd place in the capital's exam." Zhou Xiahong immediately offered, "Dean Ma, have your daughter join the student union. I will train her as a seed candidate for the presidency." Ma Jinhe was very satisfied with this. "Then I'll have to trouble President Zhou to take good care of Ma Shiwei in the future." Who do you all think will become this year's rookie king between Li Ma-yu and Ma Shiwei, the 2 outstanding talents among the freshmen, in the upcoming back-to-school trial? A bald male leader was the first to speak. "It should be Li Ma-yu. His biological rank has already reached ordinary Tier 5. With that level of physical strength, he is basically an invincible existence among the freshmen." But a female cyborg leader offered a different perspective. Although Dean Ma's daughter scored slightly lower than Li Ma-yu in the college entrance exam, she successfully fused with the genes of a shadow nightcat during the summer. Her current strength is truly no weaker than Li Ma-yu's. While the others were analyzing realizing who had the greater advantage between Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei, Lu Chuan was suddenly interjected out of the blue. In my opinion, neither Li Mayu nor Ma Shiwei will become the Rookie King. The Rookie King will naturally be our Celestial Human Pavilion member, Lin Zichen. Ma Jinha opted for a direct, sarcastic verbal attack. Dean Lu, your eye for talent is truly unique. Lin Zichen's physical fitness data from the college entrance exam can't even crack the top 10 in this freshman class. On what grounds can he become the Rookie King? Just because he is a member of the Celestial Human Pavilion, and you're just a vendor boasting about your own melons? Lu Chuanwu habitually sneered twice. Dean Ma, spare me the sarcasm. If you don't believe it, we can make a bet. Let's bet 100 credits. Ma Jinha instantly furrowed his brow, unable to understand how Lu Chuanwu dared to make such a bet, suspecting foul play, like bribing the favored contestants to throw the match. But Ma Shiwei was his own daughter. Ma Jinha couldn't wrap his head around it, having no idea what tricks Lu Chuanwu was playing. Right then, the dean of the Mechanical Academy looked at Ma Jinha and teased with a beaming smile. Dean Ma, the provincial college entrance exam runner-up Lin Zichen was originally a freshman for your Evolution Academy, but he ended up being poached halfway by Dean Lu. Doesn't your heart ache? Ma Jinha brushed it off disdainfully. He is merely a provincial runner-up. The Evolution Academy has as many of those as we want. We truly aren't lacking this one. The dean of the Mechanical Academy smiled but said nothing. He had heard about Ma Jinha poaching those 3 seniors from the Celestial Human Pavilion. From this, it was evident that Ma Jinha only claimed not to care verbally, while internally he was infuriated. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanwu was going crazy with joy inside. With 9 100 credit bets and 1 1000 credit bet, he was about to make a massive profit. As soon as the trial began, the ordinary class freshmen, holding the numerical advantage, charged all at once into the genius class's formation, chasing and attacking the genius class freshmen with clear targets. But I knew that many in the genius class had gotten in merely due to high gene fusion compatibility. The ones with true strength were the genius class's top fighters led by Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei, totaling 12 people. I decisively activated my biological trait, Danger Perception, to sense the biological ranks of these 12 people. I discovered that the strongest, Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei, both had biological ranks as high as Ordinary Tier 5. The remaining 10 all started at Ordinary Tier 4. After about 20 minutes, aside from the 12 standing on the second floor corridor, the genius class freshmen below had suffered a total defeat. The utterly victorious ordinary class freshmen all gathered below the 12 on the second floor corridor, shouting loudly at them, "Hurry down and face your deaths." However, a bulky 2-meter-tall boy suddenly jumped down from the corridor, bullying the few with sheer numbers, and letting it go straight to your heads just because you beat a few weaklings. Little do you know, ants are just ants. No matter the quantity, they can't even bite through an elephant. The big guy calmly looked at the ordinary class freshman in front of him. "I'll stand right here and let you all gang up on me however you please, just so you can realize your own weakness." His tone was so disdainful it was infuriating. The ordinary class freshmen immediately swarmed toward him, intending to defeat him with their numerical advantage. Yet the big guy didn't panic at all. He just raised his leg and delivered a kick, sending the few leading the charge flying. The boys who took his kick head-on were sent soaring over 3 meters high before smashing heavily onto the ground, curling up in pain and unable to get up. In that instant, the situation underwent a complete reversal. The big guy laughed even louder. "Ants are just ants. No matter the numbers, they can't bite an elephant in the slightest." Hearing him constantly refer to them as ants, the ordinary class freshman flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Lin Zichen, this guy is too arrogant, constantly calling our ordinary classes ants. Go take him down." Seeing that the ordinary class freshman had given up struggling, I spouted no nonsense and walked straight toward the martial arts platform under everyone's gaze. As I stepped onto the empty platform, the large screen directly facing the platform immediately displayed a stopwatch. The big guy leaped high into the air and bounded onto the platform. "The number 1 person in Nanjiang Province's physical test? I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. I am Lu Qiji, the strongest college entrance exam top scorer in Yuntian Province's history, with a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. Aren't you going to report your physical test data from the exam?" However, I calmly replied, "No need to report it. You'll know once you feel it." I immediately delivered a flying kick. Before Lu Qiji could react, he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding dump truck. His entire body instantly launched into the air, flying backward off the platform at breakneck speed. He flew nearly 10 meters before crashing heavily into the ground, curling up in a ball of pain. Whether it was the school leaders on the second floor corridor, Li Mayu and the others standing there, or the freshmen below, everyone was profoundly shocked. Immediately after, a robust boy on the second floor corridor leaped high and landed precisely on the platform with a heavy thud. Dajiang Province top scorer, Luo Yongjian. However, before this Dajiang Province top scorer could finish reporting his physical test data, I kicked him right off the platform. At this moment, the ordinary class freshmen were extremely thrilled, as I was representing the ordinary classes and absolutely dominating the genius class. Before long, a slender figure leaped high from the corridor, jumping toward the platform where I stood. Next to enter the stage was Ma Shiwei, daughter of Ma Jinha, dean of the Evolution Academy. The only gene fuser among the freshman class, made her dazzling entrance under everyone's watchful eyes. I, on the other hand, felt this was a good opportunity to observe a gene fuser up close. Ma Shiwei, who had just been staring at me vigilantly, instantly turned into an afterimage amidst her thoughts, charging at me like lightning. While marveling at her speed, I slightly sidestepped, easily dodging her incoming kick. Ma Shiwei hadn't expected me to evade her attack so effortlessly. She realized then that her current self posed no threat to me whatsoever. Continuing to attack would be pointless. Realizing this, after creating some distance, she immediately spoke to me. Give me half a minute. Once I fully activate the Shadow Knight Cat genes in my body, I'll settle this match with you. I didn't refuse this request, nodding slightly to indicate she could go ahead. After all, this was a rare opportunity to witness gene activation. How could I disagree? Soon, the Shadow Knight Cat traits on Ma Shiwei's body became increasingly pronounced at a visible rate. The biological pressure radiating from her slowly rose from being a gatekeeper of ordinary Tier 5, gradually strengthening to a rather high level within ordinary Tier 5. Up on the second floor corridor, upon seeing Ma Shiwei's transformation on the platform, every single school leader showed expressions of surprise. A genius, even more of a genius than imagined, truly worthy of being the third-place scorer who fought her way out of the capital's college entrance exam. In terms of talent, she was stronger than the top scorers of other provinces, but Majina didn't respond, merely frowning slightly. This child had only recently fused with the Shadow Knight Cat genes and her body hadn't fully adapted to them. Activating too much of the gene would cause a certain degree of backlash damage to her body. By now, Ma Shiwei had activated all the Shadow Knight Cat genes within her. The biological pressure she exuded was infinitely approaching ordinary Tier 6. She looked at me with an even more oppressive gaze, her voice aloof. Lin Zichen, you are too arrogant. Next, you will pay the price for your earlier arrogance. With a humming sound, Ma Shiwei pushed off forcefully with her calves, using a flash step to instantly appear right in front of me. She then raised her slender right leg, aiming a kick at my head. Yet, facing this fierce kick, I sidestepped without changing expression, dodging it as effortlessly as before, appearing completely at ease. I also roughly estimated that Ma Shiwei currently possessed a level approaching Tier 6. Ma Shiwei's expression couldn't help but change. She still couldn't hit him? How was that possible? In the next second, Ma Shiwei immediately unleashed a full power assault on me. Without holding back at all, she exploded with all her strength and speed, utilizing every kicking and punching technique she knew in a frenzied attack. Whip kicks, sweep kicks, thrust punches, straight punches, elbow strikes. Yet the outcome remained the same. They were all easily dodged by me. Ma Shiwei kept up her relentless, full-power barrage, seeing that she couldn't land a single hit on me no matter what she did. While I dodged without any pressure, her mindset began to gradually unbalance. Having dodged hundreds of attacks in a row, I felt I had gathered enough data on the characteristics of a Shadow Knight Cat gene fuser. Deciding not to waste any more time with Ma Shiwei, I raised my hand and threw a punch straight at her face. With a loud thud of impact, Ma Shiwei, suddenly taking a punch, had her entire face deformed. She flew backward off the platform but didn't pass out entirely. The onlookers were instantly shocked upon seeing this. Such a beautiful face had actually been beaten into a swollen pig's head. When she realized her face was swollen like a pig, the usually expressionless Ma Shiwei let out an explosive shriek. Having her pretty face ruined instantly shattered her psychological defenses, and she started crying out loud right there on the spot. Fiercely protective of his daughter, Majina's face instantly flushed red with rage. He looked up, glared at me on the platform, and questioned loudly, Lin Zichen, look at what you've done? I replied with a calm face, on the path of evolution, there is no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. Standing on the second floor corridor, Li Mayu looked down at me on the platform below from his high vantage point and said with an approving face, on the path of evolution, it should indeed only differentiate between the strong and the weak. He then leaped into the air, landing on the platform with a thud. At that moment, everyone present set their sights on this capital's top scorer, hoping he could soundly defeat me and win back face for the genius class. Li Mayu put on the air of someone experienced, looking at me with a pretentiously profound smile. I didn't expect you to also be a master of showing off, intentionally playing the role of an ordinary college entrance exam runner-up, only to one-shot provincial top scorers in front of everyone during the back-to-school trial to shock the entire audience. This is destined to be nothing more than the stepping stone for my own upcoming public display of supremacy. You're not the only one who hid their strength. I did too. The moment his words finished, the muscles all over his body rapidly bulged, tearing and bursting his clothes apart to reveal an incredibly exaggerated physique. Simultaneously, his eyes gleamed with a scarlet light, radiating a wildness filled with brutality. The group of school leaders on the second floor corridor widened their eyes at this sight. Li Mayu's biological rank was clearly still in the ordinary stage, yet he had successfully fused with the genes of the demon-eyed giant ape. This was simply monstrous. Looking at his current biological pressure, it had already reached ordinary Tier 6. It seemed the Li brothers from the capital were the true geniuses. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanwu stared at Li Mayu below with an ashen face, fearing he was about to lose even his underwear in this bet. Down below the platform, in a spark sparsely populated surveillance blind spot. Liu Gang and Wang Shuqia were currently looking down at their watches. A directive had just been sent. I just placed an advanced demon seed in that park outside the school, in the same location. The two of you must come out and retrieve it. Later, find an opportunity to make Li Mayu ingest this advanced demon seed. Wang Shuqia immediately replied, caught in a dilemma. Li Mayu is the young master of the Li family in the capital. Making him ingest the demon seed, isn't the risk too great? Unexpectedly, the reply from the other side was ruthlessly firm. The organization's background is far more powerful than you imagine. A mere Li family from the capital can be destroyed with a snap of a finger. After reading this message, Liu Gang couldn't help but look up at Wang Shuqia in a difficult position. Right now, they had no choice, and the two ultimately decided to follow the organization's arrangements. I raised my eyebrows, brimming with interest toward Li Mayu in front of me. The demon-eyed giant ape was a mutated beast with maxed-out strength and defense, but relatively slow speed. Adult individuals possessed an average biological rank of advanced, while a small portion of powerful individuals could reach the rare rank. Li Mayu stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking down at me from above and saying, Ma Shiwei is very strong, capable of being called the unparalleled twin stars of Shanghai University's freshmen alongside me. I wonder if you can still appear as effortless as before when facing me next. But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air in front of him. Clearly, I had no desire to waste words with him. Facing my sudden sneak attack, Li Mayu cursed on the spot, then swiftly sidestepped to dodge the incoming punch. Li Mayu's reaction time wasn't bad. He managed to dodge a punch I had restrained to ordinary tier 6 speed. I then threw another punch at him, this time at ordinary tier 7 speed. Facing my nearly seamless second punch, Li Mayu simply couldn't react in time to dodge and was struck heavily in the face by my fist. Seeing that Li Mayu didn't fly backward completely but only stumbled back 2 steps, it was clear his defense was very strong, feeling to be at a rather high level within ordinary tier 6. Having taken a punch, Li Mayu felt he had lost face, thus growing angry out of humiliation. I'm already paying 120% attention. Your fists will probably have a hard time hitting me now. I didn't reply, but merely flashed in front of Li Mayu again, raising my fists and raining blows onto his face to retest his reaction speed. This time, a prepared Li Mayu indeed reacted much faster. I threw 52 punches in a mere 10 seconds, but only landed 9. Then, I leaped backward lightly, creating distance between me and Li Mayu. I was preparing to test Li Mayu's final attribute, his strength. However, Li Mayu had no idea what I was thinking. He assumed my sudden retreat was because I realized my attacks weren't effective, thus forcing me to stop and back away. Lin Zichen, I underestimated your speed, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Even if your speed is fast enough to hit me, you can't deal any substantial damage. You are destined to lose this duel. Now it's my turn. Facing Li Mayu, who was charging at me with extreme speed, I stood completely still in place, showing no intention of dodging at all. Seeing this, the school leaders all smiled, happy that they were about to win 100 credits. With a loud bang, Li Mayu's power-packed fist smashed heavily into my face. However, I didn't flinch an inch and wasn't blasted off the platform by the punch. Instead, Li Mayu's expression drastically changed, and he let out a miserable scream. He dropped straight to his knees, tightly clutching his right hand. He curled up in a ball with his forehead pressed against the floor, letting out an excruciatingly painful wail. My hand. At that moment, the entire gymnasium erupted in noise. What was going on? What exactly just happened? Did Lin Zichen win? As I looked down at the kneeling Li Mayu, I silently evaluated. The strength of a demon-eyed giant ape gene fuser is massive, so massive that it shattered his own hand through the recoil. Strength is greater than defense. Subsequently, I looked toward the medical staff below the stage who were still in shock. Li Mayu's right hand should have suffered a comminuted fracture. Hurry up and give him some emergency treatment. Just then, a cold female voice echoed across the platform. It was Yuan Dongji. She had silently descended from the second-floor corridor onto the platform. When Yuan Dongji discovered that Li Mayu's entire right hand, along with his wrist and part of his arm, had suffered comminuted fractures, she felt extreme shock in her heart. Was this injury caused by the recoil of his own strength? If that was true, just how hard was Lin Zichen's face? Yuan Dongji took out a small pill and, with a flick of her finger, shot it accurately into Li Mayu's mouth to help rapidly heal the injuries on his hand. At the exact same time, without anyone noticing, she released her spiritual power, invading my body to carefully probe my physical condition. But my senses were extremely sharp, and I noticed it immediately, only hoping that the natural camouflage biological trait could deceive Yuan Dongji's probe. After a bout of probing, Yuan Dongji determined that Lin Zichen's biological rank was ordinary tier 6. His skin strength far exceeded his peers, and the strength of his facial bones and muscles was exaggeratedly high. Aside from the above, there was nothing else special about him. Soon, she leaped back up to the second-floor corridor, leaving the platform. Although the other school leaders asked her what the situation below was, she didn't say much. Seeing Yuan Dongji leave just like that, I knew the effects of the natural camouflage biological trait had successfully fooled her, the vice principal of Shanghai University. On the other hand, Li Mayu, who had just suffered a common minuted fracture in his right hand, had now fully recovered. He flexed his right hand, and seeing it was as good as new, he couldn't help but feel shocked. I took a direct stride forward and instantly kicked him in the lower abdomen, sending him flying completely off the platform. Lee Mayu quickly scrambled up from the ground and yelled at me, "Lin Zichen, when my Qin fusion goes a step further, I will come back to challenge you again. When that time comes, I'll definitely wreck you on the platform." However, the young people below the stage were full of hot blood, and with a little spark, they started arguing. As more and more people joined the fray, it slowly evolved into a passionate shouting match between the ordinary classes and the genius class. I stood quietly alone, waiting for the stopwatch to reach the 1-minute mark to claim the title of Rookie King. Not a single person below dared to step onto the stage to stop me. Subsequently, the broadcast in the gymnasium rang out with congratulations. Congratulations to Lin Zichen of Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's Rookie King. Instantly, massive numbers of ordinary class freshmen cheered for me and for the ordinary classes, but I ignored the cheers below. Utilizing the biological trait Sky Eye, I swiftly located Shen Qinghan among the crowd below. Then, taking a high leap, I landed right in front of Shen Qinghan, wrapped an arm around her waist, and leaped into the air with her in tow. Jumping back onto the platform, Shen Qinghan immediately assumed I was going to use this highlight moment of becoming Rookie King to publicly announce our relationship to the freshmen. But unexpectedly, I turned to the crowd of genius class freshmen below and declared, "I'm taking all the remaining spots from 2nd to 10th. In that moment, almost every genius class freshman present mobilized, as united as gamers forming a raid group to fight a boss, swarming toward us all at once. The genius class freshmen had clear divisions of labor and coordinated with one another, intending to crush me with their numerical advantage. Facing the genius class freshmen flanking me from all directions, I had no patience to play house with them. My figure flashed, and I began a one-sided crushing performance. Bursting with ordinary Tier 7 speed, I proactively dashed in front of every attacking genius class freshman. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all dispatched with a single punch each. Right then, Ma Shui rushed out. As a tit-for-tat retaliation, she intended to smack Shen Qinghan's face swollen as well. However, I leaped, instantly launching myself to her side, and delivered a fierce kick to her waist. In an instant, she flew out from the crowd and, sporting a pig-like face, was blasted straight off the martial arts platform. After just over half a minute, the genius class freshmen had all been floored by me, curling up in pain on the ground, unable to stand, entirely losing their combat effectiveness. Immediately following, Shen Qinghan's student ID photo appeared on the big screen, congratulating her on securing 2nd place in the back-to-school trial. Seeing that 2nd place was successfully secured, I leaped right back onto the platform. "Who wants to take 3rd place in the trial? The rank is yours. The credits are mine." The ordinary class freshmen below eagerly volunteered, all wanting to experience the sensation of standing on the platform under the spotlight. I scanned the crowd and ultimately selected Li Chuxin, who had been shouting non-stop from the audience. Calculating it all out, the top 10 yielded a total of 550 credits, plus the 9 credits awarded for the entire ordinary class freshman breaking into the top 10, bringing the grand total to 559 credits. Seeing his Evolution Academy's genius class freshman reap absolutely nothing, Ma Jinha hastily looked at Yuan Dongji. "Principal Yuan, what Lin Zichen is doing is somewhat against the rules. He's already claimed the Rookie King title. How can he act as a hired thug to find puppets to monopolize the top 10? Lu Chuangwu was the first to jump out in opposition, saying bluntly, "How is it against the rules? Tell me, when did the back-to-school trial ever stipulate that you couldn't act as a thug to monopolize the top 10? Ma Jinha instantly gritted his teeth. Ostensibly, there indeed isn't a rule forbidding it, but that doesn't mean Lin Zichen's behavior is reasonable. His current actions are exploiting a loophole in the rules and should be stopped." Yuan Dongji turned slightly and said indifferently, "Dean Ma makes a valid point. This is indeed a loophole in the rules. However, we can only mend it next year, not right now. Otherwise, it would be unfair to Lin Zichen." Ma Jinha tactfully shut his mouth and said no more. At the same time, the special watches worn by Lu Gang and Wang Shuqie suddenly displayed a dense block of text. "The plan has changed. Drop Li Mayu. Switch to Lin Zichen. Find a way to make Lin Zichen ingest that advanced demon seed and make him a member of the organization." About half an hour later, the back-to-school trial finally came to a close. Lu Chuangwu was smiling from ear to ear by now. "Lin Zichen, just how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about?" I sidestepped to avoid his enthusiastic embrace and said flatly, "You haven't forgotten what you promised me, right?" Lu Chuangwu immediately handed me a pill bottle. "Here are 10 vitality pills. As for your triple benefits for this semester, I've directly transferred them to you in the form of 300 credits. Whatever you need, you can buy it yourself." "Lin Zichen, your performance in the trial just now was too strong. Just how much strength were you hiding? What is your true level?" I replied succinctly, "Ordinary Tier 6. 1 stage of skin tempering, tempered a bit of facial muscle, and naturally hard facial bones." Lu Chuanwu was instantly shocked, his breathing quickening before he became overwhelmingly excited. "You actually learned flesh tempering. I can say with absolute certainty that you'll be able to evolve into an advanced level being within a pure-blood human body before you graduate college." You must persist on the path of the pureblood human. You are bound to achieve greatness in the future. After chatting briefly, I headed back to Shinchinghan's dorm and took out the vitality pills. Without hesitation, I took one out to test its effects. The vitality pill melted in my mouth, turning into threads of warm currents that flowed into my body, making me feel warm all over, and my vitality value instantly increased by 108 points. This enhancement effect was still inferior to the vitality gain from running a few kilometers outside under the buff of the use it or lose it biological trait. Therefore, I decided to leave the rest of the vitality pills entirely for Shinchinghan to consume. Just then, Shinchinghan walked out of the training room. I immediately tossed her a vitality pill. She had clearly just finished exercising, so she could eat one to see the effects. Shinchinghan didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it. A few seconds later, her body started sweating profusely and her face turned bright red, making her appear very hot. Hearing Shinchinghan say the vitality pill's effects were excellent, I just handed her the whole bottle. Take the remaining 8 vitality pills. Eat at most 1 per day. Early the next morning, I walked into the living and recreation area of the Pureblood Human Research Institute and saw Song Yuyen doing yoga inside. Song Yuyen teased me with a beaming smile. "Rookie King, I heard from the dean that your biological rank is actually ordinary tier 6, and you've even learned flesh tempering?" Seeing me nod in admission, Song Yuyen was instantly thrilled. "My god, Lin Zichen, you are too much of a genius. With you joining, the pureblood human path will definitely make a name for itself. When the time comes, our celestial human pavilion will shock the entire world and change the world's perception." Seeing her like this, I quickly averted my gaze. "We'll work hard together." Subsequently, I went to the research area. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyen had researched for years without being able to comprehend the contents of the acupoint opening chapter of the blood tempering technique. I decided to study the original text of the blood tempering technique myself. I had to rely on my own efforts. After all, the effects of the divine intellect biological trait were no joke. When it came to research, it would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Just then, Song Yuyen, having changed into a martial arts uniform, suddenly walked in. "Lin Zichen, someone from the student union is looking for you. They're waiting at the institute's entrance right now." Joining the student union comes with many benefits. You can enjoy special privileges or rights that ordinary students can't. I feel like they're mostly here to invite you to join. After all, your performance in the trial yesterday was too outstanding. As the strongest student organization in the school, the student union definitely wants you to join. Sure enough, Zhou Xiaong didn't like wasting time, so he skipped the small talk and got straight to the point. "Your performance in the back-to-school trial yesterday was exceptional, perfectly meeting the student union's recruitment requirements. My visit today is to invite you to join the student union and become a presidential seed, to be trained as the future president. Student union members receive a monthly credit stipend, and there's usually nothing much to do. Joining is pure profit." Hearing this, my eyebrows twitched. There was actually a credit stipend. I immediately expressed my willingness to join. However, Zhou Xiaong's next words left me stunned. "You must abandon the pureblood human path and choose gene fusion. The student union only accepts geniuses with futures. You have immense talent now, but if you don't take the path of gene fusion, no matter how talented you are, you will fade into mediocrity. If the pureblood human path had a future, Dean Liu and Mentor Song wouldn't be living in such a sorry state today." I was somewhat puzzled by this requirement. "President Zhou, is taking the path of gene fusion a mandatory prerequisite for joining the student union?" Seeing him nod, I directly turned around and refused. "Forget it then, I won't join." Could the benefits of joining the student union ever surpass those of joining the celestial human pavilion? Seeing me turn around and leave at the slightest disagreement, Zhou Xiaong was also stunned on the spot. The surrounding student union members were equally astonished. This rookie king really has something wrong with his head. He insists on taking the pureblood human path. He must have been brainwashed so hard his brain is gone. Such a stupid freshman. He'll have plenty of time to regret it later. I told you earlier, the celestial human pavilion's brainwashing is very potent. There was absolutely no need to waste time seeking him out. Zhou Xiaong didn't say a word, merely shaking his head. He quickly led the group away from the institute's entrance to go recruit other geniuses. A genius who had only talent but no future wasn't called a genius. They were called trash. The moment I returned to the institute, Song Yuyen asked if I had joined the student union. I told her what had just happened, which angered her so much she started spewing profanities, fiercely cursing the entire student union as a bunch of old fossils. Close to 11 a.m., Lu Chuanwu, who hadn't been seen all morning, finally arrived at the institute, currently sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes and a thoroughly lethargic spirit. He looked as if he had been sucked dry. Seeing him in this state, Song Yuyen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. "You are truly too great for the development of the pureblood human path. You didn't hesitate to sell your body day and night to pull in investments. If the pureblood human path achieves a breakthrough in the future, you are destined to leave your mark in history." Lu Chuanwu looked at me and advised with a somewhat weak voice, "You must remember, women are roadblocks on the path of evolution. They will crack your bones and suck your marrow. If you can avoid touching women, then don't. By the way, Lin Zichen, the school provides resettlement housing for the families of geniuses and can even arrange jobs jobs within the school. Do you want to bring your parents over to live here? I nodded slightly, stating that I would talk to my parents about it when the time came. Lu Chuanwu then continued, give me your phone. I'll help you activate the permission to accept school tasks. With your current strength, there's no need to wait until the second semester like everyone else. Start accepting tasks right now. The earlier you take tasks, the earlier you earn credits. Don't waste time you could use to get stronger. Song Yuyen beside him also chimed in eagerly. Your sister Yuyen, go off campus every week to do tasks and earn credits. From now on, you can tag along with me to participate in tasks, familiarize yourself with the task procedures, and accumulate task experience. In a while, I'll accept a task to exterminate mutated beasts and take you to broaden your horizons. Subsequently, I took back my phone and curiously tapped into the task page to check out the tasks, but the tasks posted by the school were all trivial matters, mostly worth 1 or 2 credits. So, I exited the school's task page and clicked into the off-campus task page. Off-campus tasks were mostly posted by official departments like the security department. They were the most numerous and offered higher credits. Among them, a task concerning a Catwoman was very suitable. It was right inside Shanghai City and could be accepted. After considering everything, I accepted the task to capture the Catwoman. Song Yuyen was somewhat surprised. Did you take that Catwoman task? Do you want me to accompany you? I hastily declined, asking how she knew. It turned out the task page displayed everyone who had accepted the task. I then clicked in to check and found that a total of 28 people had accepted the Catwoman task. Among them, 26 were seniors, and only 2 were freshmen. I discovered the other freshman was Ma Shiwei from the genius class. Her strength peaked at ordinary tier 5. So how did she dare accept this Catwoman task? I guessed she must have helpers. I then told Song Yuyen I needed to head back to the dorm to cook and quickly left the institute. As a result, not far after leaving the institute, I noticed I was being followed. I immediately used danger perception to sense the biological pressure radiating from the other party, ordinary tier 7. The moment the young man saw me exit the institute, he closed the distance in a few strides, stopped in front of me, and questioned with an extremely hostile tone, Lin Zichen, how exactly did Ma Shiwei offend you for you to target her like this? You beat her face swollen and kicked her but in the back-to-school trial, and now you're competing with her for the same off-campus task. Did Lu Chuanwu order you to do this? What kind of man bullies a girl? Do you have the guts to fight me? I retorted, completely speechless. Did Ma Shiwei ask you to come? Or did Dean Ma? The young man denied it outright. I came on my own accord. I simply can't stand you. Do you have the guts to fight me? I ignored the young man and simply walked around him. We were in college now, yet I could still encounter such a brain-dead simp. This was just unbelievable. Seeing me completely ignore him, the young man grew furious out of humiliation and reached out to grab my shoulder. Complying with his wish, I stopped. Then, being a man of action rather than words, I turned around, aimed at his somewhat handsome face, and threw a punch. With a loud thud, the young man hit the ground, passing out cold where he lay. Without looking back, I headed straight for my dorm. When I returned to dorm 603, I found Shin Qinghan already cooking in the kitchen. Lin Zichen, the 10 caddies of undead salamander meat you bought from the credit mall last night was delivered. I put it in the fridge for you. I took the undead salamander meat out of the fridge. Not hiding from Shin Qinghan, I chose to devour it right in front of her. Immediately, a notification chimed. You have devoured a large amount of the undead salamander's life essence. Undead salamander atlas, 10%. After devouring it, I bagged the useless undead salamander meat in a garbage bag, intending to toss it outside when I went downstairs. Shin Qinghan asked with a puzzled look, why are you putting the undead salamander meat in a garbage bag? I didn't hide it. I've already absorbed all the essence inside this meat. It will spoil very quickly. I can absorb the essence from the meat, thereby gaining parts of the related mutated beast's abilities. Hearing this, Shin Qinghan was instantly shocked. No wonder you didn't take the gene fusion path and chose pureblood human instead. With this superpower, you don't need gene fusion at all. I shifted the topic. Dean Lu said the school provides resettlement housing for families. As long as you're a qualifying genius, you can bring your parents to settle at the school, and they'll even arrange jobs for them. I plan on bringing my parents over to live. Do you want to bring your parents over too? When the weekend comes in a few days, we can go home and discuss this with them. Shin Qinghan suddenly asked me something. Today, the mentor mentioned that there's a pinnacle board duel in the gymnasium at 3 p.m. It's the 9th ranked mechanical student challenging the 8th ranked gene fuser. Do you want to go watch it together? After eating, we headed to the gymnasium. Besides teachers and students, people from the Mecha God Corporation were also present. The Mecha God Corporation was the largest partner of Shanghai University's Mechanical Academy, so their presence was not surprising. Even the genius cyborg girl we often saw online was there. Shin Qinghan curiously asked, who do you think is stronger, the genius from Capital University or the genius cyborg girl? After a moment of thought, I replied, we just need to see who wins this upcoming duel, and we can probably make a rough, unscientific judgment. If this 9th ranked mechanical student smoothly defeats the 8th ranked evolution student, it suggests that mechanical modification is stronger than gene fusion. Soon, with an order from the broadcast, the duel officially began. The two on the platform instantly clashed. In a flash, the platform was filled with cannon fire, erupting with the massive roars of various thermal thermal weapons unloading, quickly becoming enveloped in thick smoke. Since the evolution student couldn't reach the mechanical student, he could only protect his head and turtle on the platform, forcibly enduring the barrage of thermal weapon fire poured down by the mechanical student. After expending all ammunition, the mechanical student descended to the ground, switching to close combat mode to brawl hand-to-hand with the already heavily injured evolution student. The entire close combat brawl lasted for a few minutes. The final result was the evolution student beaten until he lay on the platform with only a faint breath remaining, while the mechanical student merely suffered some cracks on his mechanical exoskeleton, appearing largely intact. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office at Shanghai University, Yuan Dongji sat in her chair, having a video call with a trusted aide from her family. Second miss. Source Site 36 has been surprisingly quiet lately. There hasn't been any turbulence for months. It's unknown whether the other side has abandoned the passage here or if they are plotting some grand scheme. Yuan Dongji nodded and asked, "How has Chen Xue been faring in the source realm recently? Has she adapted well?" The woman quickly reported, "She has adapted very well and is growing extremely fast. She's already on the verge of evolving to advanced tier 2. Second miss. Who exactly is Chen Xue? Why is her physique so special? So special that she doesn't even feel like an earthling. She feels like a different species from us." Yuan Dongji replied indifferently, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I have a student duel to watch here, so I won't talk to you anymore. Get back to your work." With that, she ended the video call and switched to the gymnasium surveillance feed to watch the upcoming duel. Seeing that the final victor was the mechanical student, Yuan Dongji couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The Mecha God Corporation was more powerful than imagined, and the universality of mechanical modification held a greater advantage. Unfortunately, no matter how formidable mechanical modification was, its limitations were ultimately too great. It could only be used to guard the home front on Earth, but could not enter the source realm. Once inside the source realm, all electronic and mechanical devices would fail. Even the strongest cyborg would just turn into a pile of scrap metal. Time passed quickly. A few days later, on a Friday afternoon after school, Shin Qinghan and I took a trip home. We brought up the idea of them settling at the school to our respective parents, and they all agreed. Next, it was time for me to complete the Catwoman task. The Catwoman, biological rank ordinary tier 6, incredibly fast, mostly appears in Shanghai City's red light districts to seduce men, taking them to secluded, deserted areas to engage in intercourse, only to torture and kill them afterward. The target was a master of disguise, highly cunning, and skilled in using various drugs. I finally understood why this task had been pending for so long without anyone completing it. The locations were too broad, and the enemy was cunning. She was indeed hard to catch. None of this was an issue for me. Under the combined effects of the Sky Eye and Danger Perception biological traits, I could conduct a blanket search of all the red light districts in Shanghai City. Upon arriving at the destination, I used the Sky Eye to scan everyone within my field of vision, letting no man or woman slip by. Because the target knew disguise techniques, everyone scanned by the Sky Eye felt like a mouse targeted by an eagle, experiencing an inexplicable sense of panic. A burly, rough-looking man felt my gaze was offensive and immediately walked over with a hostile expression to pick a fight. I didn't waste words with him. I directly released my biological pressure to knock him unconscious. Then, I turned and left this red light district, heading to the next. I had searched this area thoroughly, and there was no sign of any suspicious targets. Just as I was preparing to head to the next red light district, I bumped into an acquaintance, Ma Shue from the genius class. At this moment, Ma Shue was accompanied by a man and a woman. The pair looked to be around 20 years old, and their biological ranks were both ordinary tier 7. They were likely a senior brother and sister from Shanghai University who specifically came to accompany Ma Shue to complete the Catwoman task. Ma Shue saw me too. Giving me no friendly look, she pulled a long face, coldly snorted bad luck, and directly turned to leave with the two beside her. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel completely baffled. Once she was far enough away from me, she immediately stopped and told the two beside her, "Lin Zichen also took the Catwoman task. He must be here to find the Catwoman right now. We absolutely have to be faster than him and make his efforts completely in vain." Hearing this, the young man immediately spoke confidently, "Leave it to me. I fused with the genes of a demon hound. My sense of smell is extremely keen. I can definitely find the Catwoman one step ahead of him." Just as he finished speaking, the young man's expression suddenly shifted slightly. He instinctively twitched his nose, then revealed a joyful look. "I've caught the Catwoman's scent. It's in that bar right across the street." Upon hearing this, Ma Shue became instantly excited. "Then let's hurry over and catch her. Later, we'll escort her right in front of Lin Zichen and piss him off." The trio hurriedly headed to the bar across the street, ready to capture the Catwoman. Led by the senior brother who had fused with the demon hound genes, Ma Shue and the senior sister quickly went up to the second floor of the bar. He then pointed his finger at a girl in the corner ahead. Ma Shue looked in the direction he pointed, and what met her eyes was a girl who looked like a college student. The girl was dressed very conservatively, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses that gave off a strong student vibe, and she sat alone in the corner looking somewhat reserved. Within moments, the three of them had approached the girl, completely blocking all her escape routes. Just as the three were about about to make a move on the girl, who had been quietly looking at her phone, suddenly curled the corners of her mouth up in a disdainful smirk, then directly turned around and crashed through the window. Seeing the target about to escape, the three simultaneously jumped out the window, pursuing the fleeing girl relentlessly. But as they chased, Ma Shui started to feel that something was wrong. That Catwoman was too fast. They couldn't catch up at all and were about to lose her. The senior brother, however, said it was fine. I can continuously track her scent. As long as she thinks she is safe and stops for a moment, we can catch up to her immediately. Led by the senior brother, the three ventured deep into the old streets together, eventually stopping in front of an isolated old alley. Ma Shui quickly spoke up. We have to end this battle swiftly. Don't let her run away again. However, the Catwoman tilted her head to look at the three people blocking the alley entrance, a faint smile appearing on the corners of her mouth as she said, the more masterful the hunter, the more they often like to appear in the guise of prey. Don't you all understand this principle? The girl took off her glasses and casually tossed them aside. Then, a pair of thick cat ears grew from the top of her head at a visible rate, and several slender cat whiskers rapidly sprouted on her face. In just a brief moment, the girl who was full of a student vibe just now transformed into a Catwoman with a wild gaze, and the biological pressure radiating from her body also surged to ordinary tier 9. Feeling the powerful biological pressure exuding from the Catwoman, the three of them were filled with surprise, which then turned into terror. Without a second word, they turned around and ran, but the Catwoman sneered with a disdainful tone, trying to escape. Immediately, she exerted a little force with her calves, and her entire body leaped high into the air, gliding over the heads of the three fleeing people in front, and landed heavily right in front of them with a thud, completely blocking their only escape route. Then, the Catwoman stared intently at the senior brother. So handsome. This little handsome guy here. From the moment you walked into the bar, I was already craving you. The moment the Catwoman finished speaking, Ma Shui pulled a smoke bomb from her coat and smashed it fiercely onto the ground, erupting a large cloud of purplish-blue smoke. When creatures inhale this purplish-blue smoke, it greatly reduces their biological vitality, causing their five senses to be severely weakened. Under the cover of the smoke, Ma Shui and the other two covered their mouths and noses and escaped the alley. Only then did the three stop. The senior brother said with lingering fear, "Quick, call Dean Ma. Explain the Catwoman situation to him and have him immediately contact the relevant school leaders to correct that damn Catwoman task." Ma Shui's lips trembled slightly as she hastily said she would call right now. With trembling hands, she took out her phone to call Ma Jinha, but before she could make the call, for some reason, she thought of me. With my strength, if I encountered the Catwoman and had no self-defense items, it would definitely be certain death. Ma Shui hurriedly opened her messaging app, found Shin Qinghan's profile picture, and wanted to send her a voice chat invitation. She didn't have my contact information, so she could only contact Shin Qinghan first, tell Shin Qinghan about the Catwoman situation, and then let Shin Qinghan contact me. On the other side, the Catwoman broke free from the envelopment of the purplish-blue smoke, and her sensory perception quickly recovered. She cursed in extreme frustration. The cook duck flew away. However, right at this moment, she saw a super handsome boy walking toward her. This boy's attractiveness was more than 10 times greater than that of the senior brother next to Ma Shui just now. The Catwoman immediately swallowed her saliva out of craving, a beastly smile instantly appearing on her face as she said, "A blessing in disguise. And as for you running into me, you can only blame your bad luck." Seeing the Catwoman charge at me like lightning at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, I also immediately moved. One moment I was 100 meters away, the next moment I had flashed right in front of her, and then I viciously brought down a punch aimed right at her innocent student-like face. The sprinting Catwoman couldn't react at all and was explosively smashed in the face on the spot. With a loud explosive bang, accompanied by the sound of falling rubble, the Catwoman was directly smashed into the wall, her body sinking deeply inside out of sight. The Catwoman, embedded deep in the wall, hurriedly scrambled up, covered in a pathetic state. I didn't expect that taking 50% of my power would only burst a layer of skin off the Catwoman's face. In just a brief instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through the Catwoman's mind. How can this boy, who looks so young, be so strong? And he's not even a gene fuser. Instantly, the Catwoman's face was filled with terror, realizing she might meet her end today, so she hurriedly turned around and wanted to flee from here. To the Catwoman's surprise, I easily caught up to her. I didn't give her a chance to catch her breath and immediately rushed forward and gave her another kick. This time, I used 100% of my power. After taking this kick, the Catwoman's neck snapped and the head attached to it drooped limply. It looked a bit horrifying, but she was still alive. I didn't give her a chance to catch her breath and began to frantically kick her. Even though she still wasn't dead after so many hits, her biological pressure was getting weaker and weaker. Then I picked up a brick, intending to finish her off quickly before she could recover. But to my surprise, in just a blink of an eye, the biological pressure inside the Catwoman's body rose all the way from the nearly extinguished ordinary tier 1 to the absolute peak of ordinary tier 9, and it continued to rise continuously. It wasn't until it broke the shackles of ordinary creatures and just crossed the threshold to evolve into an advanced level being that it slowly stabilized. At this time, the Catwoman's appearance had undergone a massive change. Her whole body was covered in bulging muscles of extreme strength. Her eyes were full of wildness, and she was overflowing with an oppressive aura. Under a life-or-death crisis, the Catwoman was forced to choose to completely activate all the Shadow Knight Cat genes in her body, pushing her degree of mutation a step further to gain even more powerful strength. The price was losing more of her humanity, while her beastly nature grew heavier. Her reason decreased accordingly, making her more susceptible to backlash from the mutated beast genes. Seeing the opponent's biological rank suddenly elevate to the advanced category, I immediately smiled calmly. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Seeing me turn around and leave, the Catwoman also couldn't gauge my true strength and chose to watch me walk away. This person's strength was unknown. His actions completely defied common sense, and she herself had no more trump cards left. Furthermore, she could experience symptoms of gene backlash at any moment. If she was killed by me one more time, she would face certain death. Right now, preserving her life was the priority, and she needed to leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible. The very moment the Catwoman stepped out of the alleyway entrance, an egg-thick steel pipe fiercely thrust out from the side, piercing through her head with a squelch and pinning her entire body dead onto the wall. Before she could react to resist, a second steel pipe quickly thrust over with a fierce stab, cleanly and efficiently piercing through her heart with a squelch. As soon as this second steel pipe was inserted, I immediately pulled it out rapidly. Immediately following, I began to swing the steel pipe at flying speeds, barbarically destroying the muscles, bones, flesh, and blood within the Catwoman's body. Seeing that the Catwoman was dead beyond any doubt and the biological pressure inside her body had completely vanished, I finally let go of the steel pipe in my hand, tossing it casually onto the ground. After simply and easily leapfrogging tears to kill an advanced gene fuser, I quickly took my phone out of my pocket, snapped a photo of the deceased Catwoman, and uploaded it to the school's task system to prove I had eliminated her. I then called to notify the security department to come clean up the scene. Having done all this, I began to devour the Shadow Knight Cat genes inside her body. In an instant, the system popped up a notification: "You have devoured a large amount of the Shadow Knight Cat's life essence. Shadow Knight Cat Atlas progress 36%. I couldn't help but be taken aback. I didn't expect that just devouring one advanced Shadow Knight Cat gene fuser could increase the Atlas progress by so much. I guessed it was because the Catwoman suffered backlash from the Shadow Knight Cat genes in her body, resulting in an unusually high proportion of Shadow Knight Cat genes within her. On the other side, Ma Shui managed to call Ma Jinha and reported to him with an angry face: "That Catwoman task I took, the task information in it is completely wrong. That Catwoman's biological rank is not ordinary tier 6, but as high as ordinary tier 9. It almost got me killed." Hearing this, Ma Jinha's voice instantly became somewhat furious. "Describe the specific course of events in detail. Dad will go have a good talk with Director He, who is in charge of the task system, in a bit." Ma Shui steadied her emotions and described the entire process of her and the senior brother and sister hunting the Catwoman in great detail to Ma Jinha. But the senior sister beside her suddenly said with a face full of surprise, "What is going on here? How could that Catwoman task be completed by Lin Zichen?" Ma Shui thought she had misheard. "That Catwoman's biological rank is as high as ordinary tier 9. How could he possibly complete it? That's impossible." The scene shifted. The weekend ended, and Shin Qinghan and I returned to the school dormitory together. Just upon returning to the school, a notification popped up on my phone indicating that 300 credits had arrived in my account. It was the reward for completing the Catwoman task, but the reward had increased. It turned out that 200 of those credits were the original reward that an ordinary tier 9 task should have, while the extra 100 credits were compensation for me. Shin Qinghan, who was next to me, couldn't help but sigh. The school's task system is really unreliable. It's a good thing your strength is powerful enough, otherwise, you would have been screwed to death by this Catwoman task. I deeply agreed. It is indeed a pitfall. We need to be more careful when accepting tasks in the future. Later on, if there are suitable tasks, I will take you along to complete them together, to train your mindset." Shin Qinghan said excitedly, "That's great. I can finally go on missions with you." Afterward, I directly ordered 90 caddies of undead salamander meat, aiming to unlock the undead salamander atlas early tomorrow morning. After all, mutated beast meat had extremely high nutritional value, and eating it would greatly help with evolution. Shin Qinghan's body was so weak, I needed to buy more mutated beast meat for her to eat. Following that, I asked Shin Qinghan, "Is there any mutated beast meat you want to eat? I'll place an order and buy some." Shin Qinghan directly opened the credit mall on her own phone. After browsing for a while, she said, "Let's buy storm giant eagle meat. 1 credit can buy 6 caddies. If we put it in the fridge, it'll be enough to eat for several days." Hearing this, I readily agreed. "Then I'll order this." But Shin Qinghan shook her head. "Don't order it. I'll do it. I still have the 90 credits you gave me right here." I didn't refuse either. We were all family anyway, so there was no need to draw boundaries. However, right when I finished cooking, the doorbell suddenly rang. To my surprise, it was the delivery. This speed left me extremely shocked. I first took out the 6 caddies of storm giant eagle meat that Shin Qinghan bought and put it in the fridge. Then I couldn't wait to tear open the box containing the undead salamander meat. With a thought, I began began devouring it. Immediately, the system popped up a notification. You have devoured a large amount of the undead salamander's life essence. Undead salamander atlas, 100%. In the instant the text information appeared, a heavily injured undead salamander gradually materialized in the void, lying on the ground at its last gasp. It was severely wounded, its body sliced into countless pieces by the sharp talons of a storm giant eagle. However, this undead salamander, which had been hacked into pieces, had all of its fragmented body parts self-assemble one after another, seamlessly reconnecting at a visible rate until it became as good as new, miraculously coming back to life. At the same time, 2 lines of text materialized in the void. You have successfully unlocked the undead salamander atlas, acquiring the biological trait rapid self-healing. Your self-healing ability has been massively enhanced. As long as you do not die on the spot and have a sufficient energy supply, you can self-heal no matter how severe the injury. I was instantly thrilled beyond measure. Enduring the pain, I forcefully bit my own hand to test how effective the self-healing ability was. With this bite, a huge wound ripped open on my right hand, and blood kept gushing out non-stop. But under the effect of rapid self-healing, the bleeding stopped in just a few seconds. A few seconds later, the pain also vanished, replaced by an itchy sensation, and the wound on my hand had completely disappeared. I felt like I was invincible. With this rapid self-healing, as long as I clung to a breath and didn't die, and had enough energy supplied, I could continuously resurrect with full health and mana. Just then, the doorbell in the room rang once again. I felt a bit puzzled. It seemed Shin and I hadn't bought anything else. When the two of us opened the door, we were surprised to find that the person standing outside was actually Ma Shiwei. I was quite puzzled by this. May I ask what is the matter? Ma Shiwei also straightforwardly cut to the chase. I am very curious about how you completed that Catwoman task. Is it convenient for you to disclose it? But I directly stated it was inconvenient. Ma Shiwei turned around haughtily. Then I won't disturb you. Shin hesitated for a moment and then called out to her. Do you want to come in for a cup of tea? But Ma Shiwei indifferently dropped a sentence. Next time, I still have things to do right now. Then she disappeared at the stairwell. Afterward, Shin looked at me and suggested, Lindsay-chan, I feel Shiwei is quite a good person. We can interact with her more in the future. After all, regarding the incorrect information on the Catwoman task this time, she was afraid you might be in danger and even messaged me to warn you. I nodded. If you want to, you can invite her over to sit at our place more often in the future. She lives downstairs anyway. Early the next morning, I headed out to the Research Institute to begin a new day of studying the text of the blood tempering technique. Lu Chuanwu, meanwhile, gossiped from the side. I saw with my own eyes that night. Ma Jinhe went to find Director He, who manages the task system. The two started arguing after a disagreement, and eventually, they even came to blows. The matter escalated significantly. The reason was a severe error in the information for the Catwoman task his daughter accepted. Song Yuyan evidently also knew about the situation. I heard about it. That Catwoman's biological rank was ordinary tier 9, but the task listed it as ordinary tier 6. It almost got Ma Jinhe's daughter killed. It made Ma Jinhe so angry that he rushed to settle the score with Director He at top speed. Then Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan crowded around. You are also only ordinary tier 6. How did you complete this task? Did you ride someone's coattails? Did you find an expert to accompany you on the task? Or did you set up some kind of trap? I simply told the truth. No one helped me. There were no traps. I solo killed her purely relying on physical strength. The two were immediately shocked upon hearing this. What do you mean? Are you telling us you had even more of your strength? Are you joking? I found this quite a headache. After interacting with them over these past days, I felt their characters were decent enough. Telling them my true tempering progress and biological rank would bring more pros than cons, and they could also help me research opening acupoints together. So, I might as well just say it straight. With this in mind, I lay my cards on the table directly. Actually, my true strength has already reached ordinary tier 9. I have completed the first stage of tempering completely and am currently in the middle of secondary skin tempering. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed, frozen like wooden chickens. Lu Chuanwu, in particular, was completely stunned, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. After taking a moment to process it, he became incredibly excited. Heaven rewards the persistent. My years of perseverance have finally paid off. With a peerless genius like you forging the path ahead, the path of the pure-blood human will definitely shine brightly and become humanity's most powerful weapon for salvation. Lu Chuanwu finally couldn't help shedding tears of joy. I painstakingly researched the pure-blood human path for years, researching to the point where my family declined and my wife and children left me, all without any progress. Finally, today, I have met a peerless genius who is incomparably suited for the blood tempering technique. This is truly heaven-rewarding hard work. After calming down a bit, Lu Chuanwu patted my shoulder. Your physical talent is truly too exaggerated. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have a speck of source energy in your body, I would suspect you were a mutant from the source realm. Hearing this, I instantly grew interested. A mutant from the source realm? What is that? Lu Chuanwu explained to me with a serious face. Since mutated beasts exist in this world, then relatively speaking, there must certainly be mutants as well. It's just that mutants are generally inside the source realm, and we can't encounter them at all. Beside us, Song Yuyen couldn't help but show surprise. There really are mutants? Dean, you are really biased. I've been in the Celestial Human Pavilion for so many years and I've never heard you mention it. I caught the keyword and couldn't help but ask curiously, what is source energy? Lu Chuanwu stroked his beard and replied, source energy is a unique kind of energy belonging to creatures from the source realm, similar to vitality and spiritual power. Now I was even more curious. Then how can source energy be used? What specific effects does it have? Lu Chuanwu instantly became somewhat helpless. Regarding that, I can't quite answer right now. After all, in all the years I've lived, I've only ever come into contact with 2 mutants. Song Yuyen clearly didn't quite believe this claim. Where did you encounter mutants? Your biological rank has always been stuck at ordinary tier 9. You can't enter the source realm at all. Lu Chuanwu sighed helplessly. The standard set from above is that to enter the source realm, one's biological rank must start at advanced. Otherwise, going in just means being cannon fodder. Who said I encountered them in the source realm? I encountered them on Earth, okay? One is the female disciple my ex-wife took in from who knows where 10 years ago. As for the other, I encountered them in a mysterious super ancient ruin, the very same super ancient ruin where the blood tempering technique was discovered. I finally understood that Shen Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qianxue, was indeed a mutant. Lu Chuanwu then cautioned, regarding encountering mutants on Earth, make absolutely sure not to spread the word. It must be kept secret. Hearing this, Song Yuyen immediately patted her chest and guaranteed, rest assured, Dean, my lips are sealed tight. I've never leaked a single secret. Lu Chuanwu then nodded, looked at me, and cautioned with an even more solemn expression than before, regarding your strength, at this current stage, make absolutely sure not to perform too exaggeratedly or too far beyond worldly comprehension. Otherwise, you will definitely be targeted by the cults and bring unnecessary danger upon yourself. It's just as dangerous even inside the school. The cults nowadays infiltrate everywhere. Nobody can say for sure whether there are cultists among humanity's higher-ups. From now on, if you want to accept tasks that match your strength to earn credits, just use your sister Yuyen's account to accept them. Your sister Yuyen's biological rank is ordinary tier 9, the same as yours. By using her account to accept tasks, you can unleash your strength to your heart's content during the missions without worrying about exposing your true power. I readily agreed, and then asked again, do you have any materials related to the source realm? I want to learn more knowledge concerning the source realm. But Lu Chuanwu shook his head. I don't have materials in that regard. Everything concerning the source realm has always been classified, but you don't need to be in a rush to understand it. Before your biological rank evolves to advanced, knowing more about the source realm won't be of any use. For now, you just need to know this one point. To us, the vast majority of the creatures in the source realm are enemies. These enemies have been constantly trying to find ways to invade Earth. As to why they want to invade Earth, some powerhouses speculate that Earth possesses something these source realm creatures desire. Just as he finished that last sentence, the phone in Lu Chuanwu's pocket rang. As soon as he answered, the voice of a still charming mature woman came through. He quickly hung up the phone and then left briskly. An old flame of many years invited me to her house for dinner, so I won't stick around the institute any longer. Watching Lu Chuanwu's hastily departing figure, Song Yuyen couldn't help but sigh. The dean works so hard. He's off pulling in investments for the Celestial Human Pavilion again. By the way, Lin Zichen, how are you hiding your biological rank in tempering progress? How come the dean couldn't see through it at all? Even Principal Yuan couldn't see through it? I immediately gave a polite smile. Sorry, Sister Yuyen, it might not be convenient to talk about that. Song Yuyen instantly blinked her beautiful light blue eyes, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. I'm just too curious. As an exchange, I'll tell you a secret too. You can ask for whatever secret you want to hear. But seeing that I refused to yield no matter what, she had no choice but to say helplessly, since you are unwilling to say, and since we are both ordinary tier 9, do you want to spar? I knew that sparring with an opponent of the same tier would also help me clearly gauge my own strength and improve my practical combat skills, so I decisively agreed. Promptly, Song Yuyen assumed a stance and signaled, my tempering progresses, secondary skin tempering completed, primary flesh tempering completed, and secondary bone tempering 1/5 completed. In a moment, attack me with everything you've got. Song Yuyen spoke first. Let's begin now. You attack me first, and I'll focus on defense. Let me see how your attack power is. I didn't waste any words, directly taking a stride forward, charging in front of Song Yuyen, and aiming a kick right at her lower abdomen. With a loud thud, my foot kicked heavily into Song Yuyen's lower abdomen, knocking her several steps backward. Feeling a sharp pain coming from her lower abdomen, Song Yuyen was inwardly shocked. Such strong power. He has clearly only completed the first stage of tempering completely, yet he can injure my lower abdomen, which has undergone secondary flesh tempering. Given his compatibility with the blood tempering technique, I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses me. I have to seize the moment while he's still weaker than me to quickly act tough in front of him, otherwise I won't get the chance to act tough later. With this thought in mind, Song Yuyen immediately struck a mentor's pose, shook her head at me, and said, I am very dissatisfied with your kick just now. If you have the opportunity to strike, you must aim for maximizing damage. You should seek to heavily injure the enemy in one blow, and not waste any opportunity to strike. Just now, I gave you the chance to strike first. You shouldn't have kicked my abdomen, you should have aimed for my vitals. Having said that, Song Yuyen looked into my eyes with a serious face. So next, we will officially begin our exchange. I hope you can last 5 minutes against me. Seeing Song Yuyen's figure flash as she proactively charged toward me, I didn't dodge, but instead charged toward her as well, preparing for a fierce physical clash. The two of us engaged in a fierce confrontation, hand to hand, foot to foot, erupting in bursts of crisp sounds of physical collision. The battle lasted for over a minute, and the two of us fought back and forth evenly. Faced with such an outcome, Song Yuyen was completely dumbfounded, her mind filled with existential doubt. What is going on? How is he so strong? I'm clearly outputting at full power, so how am I still just fighting him to a draw? Shouldn't I be easily crushing him? I'm not going to lose, am I? However, I was very socially adept. When the battle reached the 3rd minute, I felt it was about time to end it. So, I intentionally failed to dodge in time and took a punch right in the face from Song Yuyen, losing the duel quite regrettably. Looking at me, Song Yuyen offered high praise. Your future is truly promising. I clearly trained a whole 10 years longer than you, yet using 80% of my strength, I could only fight you to a draw. It wasn't until I was forced to use 90% of my strength that I barely won this duel. With your talent, give it just another year, and I fear I'll no longer be your match. Lin Zichen, since you have completely finished the first stage of tempering, you can try opening your acupoints. I will teach you the newly researched acupoint opening method. Give it a try. The human body has a total of 366 acupoints distributed in various locations within us. According to the records in the blood tempering technique, the easiest acupoints to open are the 4 located around our heart. What you need to do now is first sense those 4 acupoints around your heart, and then control your vitality to impact them at a frequency of 10 strikes per second. The greater the force of the impact, the better. But be careful not to impact the heart itself, otherwise it will cause your heart to spasm in pain, and you might even die suddenly on the spot. Even though I controlled my vitality to impact those 4 acupoints, the acupoints didn't budge an inch and couldn't be blasted open at all. Worried that I would feel frustrated by this, Song Yuyen quickly offered words of comfort. After all, you have only completed the first stage of tempering. Perhaps your physical strength isn't enough to support you in opening the acupoints yet, or maybe the method I taught you is wrong. Regardless, there is plenty of time. There's no need to rush it. Meanwhile, in the basement of the dilapidated Lu family mansion, Lu Chuanwu took the stairs 2 at a time, swiftly arriving before an ancient bronze coffin full of an aura of vicissitudes and stopped. He looked at the ancient bronze coffin, his voice respectful and excited. I have finally found a peerless genius with the hope of opening his acupoints. He will definitely be able to use the pure blood human path to break the shackles of the ordinary rank and evolve into an advanced level being, a rare level being, or even an epic level being in the future. When that time comes, you will be able to rely on him supplying you with vitality every day to sustain your life, and you won't have to eke out an existence in this cramped ancient bronze coffin anymore. And with a powerful entity like you acting as a protector, and with you and that genius leading the celestial human pavilion forward from the front, the celestial human pavilion will definitely flourish on Earth in the future, leading humanity toward flesh and blood ascension. But the basement was completely quiet. The ancient bronze coffin offered no response. After waiting for a long time, the woman inside the ancient bronze coffin finally let out an MHM. Lu Chuanwu understood that this had probably exhausted all her energy for the day, rendering her unable to make any further sound. Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but shake his head and turn away. I hope Lin Zichen can succeed in evolving into an advanced level being with a pure blood human body of flesh and blood before the pavilion master completely perishes, to supply the pavilion master with vitality to sustain her life and keep her consciousness awake. When that time comes, with the pavilion master stepping in, the blood tempering technique will definitely become more widespread, and its upper limits can be developed even higher. The scene shifted. After I left the research institute, I went to the living area to buy groceries and returned to the dorm to cook. As soon as Shin Qinghan saw me return, she hastily spoke up. Lin Zichen, master came to me this morning and told me she wants me to undergo gene fusion ahead of schedule. The fusion will be with the genes of the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King. She said the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King's genes are very suitable for me in the early stages. Hearing this, information regarding the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King immediately flashed through my mind. The Phantom Blue Jellyfish, a low-tier mutated beast, had an adult biological rank averaging at ordinary tier 7. However, the powerful Jellyfish King could evolve to the advanced level. Its defining characteristic was spiritual power far exceeding creatures of the same tier. Even in the ordinary stage, it could manipulate dozens of cubic meters of seawater with just a faint trace of spiritual power. Thinking of this, I immediately spoke up. That's pretty good. I think the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King suits you very well. Just do as your master says. But Shin Qinghan's voice sounded somewhat uneasy. I also think it's very suitable, but master just straight up said she'd fuse me with the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King's genes. That's the gene of an advanced level being. My physical body is so frail. What if I can't handle it and suffer mutation? Hearing this, my eyes couldn't help but light up. Phantom Blue Jellyfish genes were already very rare, let alone the 1 in a million Jellyfish King. Yuan Dongji was truly generous. I wish I had such a generous sudden master too. Then I comforted her. Don't worry, jellyfish-type mutated beasts naturally have a high affinity with the human body, coupled with your gene fusion compatibility being as high as 21%. Fusing with an advanced mutated beast gene is more than manageable. You definitely won't mutate. You've already resolved the issue of losing reproductive capability beforehand. As for displaying partial mutated beast traits in appearance, that can be hidden as long as you put the mutated beast genes in your body into dormancy. Besides, many mutated beast traits that appear externally actually boost attractiveness, like cat-eared girls or fox-tailed girls. You've seen them, they're very popular. Shin Ching-han finally set her mind at ease, and then began to anticipate whether she would become prettier after fusing with the mutated beast genes. Next, Shin Ching-han opened her phone and asked, Lindsay-chan, look, isn't the phantom blue jellyfish very pretty? But my attention wasn't on the phone. It is pretty, but not as pretty as you. Shin Ching-han felt sweet inside hearing this, and couldn't help but smile radiantly. You've got a sweet mouth. Master took this video. She didn't bring any equipment and dove directly into the 10,000-meter deep sea with just her physical body. How high does her physical strength have to be to achieve that? I wonder if I can evolve to that tier in the future. I quickly made a judgment. It's at least rare level. Your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 21%. Never mind rare level. Even epic level would be a breeze. Shin Ching-han disagreed. It's not that simple. High gene fusion compatibility doesn't guarantee you'll be amazing. It also depends on various physiques and evolutionary resources. I immediately patted my chest and guaranteed, your physique is already heaven-defying, born with excellent water affinity. If you walk the path of water attribute gene fusion in the future, you will definitely become a top-tier powerhouse, even more amazing than your master. As for evolutionary resources, you don't have to worry about that at all. In the future, whatever resources you want, I'll give them to you. I didn't plan on going to the research institute and intended to exercise at home myself. My attention was then drawn to a bizarre news report. Mysterious unknown plants have been discovered in multiple locations across Shanghai City. They are vast in variety and weird in shape. Large numbers of botanists have already rushed over to investigate upon hearing the news. Because it is uncertain whether these plants are harmful, citizens are strongly advised not to approach them out of curiosity to avoid causing unnecessary casualties and accidents. I examined it carefully for a moment and felt that the plants in the photos looked very familiar. They look just like plants growing in the Source Realm environment. But how could plants from the Source Realm inexplicably appear on Earth? Could it be the Divine Plant Cult? I couldn't help but shake my head. The Rat God Cult was wiped out, and now along came a Divine Plant Cult. There truly were so many human traders. Next, I opened the credit mall and started browsing it to see if there were any items sold that could rapidly restore vitality. Ever since starting secondary tempering, I found that my vitality was somewhat insufficient. After browsing for over 10 minutes, I set my sights on an item called Blood Restoration Pill, which, as the name implied, was a pill used to restore vitality. I directly bought 100 pills in one breath. Next up was looking at mutated beast meat. The undead salamander atlas had already been unlocked, so it was time to unlock the next mutated beast atlas. I set my sights on a type of mutated beast meat called the 10,000 venom mongoose, but the price was a bit steep at 20 credits per caddy. The 10,000 venom mongoose was a small mutated beast. Although it had the words 10,000 venom in its name, it was actually non-venomous. The reason it was given such a name was because its venom resistance was extremely strong, and it fed on various venomous creatures. Based on this, I felt that unlocking the 10,000 venom mongoose atlas would highly likely grant a biological trait that could resist venom. But right now, the credits in my account were less than 200 points, not even enough to buy 10 caddies, so I could only order one caddy first to just open the progress bar for the 10,000 venom mongoose atlas. After doing all this, I put my phone away, walked to the well-ventilated living room, sat cross-legged, and began secondary skin tempering. After tempering for about 2 hours, I felt the vitality in my body depleted and started to feel a bit unable to hold on. My head was dizzy, and I absolutely had to stop and rest, so I hurriedly went to the fridge to find something to eat to restore some vitality. Just then, the doorbell in the room rang, followed by a woman's voice. "I'm the school courier. Is anyone home?" Unexpectedly, I opened the door right at that moment, and the woman panicked, accidentally dropping the package. But I was quick-eyed and deft-handed. Even though my body was a bit weak, I caught it in time. Next, I directly poured out a blood restoration pill and popped it into my mouth to test the effects. The blood restoration pill melted in my mouth, instantly turning into threads of warm currents flowing into my body. In just a short while, I could clearly feel my body rapidly recovering its vitality. My head was no longer dizzy, and my hands and feet were no longer weak. I extended my finger to touch the 10,000 venom mongoose meat in front of me and, with a thought, began to devour it. Instantly, a system notification chimed. "You have devoured a trace of the 10,000 venom mongoose's life essence. 10,000 venom mongoose atlas, 1%. Now that I had the blood restoration pills, I could entirely rely on the pills to restore vitality while simultaneously consuming vitality to temper my body. Exchanging credits for a faster speed of improving my strength was still a very worthwhile trade. Time flew by, and Shin Ching-han returned after finishing classes. But she wasn't alone. Her best friend Li Chushin was with her. As soon as she entered the door, Li Chushin curiously surveyed the dorm where the two of us lived together. The more she looked, the more envious her face became. It's so nice for you too, having such a luxurious apartment to live in. It feels like living in a 5-star hotel every day. Unlike me, who doesn't even have a single dorm and has to live with another roommate. I smiled. If you want to live in a single room, my assigned dorm in the Martial Arts Academy is a single room. You can move in there. Li Chushin shook her head slightly. Thanks for the kind offer, Lin Zichin, but right now, I actually quite like living with my roommate. It's not lonely. Actually, the reason I came to see you today is to vent. You have no idea how outrageous those upperclassmen are. Usually, no one dares to bully you too because you're geniuses, but us ordinary people have it miserable. The day before yesterday, when a senior sister came to my dorm for an inspection, she took a liking to my cosmetics. Without caring whether I agreed or not, she just took them, saying she was borrowing them for a couple of days. A guy in our class had it even worse. The century-old blood ginseng his family sent him was snatched away. When he complained to the student union afterward, the student union people didn't care either, saying the school advocates the law of the jungle, and if he wasn't happy, he should fight back himself using whatever means necessary. But we're all freshmen, our strength isn't as good as the upperclassmen, and we're not as good at playing dirty tricks either. Isn't this just blatantly favoring the upperclassmen? Seeing her pour out so many grievances, I roughly guessed her underlying intention. From now on, if an upperclassman goes too far with you, let me know, and I'll see if I can help you solve it. Just then, the ground shook, and the tremor was quite noticeable. I immediately felt something was very wrong. My danger perception was telling me that something bad seemed about to happen. At the same time, in Shanghai City, in a luxuriously decorated room, two masked individuals were sitting together, drinking and chatting. The middle-aged masked man asked impatiently, Lord Divine Envoy, I want to sprint for a higher biological rank this year, and I need more resources. I wonder if you could provide me with some evolutionary resources on your end. The elderly masked man directly conjured a glamorous, alluring flower out of thin air into his hand and casually tossed it onto the table like tossing garbage, saying, in view of your outstanding performance this year, I shall reward you with this demonic glamour flower. The demonic glamour flower has a strong aphrodisiac effect. It's best if you have a woman by your side when you consume it. The middle-aged masked man hastily accepted the flower. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Divine Envoy. In this year's freshman class at Shanghai University, a genius with an extremely exaggerated physical talent has emerged. I've covertly arranged for someone to make him ingest an advanced demon seed, if we can successfully recruit him into the cult. But the elderly masked man directly interrupted. That is unimportant. The true geniuses are all inside the source realm. The middle-aged masked man couldn't help but curse inwardly. So what if there are many geniuses in the source realm? I can't even fucking reach them. A voice echoed deep within the elderly masked man's mind. Lord Divine Envoy, news just came from the source realm saying they have found the corresponding boundary point and placed an identical biological coordinate. They now need you to go to the tunnels to activate the biological coordinate and establish a connection with the biological coordinate in the source realm. The elderly masked man immediately responded to the other party deep in his mind. I am heading there now. Then, with a flash of his figure, his entire person vanished without a trace in an instant. Only then did the middle-aged masked man input a voice-to-text message into his watch and send it out. The two of you have delayed this matter of making Lin Zichin ingest the advanced demon seed for a long time. If you can't get it done within 3 days, then I will have no choice but to replace you. But I was unaware of this. I was walking downstairs with Shinqinghan, preparing to part ways. Just as the two of us were about to go our separate ways, two familiar figures blocked our path. It was my high school classmates, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang. The burly and rough Lu Gang spoke first. Lin Zichin, can we take up a bit of your time? I have a favor to ask of you. A junior year upperclassman has a grudge against Wang Shujie and me. Relying on his superior strength, he targets us every single day, to the point where we can barely breathe. Could we ask you to stand up for us? You are the rookie king of his class. That upperclassman definitely wouldn't dare to offend you and would give you face. We won't let you help for nothing. This bag contains several kinds of spirit fruits. They are evolutionary resources my dad specifically sent me. Now, I'm giving them all to you, hoping you can help us with this favor. For the sake of us being high school classmates, please just reluctantly step in and help us this once. I wasn't in a rush to agree, but instead asked, what is that junior year upperclassman's strength? After learning that the opponent only had the strength of ordinary tier 6, I readily agreed. Wait for me at the entrance of the Pure Blood Human Research Institute at 5:30 p.m. I'll help you resolve this. Seeing that I had agreed, Lu Gang and Wang Shujie directly turned and left. Then since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. See you at 5:30 p.m. Seeing the two walk a bit further away, Shinqinghan immediately said to me with a face full of curiosity, Lin Zichin, quickly open the bag and look at the spirit fruits inside. I've grown up so much but never eaten a spirit fruit. I casually opened the bag and prepared to pick a spirit fruit. Shinqinghan hastily spoke up, pick a small one. If it's too big I won't be able to finish it. But after Shinqinghan took the spirit fruit I selected, she was somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Zichin, this spirit fruit is so disgusting. Did it get wormy and spoil? Seeing that the skin of the spirit fruit was covered in wriggling blood vessels, making it look like an animal's heart, I also felt it was somewhat bizarre. Just as I was about to sniff the scent of this weird spirit fruit, my innate skill, danger perception, suddenly throbbed, and a prompt message slowly materialized from the void. Do you wish to devour the advanced Treant demon goo seed? I was momentarily stunned, and then associating it with the sudden throb of danger perception just now, I immediately realized something was wrong. Seeing that Liu Gang and Wang Shuqia hadn't walked too far away yet, I took a stride forward, instantly dashing in front of the two and stopping them. Then I shouted to Shen Qinghan, who was jogging over. Shen Qinghan, contact your master and have her come over. In less than half a minute, Yuan Dongji arrived. Her grand entrance was very simple and brutal. She drifted down slowly straight from high in the sky. I directly took out that fruit. These two had a favor to ask of me and gave me a bag of spirit fruits. Inside was this weird-looking red seed. I suspect this is a method used by the divine plant cult to coerce students into joining. Yuan Dongji saw through the trick with just a glance. This red seed in your hand is the seed of a mutated tree. After eating it, one will be controlled by the mutated tree and lose control of their own body. It is one of the common methods the divine plant cult uses to coerce people into joining. Hearing this, I recalled that back when the practical combat assessment ended and the whole class took the bus back to school together, Liu Gang and Wang Shuqia looked very off on the bus. I roughly guessed that the two had already been controlled at that time. Meanwhile, Yuan Dongji simply raised her hand and sucked them in from a distance. After rolling the two up, she stated, I'll take these two back for investigation first. Once there are results, I will inform you immediately. Liu Gang and Wang Shuqia tried to speak up and defend themselves, but their mouths were sewn shut by Yuan Dongji's spiritual power, rendering them completely unable to make a sound. Before leaving, Yuan Dongji didn't forget to caution, the cults infiltrate everywhere, and there are lurking cultists in many places. When you interact with people normally, you must learn to keep your eyes sharp. You cannot even completely trust mentors and school leaders. You must always keep your guard up. Shen Qinghan said with a thrilled face, Master's spiritual power is strong enough to fly by manipulating objects. That's so amazing. Liu Gang and Wang Shuqia are so evil. Lin Zichen, you were thinking of helping them, but they were plotting to harm you. I nodded and then threw that bag of spirit fruits into the trash can. Out of caution, it was best to throw them all away. There was no need to be greedy for such a petty gain. The next day, the investigation results for Liu Gang and Wang Shuqia came out. The two were confirmed to be members of the divine plant cult. They were coerced into ingesting the demon seed by a safety officer during the college entrance exam's practical combat assessment. The penalty result was that both were expelled from Shanghai University and had to bear the corresponding criminal responsibilities. Their lives were basically ruined. The scene shifted. Shen Qinghan and I had both picked up our parents and were taking them to their allocated resettlement housing. During this period, with the help of the blood restoration pills, I had achieved my wish and completed secondary skin tempering, while Shen Qinghan finally arrived at the day of her gene fusion. Because she was very nervous, she asked me to accompany her. Seeing Shen Qinghan arrive, Yuan Dongji picked up a cup of warm water and handed it to her. The phantom blue jellyfish is a water attribute mutated beast. The more water there is in your body, the easier it is to fuse with its genes. After Shen Qinghan finished this cup, another was poured for her to continue drinking. In total, she drank 5 cups, adding up to nearly a liter of water, until she couldn't drink anymore. Holding her water-filled lower abdomen and feeling a bit uncomfortable, she finally stopped. Next, Yuan Dongji fetched a syringe filled with blue liquid. This syringe in my hand contains the phantom blue jellyfish king's genes in the blue liquid. Later, I will use my spiritual power to numb your pain nerves so you won't feel pain. However, during the subsequent gene fusion process, even if your pain nerves are numbed, you will still feel intense pain, but the duration generally won't be too long, at most a few minutes. If the pain really becomes unbearable, just open your mouth and scream out loud. Absolutely do not force yourself to hold it in. Seeing Shen Qinghan nod in understanding, Yuan Dongji began to inject the genes into her. I observed this scene from the side, feeling it was incredible. Everyone knows that during the process of gene fusion, various precision testing instruments are needed to constantly monitor changes in the fuser's bodily data, but utilizing her incomparably powerful spiritual power probing, Yuan Dongji didn't need any of those. Once all the phantom blue jellyfish king genes were injected, Yuan Dongji quickly reminded Shen Qinghan, after the gene fusion begins, a severe wave of pain will arrive very soon. You need to be mentally prepared. After responding with an MHM, Shen Qinghan squeezed her eyes shut tightly and bit her lower lip, ready to welcome the intense pain. However, after a long time passed, Shen Qinghan didn't feel any pain emerge at all. She couldn't help but ask weakly, so weird, I don't feel any pain at all. Is something wrong? Hearing this, Yuan Dongji was completely bewildered. The phantom blue jellyfish king's genes had been successfully and entirely injected without any rejection reaction occurring throughout the process, yet they did not fuse with Shen Qinghan's genes. This meant that this gene fusion had failed. Yuan Dongji steadied her emotions and said in an uncertain tone, Qinghan's gene fusion failed. She was unable to successfully fuse with the phantom blue jellyfish king's genes, but it can't be called a complete failure either. Normally speaking, since the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King's genes have been successfully entirely injected into Chinghan's heart without any rejection reaction occurring throughout the process, it should already be considered a successful gene fusion, because the biggest difficulty in gene fusion is the rejection reaction. As long as no rejection reaction occurs, with the aid of the various drugs and the gene reagent, one's own genes will very quickly independently fuse with the mutated beast genes, thereby acquiring parts of the corresponding mutated beast's abilities. But Chinghan's situation is very strange. The injected Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes didn't trigger the slightest rejection reaction, but they also didn't undergo fusion. I was utterly puzzled and hastily looked at Yuan Dongji, asking, what exactly is the situation? Yuan Dongji, in a rare display of patience, began to explain, the only point I am clear on right now is that, under the perception of my spiritual power, I found that Chinghan's own genes, as if possessing a mind of their own, orderly surrounded the invading Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes, and then entwined around them to restrict their freedom. Some Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes instinctively tried to undergo fusion, but as a result, they were directly strangled by Chinghan's genes, turning into a pile of gene fragments that were completely absorbed as nutrients. The current situation is that all the remaining Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes have their freedom restricted. I have never encountered this situation before. Just then, Chinghan suddenly noticed that her hair was rapidly changing color, and so she let out a cry of surprise. Seeing this, Yuan Dongji couldn't help but be shocked. This is one of the traits expressed by Phantom Blue Jellyfish genes, but it clearly failed to fuse, so why can it still express the Phantom Blue Jellyfish's genes? I hastily asked with concern, do you feel anything unusual in your body? Chinghan immediately began to feel carefully. I feel like there is an extra thing inside my body. I can sense it, and it seems I can even control it. Hearing this, Yuan Dongji immediately radiated her spiritual power again, invading Chinghan's body to carefully probe the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes inside. A moment later, Yuan Dongji instructed, Chinghan, the extra thing you sensed in your body should be the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes I just injected into you. Right now, the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes in your body are in an active state. Try using your spiritual power to control it and put it into dormancy. Chinghan nodded softly, then calmed her mind and focused her attention, doing as Yuan Dongji said. With just a thought, she sent the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes into dormancy. After that, Yuan Dongji motioned for Chinghan to try reactivating the Phantom Blue Jellyfish King genes. In just the blink of an eye, her hair became azure and lustrous again, blindingly beautiful. Seeing her hair turn azure again, Yuan Dongji could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. Even top-tier gene fusion geniuses like Li Mayu, Ma Shiwei, and even Student Union President Zhou Xiaohong needed at least half a month to adapt after successfully fusing with mutated beast genes before they could freely activate or put the mutated beast genes in their bodies into dormancy. But Chinghan had just had the mutated beast genes injected into her heart and could directly manipulate them. This was vastly superior to gene fusers. Seeing Yuan Dongji, who was usually aloof and taciturn, suddenly show an excitement that didn't fit her persona, I immediately spoke up and asked, Principal Yuan, what is Chinghan's situation right now? Having sorted out her thoughts, Yuan Dongji was in an exceptionally good mood. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news is that you may never be able to become a gene fuser, but the good news is that you are more advanced and more powerful than a gene fuser. Without needing gene fusion, you can achieve what only gene fusers can, and you can do it even better. Your current situation is that you are unable to fuse with mutated beast genes, but you can enslave mutated beast genes, express mutated beast genes, and acquire the corresponding mutated beast's abilities. This means you are essentially still a pure-blood human, but you don't have to worry about suffering backlash from mutated beast genes, and you can even manipulate them. However, up until now, it has not been discovered that any pure-blood human can break the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into an advanced level being, and you are highly likely to become the pioneer on Earth to break the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into an advanced level being within a pure-blood human body. If a pure-blood human can truly break the shackles of ordinary creatures, the first person to achieve this will definitely be you. Hearing this, I, standing to the side, couldn't help but raise my eyebrows and silently grumble. What does that mean? Looking down on me? Then Yuan Dongji spoke again. Although Chinghan is not a gene fuser, her primary method of improving her strength is inseparable from mutated beast genes. Considering this, Chinghan will still be a genius class student of the Evolution Academy from now on, and her superficial identity will be that of a gene fuser. You two just keep this secret to yourselves. Do not tell anyone, not even your parents, regarding your gene enslavement ability. There are still many areas that need research. From now on, if you have nothing to do at 8 p.m. every night, come to my office, and we will thoroughly research it together. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. I was sweating profusely, conducting the secondary tempering of my muscles. Unexpectedly, Chinghan suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Lin-Zichan, I have good news to tell you. I can control water with my spiritual power now. This left me quite astonished. You just learned to control water, and you can already control it so smoothly. Your talent is really so formidable it's a bit exaggerated. Shin Ching-han couldn't help but start showing off. There's an even more amazing one. I can manipulate the vitality inside other people's bodies from a distance. Master said that on a lighter note, I can throw the opponent's vitality into chaos, and on a heavier note, I can make the opponent explode and die directly. Hearing this, I immediately proposed a suggestion. Since you can manipulate others' vitality from a distance, you should also be able to control your own vitality to temper your body. Shin Ching-han instantly said dejectedly, Master said my vitality strength and physical talent are both too weak, so I can't take the pure-blood human path. But I encouraged her. You and I are both special existences, things that ordinary people can't do. It's possible for us to achieve. What's more, with me teaching you, just give it a try and see. Hearing these words, Shin Ching-han instantly felt a bit shy. We are both special existences. Is Lin Zichen confessing to me? However, she quickly calmed down. You're right, we are special. I definitely can use vitality to temper my body too. For the following time, I was teaching Shin Ching-han how to control her own vitality to temper her body. Under my careful instruction, Shin Ching-han finally successfully mastered the blood tempering technique. I was also quite surprised by this. I originally just wanted her to give it a try, but I didn't expect her to actually succeed. Shin Ching-han's biological rank was only ordinary tier 2, yet she could cultivate the blood tempering technique, which normally required a vitality strength of ordinary tier 4 to cultivate. It truly broke my understanding. At this moment, Shin Ching-han was very thrilled. Lin Zichen, I can enslave mutated beast genes to gain their abilities, and you can devour mutated beast meat to gain their abilities, and we're both walking the pure-blood human path. Now we really are the unparalleled twin stars. In less than half a month's time, Shin Ching-han cultivated the blood tempering technique alongside me, completing primary skin tempering, and her biological rank evolved directly from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 3. I felt it was now time to take Shin Ching-han to see some blood in actual combat, to temper her mindset. So, after carefully selecting for half an hour, I finally chose an off-campus task within the city to capture drug dealers. Soon, Shin Ching-han and I arrived at the Shanghai City Security Headquarters and received a warm welcome from the security officers. Because of the news storm before the college entrance exam, the citizens of Shanghai City basically all knew me, knowing I was the college entrance exam runner-up of Nanjiang Province, which was why they were welcoming me with smiling faces and enthusiastic attitudes the whole time. The square-faced captain suddenly spoke up. I have a godson who is also a freshman at Shanghai University this year. He got in as a provincial top scorer and is even a student of the genius class. It's a pity, Lin Zichen, with your high talent, if you hadn't joined the Celestial Human Pavilion, you could have entered the genius class too and been classmates with my godson. For tonight's operation, I invited my godson to come participate to let him gain some practical combat experience. I estimate he should be arriving soon. You two can take the opportunity to make friends with him. In the future, if upperclassmen bully you at school, just let him know, and I guarantee he will step in. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out. Seeing Luo Yongjian, everyone immediately started murmuring, this Fang Feixiong is so lucky, having a provincial top scorer as a godson. He's going to gain power at headquarters in the future. Fang Feixiong looked at his godson beside him, asking with a faint smile on his face, Xiao Jian, I heard from your dad that you evolved to ordinary tier 5 a few days ago. That's really impressive. By the way, Xiao Jian, for tonight's operation, besides you, 2 Shanghai University freshmen are also participating. One of them is a very pretty girl. Let me take you over to meet them. However, when Luo Yongjian got a clear look at the freshman in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. He was incredibly awkward, his entire face instantly full of discomfort, not knowing how to face the 2 people sitting in front. But Fang Feixiong didn't notice his abnormality and started introducing Shin Ching-han and me on his own. Shin Ching-han had a very deep impression of Luo Yongjian, instantly recognizing him as one of the people who was one-shot by me during the trial back then. Fang Feixiong was halfway through his words when he suddenly noticed Luo Yongjian's complexion was very unnatural. Are you feeling unwell? Why does your complexion look off? Luo Yongjian raised his hand to scratch his hair, smiling somewhat awkwardly. It's just that I didn't expect to see 2 acquaintances here, so I felt a bit surprised. This pretty girl is the top scorer of Nanjiang Province, a classmate of mine. The boy sitting next to her is this year's rookie king of Shanghai University. You might not believe it if I say it, but Brother Chen single-handedly crushed an entire genius class during the back-to-school trial, taking the title of rookie king in an absolute steamrolling fashion, shocking all the school leaders. Fang Feixiong was also shocked to think a runner-up from Nanjiang Province was this formidable. He had truly underestimated him just now. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Shanghai City. All the security officers participating in tonight's operation were fully armed, driving toward an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Shanghai City to annihilate a drug dealer's den in one fell swoop. Fang Feixiong also handed out equipment to my group. Put on these bulletproof gears for protection, but I directly stated that I didn't need any. Hearing this, Luo Yongjian immediately pulled his hand back. I don't need it either. Mere firearms can't hurt me. He felt that although he couldn't compare to the rookie king, he was still still a provincial top scorer, and later you would let these mortal security officers get a good look at the might of a Shanghai University genius class student. Soon, several heavy armored security vehicles stopped one after another in front of an abandoned factory. As the doors opened, a group of fully armed security officers immediately surged out, charging orderly into the factory. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from inside the factory. "The security officers are here." This was followed by the sound of fierce gunfire exchanges. The drug dealers knew full well that their crimes were grave, and if caught, they would basically face the death penalty. Therefore, they all raised their guns in resistance, firing madly at the security officers coming to arrest them. It was a matter of life and death. Facing the suppressive fire of the drug dealers, the security officers chose to temporarily evade the brunt of the attack, not rushing to clash head-on. However, I suddenly walked out from cover. Seeing this, Luo Yongjian behind me gritted his teeth and forced himself to follow, but his attempt to act tough failed, and instead, he was shot full of holes like a sieve. He took several shots to the body. His clothes instantly dyed red with blood on the spot, and he had to find cover to hide from the bullets. Although the drug dealers rained suppressive fire upon me one after another, the bullets hitting my body were like hitting steel. They all ricocheted off instantly. I didn't choose to evade the brunt of the attack, but charged directly at the drug dealers, braving the hail of bullets. Unlike the mortal security officers, my biological rank was as high as ordinary tier 9, and my body had undergone tempering. My flesh was extremely tough, capable of tanking even heavy sniper rifles head-on, so I completely feared no ordinary firearms. Relying solely on my own power, I beat a group of armed drug dealers until they completely routed, initiating a solo performance of one-punching everyone. Before long, seeing that the situation was secured, I stopped taking action against the remaining drug dealers, intentionally leaving this mop up for Shen Qinghan to practice. At my signal, Shen Qinghan also began to make her move, using her ability to manipulate vitality from a distance to assist the security officers. She caused the drug dealers who were still resisting and trying to escape to suddenly suffer from chaotic vitality, getting dizzy and falling to the ground. Over 10 minutes later, the arrest operation concluded perfectly. Suddenly, a security officer responsible for clearing the factory jogged out. We found a box of very strange seeds inside. Fang Feixiong quickly recognized those seeds. These seeds are highly likely related to the Divine Plant Cult. The Divine Plant Cult is a cult that has been active in major universities recently. The various mysterious plants that have appeared in the city lately are probably inextricably linked to this cult. Meanwhile, I very straightforwardly stated that Shen Qinghan and I had things to do and needed to head back to school first. Although I was very curious about the Divine Plant Cult, I didn't want to get involved with them. For safety's sake, as long as it was a cult, I would proactively keep my distance and not look for trouble for no reason. As long as you don't seek death, you won't die. As the security vehicle was about to drive out of the suburbs, I suddenly frowned. Through the car window, I saw an unusually fat rat carrying a demon's seed in its mouth by the roadside not far ahead. Regarding the scene before me, I couldn't help but feel a wave of creeping terror as I thought about it carefully. Is this rat planting Treant demon goo seeds? Could it be that the rat god cult hasn't been completely wiped out? With this thought, I decisively signaled to Shen Qinghan, "Tell your teacher that the rat god cult might have colluded with the Divine Plant Cult and are also helping them spread Treant demon goo seeds." I felt that matters concerning cults were better left to the security team and the advanced level beings, so I dialed Captain Fang's phone and told him my guest. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was half a month later, I accepted a task to capture an arms smuggler and took Shen Qinghan along to do it. 3 days later, for the purpose of practicing my team-building skills, I invited Song Yuyen to do a task to earn credits, and Song Yuyen gladly agreed. The two of us discussed for a bit, and finally, Song Yuyen used her mentor account to accept a task to kill a cyborg. Before I knew it, the first semester of my freshman year was nearing its end. I didn't go to the research institute, choosing to temper my body in the dorm. I slowly opened my eyes, a smile gracing the corners of my mouth. Secondary tempering is fully complete. Through this period of tempering, Shen Qinghan had also smoothly achieved full completion of primary tempering. Didn't you say that after fully completing primary tempering, the biological rank would evolve to ordinary tier 9? How come I'm only ordinary tier 6? Shen Qinghan's progress surprised me quite a bit. You've cultivated the blood tempering technique for less than 3 months, and you've already fully completed primary tempering. This talent far exceeds ordinary people. I pondered for a moment and then explained. Could it be because your physical talent is too weak? Your vitality control ability is very strong, even stronger than mine, but because the strength of your vitality isn't high enough, the resulting physical strength from tempering isn't high either. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan said somewhat downcast, "According to what you're saying, doesn't that mean I'll never be able to catch up to your footsteps?" Hearing this, I couldn't help but mock silently. I'm literally using a cheat. If you managed to catch up to my footsteps, that would be a disaster. The next day, I woke up early and joined Song Yuyen in an in-depth study of opening acupoints. Song Yuyen was completely clueless. How exactly do you open these acupoints? I pondered for a moment and then said, "Do you think it's possible that one must complete 5 full temperings before opening acupoints?" Song Yuyen shook her head helplessly Honestly, hopefully not. If you need 5 full temperings to open acupoints, then the universality of the blood tempering technique as a body tempering method would be too poor, impossible to spread at all. Let's talk about something happy. Let me tell you some gossip. Do you know how chaotic the private lives of our school leaders are? I had no interest in this, merely listening politely for a while. I soon spoke up. By the way, Sister Yuyen, how many of my credits stored with you are there now? Song Yuyen had a surprised face. Didn't you calculate it yourself? The credits you've stored on my mentor account currently total a massive 2,400. 10,000 venom mongoose meat was 20 credits a caddy. It was enough to buy 99 caddies and unlock the atlas. I decisively stated, I want to buy 99 caddies of 10,000 venom mongoose meat. Please place the order for me in the credit mall and select the Research Institute as the delivery address. Song Yuyen couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you buying so much 10,000 venom mongoose meat for? But I indicated that it wasn't quite convenient to say. Around the afternoon, the 10,000 venom mongoose meat arrived. I carried the meat out of the Research Institute and back to my dorm. As soon as the dorm door closed, I eagerly touched the 10,000 venom mongoose meat in the delivery box. With a thought, a notification instantly popped up. You have devoured a large amount of the 10,000 venom mongoose's life essence. 10,000 venom mongoose atlas progress 100%. You have successfully unlocked the 10,000 venom mongoose atlas, acquiring the biological trait invulnerable to all venoms. Your venom resistance has been massively enhanced. I couldn't wait to see if invulnerable to all venoms could immunize against biological neurotoxins. 2 hours later, I found that I hadn't been anesthetized. Clearly, it had all been successfully immunized by the invulnerable to all venoms biological trait. A few days later, I accompanied Shinchinghan here for her second mutated beast gene injection. Before the injection, Yuan Dongji first examined Shinchinghan's body to see how the phantom blue jellyfish king genes inside her were doing and whether it was suitable to inject a second type of mutated beast gene. The result of this examination completely bewildered Yuan Dongji. What is going on? How did your biological rank break through from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 6 so quickly? Shinchinghan couldn't help but explain somewhat weakly. I cultivated the blood tempering technique. I just fully completed primary tempering a few days ago, and then my biological rank evolved to ordinary tier 6. I just used the phantom blue jellyfish king's water control ability to control the vitality in my body to temper my body, and then it just worked. Yuan Dongji felt like she was dreaming. This was far too surreal. You truly are a genius. Your physique is too powerful. You are bound to become humanity's highest combat power in the future. Enough talking. I will now inject these 5 types of mutated beast genes into you to see if there are any restrictions on the quantity and attributes of your gene enslavement. They are the metal attribute golden winged demon butterfly gene, possessing powerful hallucinogenic abilities; the wood attribute equinox flower bug gene, possessing powerful camouflage abilities; the water attribute undead salamander gene, possessing powerful self-healing abilities; the fire attribute hellfire lizard gene, possessing powerful burning abilities; and the earth attribute armored earth dragon gene, possessing powerful defensive abilities. Yuan Dongji first picked up the armored earth dragon gene reagent and expertly injected the golden yellow liquid inside slowly. She then observed a very incredible scene. The moment the armored earth dragon's genes were injected, they were instantly killed by Shinchinghan's genes, dissolved into nutrients, and completely absorbed. The subsequently injected equinox flower bug genes and golden winged demon butterfly genes met the exact same fate, entirely strangled and absorbed by Shinchinghan's genes. Only the undead salamander gene injected last managed to survive, enslaved by Shinchinghan's genes. Yuan Dongji understood immediately. Currently, it seems only water attribute mutated beast genes can be enslaved. I'll go get a few more water attribute mutated beast genes to test. Not long after, Yuan Dongji brought back 3 different water attribute mutated beast genes and continued to inject them into Shinchinghan. But this time, the results were somewhat unexpected. These 3 different water attribute mutated beast genes were not enslaved by Shinchinghan's genes. Instead, they were directly strangled and absorbed. Moreover, during the injection process, Shinchinghan appeared somewhat uncomfortable, stating that she felt stuffed, as if she had overeaten. Regarding this, Yuan Dongji summarized a conclusion. Right now, your physical strength or spiritual strength is not enough, so you can only enslave 2 water attribute mutated beast genes. Once your strength increases in the future, you will definitely be able to enslave more water attribute mutated beast genes. The undead salamander gene you just enslaved grants you the ability to secrete a type of mucus. Aside from having powerful healing effects, this mucus also possesses excellent lubricating properties. If you too ever have the need for it in the future, you can. The schedule for this year's freshman tournament has changed. It has been moved up to mid-January at the end of this semester. Chinghan, your biological rank is already as high as ordinary tier 6. I am very much looking forward to your performance. I hope you can break into the top 5 and earn the opportunity to participate in the winter break special training camp. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows, a stir in my heart. The freshman tournament was actually moved up. I had just finished cooking the meal when Shinchinghan and Li Chuxin walked in from outside. I noticed their hands were full of shopping bags and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you two carrying so many bags?" Lee Chushin smiled and explained, "My family's clothing store got a batch of new clothes a few days ago. I saw a few couples outfits that would look great on you and Shinchinghan, so I brought them as a gift for you too. I've already washed these clothes. Try them on and see if they fit. Strike a pose, both of you. I'll take a photo of you, and later I'll use your couple photo as my family's models. It'll definitely sell like crazy." After spending a few minutes taking photos, all three of us sat down at the dining table to eat. Halfway through the meal, Shinchinghan couldn't help but complain to me, "Lin Zichin, on the way back to the dorm with Lee Chushin just now, we ran into a really mean senior sister. Relying on being an upperclassman with more strength than freshmen, that senior sister actually tried to snatch the shopping bags Lee Chushin and I were carrying. It was such severe bullying. If someone hadn't recognized me and said I was your girlfriend, that senior sister probably really would have snatched them." Seeing my surprised look, Lee Chushin explained, "That senior sister was targeting me. Seeing I'm easy to bully, she keeps picking on me. Shinchinghan was just dragged into it because of me. It's the same senior sister I told you about last time, the one who borrowed my cosmetics and never returned them." Hearing this, Shinchinghan immediately said indignantly, "That's too outrageous. After eating, we'll go get justice for you." Lee Chushin, however, chickened out. She's in the student union. It's better not to offend her. Plus, she has a student union boyfriend with some authority. But I truly wasn't worried about this right now. Having fully completed secondary tempering, I was very confident that I was currently the #1 student at Shanghai University. Soon, I brought Lee Chushin to the gymnasium where the sophomores were having their martial arts class. Many people noticed our trio. A wave of murmurs instantly arose in the gymnasium. "Isn't that the rookie king? What is he doing here? Is he looking for trouble?" Lee Chushin pointed out that senior sister to me. "It's that girl with wine-red dyed hair. Her name is Lee Ziki." I didn't waste any words with her, choosing to be direct. "My friend said you borrowed 2 of her cosmetics and haven't returned them. Is this true?" Lee Ziki walked straight out of the class. "What do you mean borrowed and haven't returned? You make it sound like I robbed her. I'll naturally return them when I'm almost done using them. I just borrowed your cosmetics for a bit. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? You're so stingy. Besides, it's not like I used hers for nothing. As an exchange, I also gave her my cosmetics to use." Hearing this, Lee Chushin immediately pulled 2 cosmetics from her small satchel. "Every time you take mine, they're brand new, and the ones you give me are almost empty." Lee Ziki, however, laughed dismissively at this. "When I gave them to you, there was still this much left. Now it's almost at the bottom, and you're saying you haven't used it. That's taking it too far, isn't it?" Lee Chushin was instantly somewhat irritated, her volume rising significantly. "Now you're just being unreasonable." Seeing that the other party was uncooperative, I couldn't be bothered to waste time negotiating anymore. "I remember the school seems to advocate the law of the jungle. How exactly is this law interpreted? Does it mean the strong can trample the weak at will?" But the teacher shook his head. "That's not it. Actually, saying law of the jungle isn't quite accurate. To be more precise, the school advocates natural selection. For a conflict like the one you're facing now, if verbal communication cannot resolve it, you can choose to settle it on the martial arts platform and let your fists do the talking. At Shanghai University, students have 1 challenge right per week. The weak can challenge the strong unconditionally, but if the strong wants to duel the weak, they must first get the weak's consent. As for determining strong and weak, if there's a combat power ranking, we look at the ranking. If there's no ranking, we look at the grade level. A challenge requires a wager, usually in the form of credits. The exact amount of credits is jointly decided by both dueling parties. If the 2 parties disagree, the wager defaults to the basic 1 credit. After listening, I nodded. "I understand. Thank you for the explanation, teacher. I am currently a freshman and not on any combat power board, so I possess the unconditional right to challenge." Facing my gaze, the red-haired senior sister felt a bit panicked inside but still feigned composure. "Are you, a guy holding a physiological advantage, actually trying to bully me, a girl?" I, however, looked at Shinchinghan beside me and said calmly, "You go challenge her." Shinchinghan was momentarily stunned, not expecting me to send her to challenge, but she quickly nodded. "I understand." Lee Chushin beside us was also a bit bewildered. After reacting, she immediately warned, "This senior sister is using a goading technique. Absolutely don't let Shinchinghan go up." In her mind, Shinchinghan was still the underachiever who was at the bottom of the class with her. She was worried Shinchinghan would get beaten if she went up. In response to her worry, Shinchinghan merely patted her shoulder calmly and stated that she could win. Subsequently, Shinchinghan picked the closest martial arts platform, sprinted out with a large stride, and while still over 10 meters away, leaped high into the air and bounded onto it. Looking back down at Lee Ziki below from her high vantage point, her voice was as cold as possible. "Freshman genius class. Shinchinghan challenges sophomore evolution class 2. Lee Ziki." Lee Chushin suddenly felt a flutter in her heart that was suddenly a bit handsome. As the challenged party, Lee Ziki felt she had been humiliated, her expression turning quite ugly. "A weak chicken. Where does she get the confidence to say she can beat me?" Many boys below the stage were momentarily mesmerized, simply because Shinchinghan was far too beautiful. Her confidence surging, Lee Ziki pushed off forcefully, her entire body bounding out. In just the blink of an eye, she jumped onto the platform and asked with a smile, "Since we're challenging, let's play bigger. I wager 10 credits." Shin Ching-han indicated no problem without hesitation. Seeing that both agreed, the teacher below the stage voluntarily acted as the referee. After confirming both were ready, the challenge was officially announced to begin. In the instant the words fell, Shin Ching-han immediately took a stride forward, simultaneously channeling the mutated beast genes within her with a thought and manipulating Lee Ziki's vitality from a distance, throwing her internal vitality into chaos. In the next second, Lee Ziki suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and weakness in her limbs. Before she could react to what was happening, Shin Ching-han had already dashed in front of her, raising her leg and aiming a fierce sweep at her head. With a loud thud, Shin Ching-han's calf smashed heavily into Lee Ziki's face, directly sweeping her off the platform with a single kick. Now, everyone present was shocked by this scene. Lee Ziki's roommate immediately pulled out her phone and made a call. "Jin Mingyu, your Ziki got kicked into a concussion. She's lying below the stage semi-conscious right now. Hurry over to the gymnasium." Then, the short-haired senior sister glared at Shin Ching-han, her eyes full of anger. "You guys have stirred up big trouble." At the same time, in the advanced training room, the members of the freshman genius class were using various high-tech training equipment like gravity cabins, spirit cabins, and reaction cabins to undergo ultra-high-intensity intensive training. The three phantoms of the genius class, Li Mayu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Youngjian, performed exceptionally well in the advanced training room, drawing continuous exclamations from their classmates. Then, the homeroom teacher announced, "I just received notice from the Academic Affairs Office. Your freshman tournament has been moved up to January 18th. Li Mayu was instantly secretly thrilled. "Moving it up is great. I can't wait to thrash Lin Zichen. After being strengthened by multiple gene fusions, my strength has massively increased to ordinary tier 6, approaching the level of ordinary tier 7. Lin Zichen, who hasn't undergone gene fusion, is definitely far inferior to me." The other classmates also started discussing. Lin Zichen still hasn't undergone gene fusion until now. His strength has probably been left far behind by those three, taking some pure-blood human path. What a total waste of talent. Hearing this, Ma Shiwei immediately frowned and looked at those classmates with a cold gaze. Everyone has their own ambitions. Don't judge others casually. Then she began to mutter secretly to herself. Today is the whole class's first time attending class in the advanced training room, and Shin Ching-han is actually absent. This is a bit unusual. Then she asked curiously, "Teacher, why didn't Shin Ching-han come to class?" Just then, a boy who had returned from the restroom shouted excitedly at everyone, "Holy shit!" A fight broke out downstairs. Lin Zichen and Shin Ching-han caused a scene and beat up the Sophomore Evolution Academy's campus bell downstairs. Instantly, everyone in the genius class was fully shocked, finding it hard to believe. Then they all rushed out of the training room and ran downstairs, unable to wait to go down and watch the show. At this time, the short-haired senior sister was sharply rebuking Shin Ching-han. "Shin Ching-han, you are so vicious. Why did you kick someone in the face and hit so ruthlessly?" Shin Ching-han couldn't help but press her lips together, her expression somewhat panicked as she said, "I didn't control my strength well." Li Chuxin directly grabbed Shin Ching-han's hand, preparing to take her away from here. "Shin Ching-han, her skills just aren't as good as yours. You're not wrong at all. There's no need to apologize to her." But the short-haired senior sister ran over at flying speed, directly grabbing the two and clearly not intending to let them leave. Her eyes were full of anger. "You're not allowed to leave. Injuring someone and then running away? Think it's that easy?" But I directly slapped the senior sister's hand away and said coldly, "Inferior skills are just inferior skills. There's nothing more to say. If you keep pestering, then I'll have no choice but to lay hands on you." However, the short-haired senior sister opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of words. "Hit me if you have the guts. You think being the rookie king is so great? If you don't challenge me and beat my face swollen too, you are a coward." I didn't plan on saying much more to her and directly swept a punch across the short-haired senior sister's face. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Lee Ziki's boyfriend is here." Seeing his campus belle girlfriend's swollen face, Jin Mingyu immediately clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth in anger. He looked at me with an icy gaze, his voice carrying a trace of rage as he said, striking so viciously at a girl's face, "Isn't that taking it a bit too far?" I didn't explain, but merely replied unhurriedly, "I think your girlfriend bullying freshmen is taking it further." As soon as the words fell, Luo Yongjian chimed in, "That girlfriend of yours frequently bullies the freshmen in the ordinary classes. I've seen it many times myself. How can there be no proof?" And I spoke up with great impatience, "If you want to seek justice for your girlfriend, then fight me right now. Otherwise, I'm going back. I don't have that much time to tangle with you here." Jin Mingyu also just wanted to quickly end this farce and leave. "You said it yourself. I can pay a wager of 300 credits for this challenge. Do you have that, Junior?" I flatly indicated that I had plenty of credits. The people below the stage were all taken aback by my arrogance. One must know, this Jin Mingyu was an inspector of the student union. His biological rank was already as high as ordinary tier 7, and his strength was extremely formidable. Seeing that the challenge was established, the teacher shouted to the two of us on stage, "Are you both ready? Let the challenge begin." In the instant the words fell, Jin Mingyu erupted with a biological pressure as high as ordinary tier 7, shaking the pair of the students standing close below the platform. Feeling the immense power of Jin Mingyu's biological pressure, the students below the stage all felt nervous for me. Is this the true value of a student union member? How can Lin Zichen win? Immediately following, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. Jin Mingyu had made his move. He dashed out with a large stride, his body turning into an afterimage, instantly closing the distance to me. He swung his thick Qilin arm and viciously brought down a punch aimed at my face. His girlfriend's face was smashed swollen, so he wanted an eye for an eye to smash my face swollen too. In the next second, with a loud thud, Jin Mingyu's fist smashed heavily into my face. I didn't flinch an inch and was not blasted off the platform by the punch. Instead, Jin Mingyu's expression drastically changed. He dropped straight to his knees with a thud, tightly clutching his right hand, his face full of pain. I looked down at him from above, silently raised my leg, and with a thud, swept it across his face, directly sweeping his entire body off the platform with a single kick. Everyone present was stupefied. No one had expected this duel to end so quickly. A student union inspector was actually one-shot just like that. Li Mayu looked at me on the stage, a trace of fear involuntarily leaking into his eyes. I'm going to fuse with a second mutated beast gene. I'll fuse it tomorrow. I wasn't in a rush to leave the stage. Instead, I scanned the crowd below and calmly announced, starting today, I will accept proxy battle commissions for a fee, whether it's a freshman, an upperclassman, or even a student union member. As long as you give me credits, I will step in and challenge them for you. Hearing this, Luo Yongqian's breathing became rapid and his face flushed red. This guy is the fucking king of acting tough. I want to take him as my master. I want to learn his techniques for public displays of supremacy. The scene shifted. Inside the student union president's office, over a dozen student union cadres, who usually stood high and mighty within the school, were sitting around holding a meeting. This Lin Zichen is too arrogant, too insolent. He is simply challenging the authority of our student union. He must be dealt with severely. Then, a pretty girl with a ponytail looked at Zhou Xiaohong sitting in the main seat and asked, what are your thoughts on this proxy battle business of Lin Zichen's? But as the president of the student union, Zhou Xiaohong didn't take me seriously at all. Just a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger, that's all. Once he runs into a strong enemy and suffers a setback later on, he won't be so arrogant anymore. I publicly declared that I could fight as a proxy for students. Through Li Chuxin's introduction, I quickly received my first proxy battle task. The client, Huingli, had been bullied long-term by a sophomore senior sister named Huang Jiamin and had many luxury clothes and bags snatched away. Considering that Huang Jiamin had a very well-connected brother named Huang Jiarui in the student union, this proxy battle charged 11 credits, with 1 credit going to Li Chuxin as a referral fee. Moreover, I quickly located the target of the commission. When Huang Jiamin saw me, she immediately shouted excitedly, my brother is a member of the student union's public relations department. He has close friends everywhere. You'd better think twice before laying a hand on me. Don't dig your own grave. Don't come over. Don't you come over. I'm begging you. Don't hit me. And if you have to hit me, don't hit my face. Seeing that the opponent was such a weak chicken, I lost interest. I'll leave her for you to handle. Seeing Shen Qinghan walking over briskly, Huang Jiamin was instantly terrified, her face turning pale. Stop right there. You can't hit me. If I lose even a single hair, my brother will absolutely not let you off. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. Who dares to hit my sister? This voice was exceptionally resonant, filled with a massive amount of vitality, causing many people's ears at the scene to ring. As soon as Huang Jiamin saw the buzzcut young man leading the group, she hurriedly cried out in a voice full of grievance. I clearly didn't offend him, but he came up to hit me without a second word. It's too much bullying. Hearing his sister's words, Huang Jiarui couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Zichen, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Do you really think you're invincible and no one can keep you in check? We won't hold today's matter against you, but if there's a next time, don't blame us for not showing mercy. However, I didn't intend to let it go at that, and I spoke slowly. Shen Qinghan immediately dashed behind Huang Jiamin, raising her leg, preparing to aim a sweet kick right at her face. Seeing this, Huang Jiamin completely panicked, took to her heels, and ran toward Huang Jiarui. But Shen Qinghan was still a bit too kind-hearted, only intending to administer a light punishment without the heart to truly injure someone. As Shen Qinghan's gene ability activated, Huang Jiamin suddenly felt the vitality in her body fall into chaos. Her limbs turn weak and her head spin, and Huang Jiarui immediately pushed off fiercely with his calves, his entire person turning into an afterimage, charging straight at Shen Qinghan, who was about to lay hands on his sister. Right at that moment, with a thought, I instantly released a terrifying biological pressure comparable to an advanced level powerhouse. Across a distance of over 20 meters, it precisely poured down onto Huang Jiarui. Huang Jiarui, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from above his head and didn't dare to move a muscle. Then, with a loud crash, Huang Jiarui was actually crushed to the ground, fracturing the surface into a large, shocking spiderweb of cracks. At the same time, Shen Qinghan had already dashed to Huang Jiamin's side. Although she didn't use full force for this kick, it still accurately hit the other's face. Huang Jiamin was instantly swept to the ground by the kick, her left face rapidly swelling up at a visible rate, turning into a pig's head. That night, in in the student union president's office. Huang Jiarui and the others detailed the bizarre incident they encountered today as well as their own speculations to Zhou Xiahong. They stated that they were suppressed by the biological pressure of an unknown advanced-level powerhouse and suspected that I had backing. Zhou Xiahong agreed after hearing this. Since we temporarily don't know who is backing him, everyone had better avoid Lin Zichen for this period. Let's watch quietly and see what the situation is. If you accidentally get into a conflict with him, you can verbally warn him and see how he reacts. Regardless, try to avoid fighting him. At the same time, in the principal's office in the administration building, Ma Jinhe sought out Yuan Dongji, reporting to her about my recent activities. Lin Zichen recently started some sort of proxy battle service, throwing the inner campus into total chaos. Was this your intention? Yuan Dongji denied it outright. However, I actually quite like what Lin Zichen is doing. The students in the school have been suppressed by the student union for too long, and the rigid class structure is detrimental to the school's long-term development. I think it is time to break this situation. Meanwhile, deep beneath Shanghai City, 20,000 meters down, inside a vast underground palace, thanks to the efforts of the elderly masked man, the biological passage connecting to Source Site 36 was finally much more stable, and they could begin transmitting mutated beasts over from the Source Realm side. For now, they could only transmit mutated beasts below the advanced level, because it was a newly opened biological passage lacking various reinforcement measures. Its capacity limit wasn't high. If advanced level beings entered it, it could easily cause the biological passage to collapse and break. The biological passage is about to start transmission. Everyone get ready. The slightest carelessness could result in being sucked into a failed passage and torn to shreds. The masked man took out a bizarre branch and gently inserted it into the biological passage that had been stabilized for several days. Then, he chanted mysterious incantations and carved runes in the surroundings. After this series of mystique-filled operations, the biological passage in front of him immediately tore open a rift. In an instant, a massive amount of dense life force surged out from inside, nourishing every corner of the underground palace. Various mutated beasts squeezed out from the biological passage. These mutated beasts were not strong. They were all ordinary mutated beasts below the advanced level. The moment they emerged, they were controlled by the three-eyed giant and the Rat King, waiting obediently for orders. This cross-realm transmission lasted roughly the entire night, transmitting over 300 ordinary mutated beasts in total. Seeing that the passage was becoming somewhat unstable under the masked man's control, the rift in the passage quickly began to close slowly, ceasing the cross-realm transmission. Just as the passage's rift was about to close completely, two exquisite, fair jade hands suddenly reached out from inside the passage and violently tore open the nearly closed rift. The three-eyed giant was bewildered, looking at the elderly masked man with a puzzled face and asking, "Lord Divine Envoy, what is going on here?" The elderly masked man was also bewildered. He had opened biological passages more than 10 times, yet this was the first time he encountered such a bizarre situation. Then, a young girl wearing a silk long skirt, with beast ears on her head and 9 tails growing behind her, slowly walked out from the biological passage. Her voice soft and alluring, she murmured, "So this is the legendary Earth?" Meanwhile, with the promotional boost from my previous proxy battles, my proxy battle business was booming. I basically received over 10 orders every day, taking on more than 200 commissions in half a month, and earned over 3,000 credits. Many people called me the light of justice, fixing the unhealthy trends at Shanghai University. Others said I was just a businessman in it for the credits, but it didn't matter what others said. I only cared about the credits I earned. And Shen Qinghan also returned to the genius class to study normally. Unexpectedly, Luo Yongjian suddenly arrived at the classroom covered in injuries. It turned out this idiot tried to copy me by becoming a proxy fighter and ended up getting beaten by the student union people. Luo Yongjian was very indignant. The fucking student union only hits me and doesn't hit Lin Zichen. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. What kind of trash is that? Wait until I grow up and get stronger, then I'll settle the score with them. Ma Shiwei, however, was unimpressed. It's not like you're the only one who will grow up and get stronger. Your talent isn't that much greater than that bunch in the student union either. Just let it go. The freshman tournament is starting soon. Better heal up and focus on the competition first. Soon, the day of the freshman tournament arrived. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, the venue was already a sea of people. At a glance, heads were bobbing everywhere. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan fought their way through the ranks and smoothly advanced to the top 8. The mentors in the stands were all surprised. I truly didn't expect Shen Qinghan to make it into the top 8. Compared to the back-to-school trial, her progress is just too massive. Ma Jinhe nodded. The progress is indeed massive, so massive it's somewhat unbelievable. Unfortunately, she's matched against Ma Shiwei. Otherwise, she'd have a chance to fight her way into the semi-finals. Both girls on the platform activated the mutated beast genes within their bodies. One grew a pair of purple beast ears on top of her head, while the other's hair turned azure and lustrous, instantly entering combat status. A sudden whistling sound sliced through the air as Ma Shiwei made the first move. Her figure turned into an afterimage, charging at Shen Qinghan at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Witnessing Ma Shiwei's speed, Shen Qinghan felt a jolt jolt of alarm. Simultaneously, with a thought, she manipulated Ma Shiwei's vitality from a distance, throwing the vitality within her body into chaos. Ma Shiwei, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly felt her limbs turn weak and her head spin. Realizing something was wrong, she immediately stopped her sprint and looked at Shin Qinghan in disbelief. The vitality inside my body is being manipulated? Shin Qinghan can actually do this? How is this possible? With an explosive sound piercing the air, Shin Qinghan made her move. Taking advantage of the chaotic vitality inside Ma Shiwei's body, she burst forth with extreme speed, rushing toward her and aiming a fierce sweep kick right at her head. Following a dull thud of impact, this kick made Ma Shiwei's eyes roll back in her head. Her entire person lost consciousness, flying out of the ring and passing out cold. At the same time, everyone in the leader's seating area was stunned, every single face filled with absolute disbelief. Lu Chuanwu was full of incredulity. What is going on with these childhood sweethearts? Their family backgrounds are clearly very ordinary, so how are they both such geniuses? Even Shin Qinghan herself hadn't expected that she would easily defeat Ma Shiwei in a posture of absolute dominance. Over 10 minutes later, the freshman tournament ushered in the first match of the semifinals, Lin Zichen versus Shin Qinghan. Shin Qinghan couldn't help but get so excited that her pretty face flushed red. Lin Zichen, we're going to compete on the same stage. This is the first time since we've known each other. After the two took their positions, it was only a moment before they began exchanging blows under the referee's instruction. Lin Zichen suppressed his strength to the same level as Shin Qinghan's, patiently pointing out her shortcomings while sparring with her. You shouldn't have kicked just now. You should have punched. That was the wrong choice. The angle of this punch isn't good. It easily exposes flaws for the enemy to counterattack. The two of them forcibly turned a fiercely competitive semi-final into a teaching session. This scene utterly dumbfounded the audience present. The duel lasted for about 3 minutes and finally ended with Shin Qinghan proactively conceding defeat. Next, the final round of the freshman tournament finally began. As soon as the two stepped onto the stage, Li Mayu stated unyieldingly, Lin Zichen, my current strength might not match yours, but don't think you can win against me easily. Even if I have to force it, I will drag this out into a draw. The moment the referee below the stage announced the start of the duel, Li Mayu activated the demon-eyed giant ape genes within his body, transforming into a super gorilla. Compared to during the back-to-school trial, he was now even more robust, looking at least 50% stronger. Lin Zichen, however, didn't say a word. Taking a swift stride forward, he dashed right in front of Li Mayu, raised his leg, and delivered a kick straight to his abdomen, sending him flying completely off the martial arts platform and easily winning the duel. For a moment, the venue fell silent, followed by a clamorous burst of discussion. He one-shots everyone with a single kick. That physical strength is too exaggerated. Do you guys think, with such strong physical talent, he might actually achieve something significant on the pure-blood human path? After the freshman tournament ended, Yuan Dongji came out to present awards to the freshmen who made it into the top 8. The rewards were simple and brutal, entirely credits. Subsequently, Yuan Dongji selected the top 5 and told them to participate in the winter break special training camp. This winter break special training camp takes place at the military region headquarters of Nanjiang province. That is, the military region responsible for suppressing Source Site 36. The training camp starts in 10 days. At 7 a.m. that morning, you are all to assemble downstairs at the administration building. I will personally drive you there and take the opportunity to visit some old friends. Lin Zichen muttered secretly to himself, the military region that suppresses the Source realm. How interesting. At the same time, on the rooftop of a certain shopping mall building in Shanghai City, the young fox demon girl looked at the elderly masked man beside her and asked, your divine plant cult has taken root on Earth for so long. You must have seen many handsome men. I came to Earth this time precisely to find myself an earthling bed slave. The masked man was well prepared for this and immediately opened a photo on his phone. This young man absolutely meets your requirements. Not only is his appearance extraordinarily handsome, but his physical body is also incredibly powerful. Please take a look. When the young fox demon girl saw Lin Zichen in the photo, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Tell me about his situation in detail. Not long after the winter break began, the day arrived for Lin Zichen to head to the military region for special training. Principal Yuan took the 5 of them on a helicopter and arrived at the military region headquarters of Nanjiang province. This special training didn't just include the 5 from Shanghai University, but also the top 5 from Capital University, and even the younger generation members from the Mecha God Corporation and the military region. Immediately after, Luo Yongjian spotted a towering mecha and excitedly rushed toward it. Look at that mecha. I heard its combat power is no less than that of a rare-level powerhouse. Word is it was built by the Mecha God Corporation, and they are named after every city in Nanjiang province. Just then, a loud shout came from Lin Zichen's right. Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked toward the sound, and what entered his vision was a cyborg covered entirely in alloy. Looking closely, he was somewhat surprised to find that the person was actually Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai walked briskly up to him and asked with equal surprise, Lin Zichen, are you two here representing Shanghai University for this military special training? Lin Zichen makes sense, but Shin Qinghan, back in middle school, you used to be exhausted just running a few extra laps around the track. Now you actually rank in the top 5 among Shanghai University's freshmen and are representing the school in the special training," Lin Zichen explained flatly. Shin Qinghan tested with a very high gene fusion compatibility during the college entrance exam and became the provincial top scorer of Nanjiang province. After undergoing gene fusion a while ago, she became very powerful. Shin Qinghan, standing to the side, was also a bit surprised. "Zhang Kai, you too. Being able to represent the Mecha God Corporation in the competition, your strength has also become formidable." Hearing this, Zhang Kai immediately started showing off the alloy equipment on his body. "Similar to Shin Qinghan, my mechanical modification compatibility is exceptionally high. Over these past few years, I've been cooperating with the Mecha God Corporation on various new mechanical modification experiments. I had good luck and never had any accidents, so my strength unknowingly became very strong." The two chatted like this for a while, and then Zhang Kai turned to say goodbye. "I still have things to do right now, so I'll leave first. See you tomorrow at the assembly on the training ground." Once the person from the Mecha God Corporation left, Luo Yongjian quickly spoke up. "It's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. How about we go to the cafeteria to eat before we continue looking around?" Luo Yongjian's proposal to eat gained unanimous approval from the other four. They quickly arrived at the cafeteria and started digging in. After tasting a bite of the food, Shin Qinghan's watery, beautiful eyes instantly lit up. "Lin Zichen, this food is so delicious. It's much better than the school cafeterias. Try it." Lin Zichen didn't think much of it, opening his mouth to eat it. After tasting the flavor, he nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed quite good. Seeing the scene of Shin Qinghan feeding Lin Zichen pan-fried tofu, Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian were dying of jealousy. Just then, a shout suddenly came from nearby. "What a coincidence! Traitor of the capital!" Li Mayu immediately looked behind him, only to see that one of the newcomers was precisely the third-place scorer of the capital. Another boy, with eyes so small they were almost squinting shut, looked at Li Mayu with a face clearly looking for trouble. This call of traitor referred to Li Mayu's decision not to enroll in Capital University after the college entrance exam, running off to enroll in Shanghai University instead, thereby betraying the years of cultivation by the Capital University-affiliated high school. Li Mayu laughed disdainfully and directly shot back. "The eternal second place and third place trash. Who are you calling a traitor?" Squinty Eyes was not to be outdone. "Do you think we're still in high school? From the moment you chose to be a traitor and enrolled in Shanghai University, your strength was destined to be surpassed by me and Qin Chuan. How about we go outside and have a match?" Hearing this, Li Mayu abandoned his meal, directly standing up and following the two outside. Then, Li Mayu was the first to jump onto the martial arts platform, shouting with extreme arrogance at the capital's second place and third place scorers below. "Both of you come at me together. It'll save me the time of having to beat you up one by one." Qin Chuan crossed his arms over his chest and said flatly, "There's no need for that. Gaomu alone is enough to crush you." The Gaomu he spoke of was exactly the squinty-eyed third-place scorer of the capital who ranked one spot below him in the college entrance exam. Li Mayu couldn't be bothered to waste words, directly activating the demon-eyed giant ape genes and shadow nightcat genes within his body. As his body grew larger, a pair of beast ears sprouted on top of his head. He had fused with the shadow nightcat genes at home last week, primarily to make up for his shortcomings in speed, aiming for a comprehensive development that balanced both strength and agility. On the other side, Gaomu also had a thought and activated the dormant mutated beast genes inside his body. The skin on his body calcified at a visible rate until it turned into incomparably hard scales. Lin Zichen recognized at a glance that the mutated beast genes this Capital University freshman fused with were those of the armored Earth Dragon. This was an Earth attribute mutated beast with extremely strong defense. An ordinary Tier 9 armored Earth Dragon had a defense so high that it could tank a full power punch from an advanced Tier 1 demon-eyed giant ape head-on. Subsequently, a crisp sound of impact echoed across the martial arts platform. Li Mayu and Gaomu had already begun fighting. Li Mayu attacked primarily, viciously hammering with fists the size of sandbags and kicking wildly with legs hard as steel pipes, each strike targeting Gaomu's vitals. Gaomu, on the other hand, defended primarily, relying on his scales to tank Li Mayu's attacks while searching for openings to counter. Shin Qinghan watched the battle from below the stage for quite a while. Seeing the two fighting evenly back and forth, she remarked to Lin Zichen, "Lin Zichen, it looks like neither of them can do anything to the other. I feel like if they keep fighting like this, the outcome will likely be a draw." Lin Zichen, however, calmly shook his head. "This duel won't end in a draw. The guy named Gaomu from Capital University will win. He is holding back and hasn't used his full strength. I sense that the guy from Capital University has two types of mutated beast genes in his body, and one of them hasn't been activated yet. Conversely, Li Mayu has already gone all out." About 2 minutes later, Li Mayu looked at Gaomu and frowned. "You can only rely on playing the turtle to drag this out to a draw." But Gaomu smiled, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Li Mayu. "Top scorerly, do you think there's a possibility that you've already gone all out, while I haven't yet?" In the instant his words fell, he immediately had a thought and activated his new mutated beast genes. His body began to expand at a visible rate, bulging with explosive muscles. His overall physical size size increased by a full 50%. It was the demon-eyed giant ape genes. Lee Ma-yu couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. With your talent, how could you possibly successfully fuse with 2 different mutated beast genes while still a freshman? Something must be wrong. Galmu instantly burst into triumphant laughter. It's true, my talent is inferior to yours, but Capital University's technological level in gene fusion far surpasses Shanghai University's. It enabled someone like me, with lesser talent, to become a second-time gene fuser in the first semester of my freshman year. Betraying Capital University and choosing to enroll in Shanghai University will be the single most mistaken decision you've made in your entire life, bar none. Following a series of deafening impact sounds, Lee Ma-yu and Galmu exchanged frantic punches. From start to finish, neither showed any intention of dodging. It was constantly a brutal slugfest, pitting pure strength against strength. This flurry of exchanging blows lasted for a full half-minute, and Lee Ma-yu, whose defense was inferior to his opponents, was the first to fall in defeat. Having won the duel, Galmu looked down on Lee Ma-yu from his high vantage point. Do you know why your Lee family only promotes your brother Lee Jin and not you? Because you are just a hopeless incompetent. I heard that you couldn't even manage to be the top freshman at Shanghai University, getting crushed by a local freshman named Lin Zichen. What trash. Then, Galmu focused his gaze on Lin Zichen, sizing him up as he said, I heard you've been suppressing Lee Ma-yu at Shanghai University. Get on the stage and have a match with me. If you beat me, I'll give you 10 advanced vitality pills. Lin Zichen knew that 1 advanced vitality pill was worth 100,000, meaning 10 would be 1 million. He agreed to it immediately. Seeing this, Luo Yongjian hurriedly warned, Brother Lin Zichen, the 2 mutated beast genes he fused with have high attack and defense but low speed. Don't fight him head-on. Low-level gene fusers can't activate the mutated beast genes in their bodies for long periods. As long as you use a speed advantage to kite him around, you can win just by wearing him out. After Lin Zichen stepped onto the platform, Galmu suddenly spoke up again. I heard you're even taking the pure-blood human path, leaving the promising path of gene fusion with a bright future to walk the utterly bleak pure-blood human path. Shanghai University truly produces nothing but idiots. Once I defeat the Lin Zichen who has been suppressing Lee Ma-yu, I'll let Lee Ma-yu feel what a true gap is. Then, Galmu kicked off with both legs, taking the initiative to launch an attack at Lin Zichen. But Lin Zichen, who was standing still a moment ago, instantly turned into an afterimage and vanished the next. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of Galmu, raising his hand and directly blasting a heavy punch toward him. Along with a loud crashing sound, Galmu, whose entire body was covered in scales and robust as a small mountain, appearing immovable, had his feet leave the ground entirely as he flew backward at breakneck speed. Tracing a parabola through the air, he crashed heavily from above down to the ground, curling his body into a ball from the pain and letting out waves of agonized groans from his mouth. At the same time, almost everyone below the stage was dumbfounded, their brains completely short-circuiting. They completely failed to process the scene that had just occurred before their eyes in the first instance. On the other side, Qin Chuan, the #1 freshman of Capital University, saw Galmu, who was second only to him, being easily one-shot by Lin Zichen with a single kick. His heart was utterly shaken and his face was full of disbelief. His strength wasn't much higher than Galmu's. If he went up there, he probably wouldn't survive the second punch either. While everyone was still in shock, a slender figure from below the stage suddenly leaped high into the air. I originally thought this year would again be a contest between the people from our military region and the geniuses of the Mecha God Corporation. I never expected Shanghai University to produce a genius like you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Yuanzhong, 19 years old, representing the military region in this year's special training, making me your competitor. How about we have a match? Zhao Yuanzhong said with a confident face. I have a spirit fruit worth 1.5 million that is very helpful for boosting vitality. If you win, this spirit fruit is yours. Lin Zichen declared his acceptance of the challenge without hesitation. Just an ordinary tier 8 weakling, he could one-shot him with a casual kick. Not winning this free spirit fruit would be a waste. Just as the two were preparing to fight, a middle-aged military officer stepped out from the crowd and loudly reprimanded them. You too. Sparring is fine, but material wagers are absolutely forbidden. Hearing this, Lin Zichen entirely lost the desire to spar, directly leaping off the ring and saying without looking back, no prizes, no fight. With that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he unhurriedly walked up to Galmu, who was sitting on the ground continuously gasping cold air from the pain, and asked, where are you giving me those 10 advanced vitality pills you mentioned? Galmu remained silent for a moment, and then, feeling somewhat heartbroken but willing to concede his loss, said, I'll go to the dorm and get them for you right now. That night, Lin Zichen was sitting cross-legged on the bed, undergoing his 4th stage of tempering. In order to achieve the goal of completing 5 temperings before his sophomore year, he tempered his body whenever he had free time. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a deep breath of stale air, and with a thought, called up the tempering progress bar to check his status. Current progress, 4th skin tempering 12%. His tempering efficiency was a bit slower now compared to the 3rd tempering, but not by much, so it was acceptable. Just then, Shin Qinghan suddenly poked her head in from outside outside the door. I'm coming in. Lin Zichen looked at Shin Qinghan as she entered. Seeing her hair was wet, he couldn't help but chide her a bit. Why didn't you blow dry your hair after your shower? Let me use my vitality to dry it for you. Saying that, he placed his hand on Shin Qinghan's hair. With a thought, he released threads of scorching vitality, slowly evaporating the moisture on her hair strands. Once finished, Lin Zichen took out an exquisite small pill bottle and handed it to her. These are the 10 advanced vitality pills I won during the day. They aren't of much help to me, so I'm giving them all to you. Don't worry about owing me. We're family. What's good for you is good for me. Seeing that Lin Zichen had already put it this way, Shin Qinghan had no reason to act coy anymore and could only purse her lips and accept the small pill bottle. Then, Shin Qinghan suddenly pushed Lin Zichen down, lying on top of him and gazing affectionately into his eyes, before letting out a soft, bone-meltingly sweet voice. Then next, let me properly thank you. When the two arrived at the training ground, the people gathering there had mostly all arrived. Lin Zichen curiously asked Zhao Yuanzhong, I heard the younger generation of your military region have all entered the Source Realm for experiential training. Zhao Yuanzhong answered somewhat awkwardly, you could barely count it as entering. The military region has a station city inside the Source Realm. Young soldiers like us, whose biological ranks are still in the ordinary stage, are sometimes arranged to go into the city to do chores, but we can't step outside the city to interact with the primal, competitive Source Realm beyond its walls. Entering is basically the same as not entering. If you want to truly enter the Source Realm, it's impossible without your biological rank reaching the advanced level. Ordinary level creatures simply cannot withstand the repulsion of the realm force. They can only stay inside the city and operate under the isolating protection of the city's barriers. It's an invisible force that Earthlings experience trying to drive them out when they enter the Source Realm. But this force isn't very strong. It only has a major impact on people with biological ranks below the advanced level. Likewise, mutated beasts face realm force repulsion on Earth too. Moreover, they suffer an even stronger realm force repulsion. Actually, the strength of many mutated beasts on Earth has been weakened by the realm force. Inside the Source Realm, their strength would be even greater, making them nearly invincible against humans within the same tier. The two chatted casually like this for a while. As time continued to pass, the rest of the people participating in the special training successively arrived at the training ground to assemble. Then, a man leaped down from the rooftop of a building ahead, smashing down in front of everyone with a heavy thud, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanzhong immediately reported in a resonant voice, reporting to the instructor. Everyone is present. The man nodded, and then introduced himself to those present who didn't know him. My name is Lu Tianrong. I am your instructor for this special training. You can call me Instructor Lu. I won't waste time on nonsense. Everyone is here for the purpose of participating in special training to improve themselves. With a thought, Lin Zichen sensed the man's biological rank, strength at advanced tier 6. If placed in either of the two major universities, he would be a shoo-in for an academy dean. Subsequently, Lu Tianrong began issuing orders to the crowd before him. Now, I am going to temporarily divide you into squads. There will be 4 squads in total. Once the division is complete, you will immediately begin the camp entrance assessment. Only after the camp entrance assessment concludes will you face the real special training. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan were very lucky. They weren't transferred to other squads, remaining as a pair within Shanghai University's squad. However, their original 3 teammates were all transferred out and replaced by Shangwan Yuang from Capital University, Zhang Kai from the Mecha God Corporation, and Zhao Yuanzhong from the military region. After the 4 squads were shuffled and reorganized, Instructor Lu Tianrong led everyone to a stop in front of a regular-shaped building. This building has a total of 3 floors. Each floor has an obstacle set up. Clearing all the obstacles and reaching the rooftop within 3 hours counts as passing the assessment. On the 4 walls of the first floor, there is a door in the middle of each wall. Once the camp entrance assessment begins, the doors will automatically open. As squads, you will choose different doors to enter and take the assessment. That's all I have to say. I hope all 4 of your squads can successfully clear the obstacles. Having explained this, Lu Tianrong leaped high into the air onto the building's rooftop, disappearing from everyone's sight, and this assessment officially began from this moment. Lin Zichen was shuffled and reorganized, and then faced the assessment challenge. The first obstacle, the hail of bullets and walls of iron, was forcibly breached by the 5-person squad and wasn't too difficult. However, while the other 3 squads had long since reached the third obstacle, their squad D had only just entered the second, putting them far behind. The second obstacle was an intelligence challenge, playing rock, paper, scissors against an AI. Winning a round would open the door to the next level by 2 centimeters. A tie would open it by 1 centimeter. Losing a round would close the iron door by 3 centimeters, accompanied by an electric shock penalty. After Lin Zichen discovered that the AI's rock, paper, scissors patterns had no regularity, he simply dismantled the glass from the window to use as a mirror, continuously achieving ties until the iron door to the second obstacle was fully opened. However, when they arrived at the rest area on the 3rd floor, they noticed the clearance progress on the display screen. Squads A, B, and C had all been entirely eliminated during the 3rd obstacle assessment. Knowing that this upcoming obstacle was not simple, Lin Zichen Zichen decisively had a thought, instantly projecting his perception outward to see what exactly was going on inside the third obstacle. Amplified by the effects of danger perception, it rapidly spread to encompass the entire third floor, conducting a 360-degree, zero blind spot scan. The third floor had 4 rooms, and standing in the center of each room was a fully armed robot. 3 of these robots were covered in marks from being attacked, but none had sustained fatal damage. They were all superficial surface wounds. With a rough understanding of the situation, Lin Zichen took the lead in stepping forward. Let's go in now. Entering their line of sight was a metal room littered with cover, as well as a completely motionless robot standing right in the center. Suddenly, the robot's dim eyes lit up with an eerie red glow. Then, it abruptly raised its dual arms, which were loaded with machine guns, and unleashed a barrage of fire at the 5 of them. Fortunately, all 5 of them were highly vigilant. The moment the robot raised its arms, they immediately found cover and hid. The bullets struck the metal covers, emitting a deafening, piercing racket. In just a brief instant, the supposedly indestructible metal covers were battered into pockmarked surfaces, leaving behind a massive array of shocking bullet holes. Shang Yuang was the first to voice a suggestion. How about we forfeit? The previous 3 squads all failed. We have no chance of passing. Zhao Yuanzhong, however, had no intention of giving up just like that. No matter how slim the hope of clearing it is, we cannot forfeit. Otherwise, we'll definitely get severely reprimanded by the instructor when we get out later. This is the camp entrance assessment. At worst, we just take some injuries. Forfeit my ass, Shin Qinghan said with a firm face. With Lin Zichen here, we will definitely be able to clear it. Zhao Yuanzhong then began formulating an attack plan, shouting at the top of his lungs, Lin Zichen and I are in the best condition, so we'll be responsible for attacking the robot. Zhang Kai is in worse shape, so he'll provide cover along with the 2 girls. After everyone agreed, Zhao Yuanzhong shouted resonantly, move out. The moment his words fell, he seized the opportunity to close in on the robot from the left flank, while Lin Zichen tacitly flanked from the right. Zhang Kai, as a cyborg, timely fired special smoke grenades from the rear to provide cover for the 2 of them. The purple smoke emitting from the grenades could effectively block the robot's thermal sensors. Shin Qinghan and Shang Yuang, the 2 girls, weren't idle either. Shin Qinghan took the lead by remotely manipulating the liquids inside the robot to cause malfunctions, slowing down its movements and reactions. Shang Yuang moved rapidly in front of the robot to draw its fire. Under the cover of the 3, Zhao Yuanzhong quickly and smoothly closed in on the robot. Next, Zhao Yuanzhong smashed a fierce punch onto the robot's head, erupting in a crisp, sharp sound of impact. This was immediately followed by a scream. Zhao Yuanzhong felt his finger bones shatter, yelling out in pain with an agonized expression. The hardness of the robot's head was extremely high. Ordinary Tier 8 strength simply couldn't inflict any effective damage on it. Almost simultaneously, Lin Zichen also burst forth with ordinary Tier 8 speed and charged at the robot. Lin Zichen swept a kick onto the robot's waist, kicking it hard enough to make it budge, but it merely budged and sustained no substantial damage. Retreating and hiding behind cover, Zhao Yuanzhong yelled loudly to Lin Zichen, the strength of this robot is at least at the peak of ordinary Tier 8. Right now, we simply can't break through its defenses. We have to recover our stamina first. Just then, the robot lowered its arms, ceasing its strafing fire, and instead drew the massive machete from its back, switching to close combat mode. With a sonic boom slicing through the air, the robot activated the 2 anti-airflow propulsion thrusters beneath its feet. Its figure flashed, instantly appearing right in front of Shin Qinghan, raising its arm and bringing the blade down in a vicious slash. Seeing this, Lin Zichen instantly flashed over and scooped Shin Qinghan away, causing its slash to hit nothing but air. By now, Shang Yuang didn't want to play anymore and wanted to surrender. We can't clear this. We should just forfeit. Right at that moment, the familiar sonic boom rang out again. This time, the robot shifted its target to Lin Zichen, leaping high into the air from its spot and raising the massive machete mid-air, bringing it down viciously toward his body. Lin Zichen knew that everyone was probably reaching their limits, and Shin Qinghan had practiced enough. Facing this explosively powerful slash, Lin Zichen didn't even bother to dodge. He just raised his hand and blasted a heavy punch directly at it. He figured it was about enough. It was time to clear the level. Meanwhile, outside the venue, those trainees who had failed the challenge were currently complaining amongst themselves. The strength of that robot in the 3rd stage is absurdly high. Clear the level my ass. This 3rd stage is obviously just meant to put us in our place. I wonder how Squad D is doing. They still haven't come out yet. Squad D was so far behind us before and had the weakest strength. They're probably still inside getting ruthlessly beaten by the robot right now. Unexpectedly, just at that moment, a massive crash came from the floor and a hole was smashed open. Then, everyone was so shocked by the sight before them that their eyes widened in absolute astonishment. The object that had just blasted through the floor was none other than the head of the robot that had been tormenting them. With a casual kick, Lin Zichen easily shattered the assessment robot. Meanwhile, Yuan Dongji was sitting on the same side as a short-haired female military officer. Looking at the surveillance monitor, she shook her head. This 3rd stage contains robots with strength reaching the peak of ordinary Tier 8, let alone Squad D having a hard time. Squads A, B, and and C will likely be completely wiped out too. I see you never intended to let them clear the level at all. The commander of the Nanjiang Province Military Region Headquarters, Yao Helling, took a sip of her ginseng tea. These youngsters around 20 are all rather impetuous and arrogant. If we don't break their spirit right at the start, it won't be easy to carry out the special training work with them later on. Is this the handsome young man who's cultivating the blood tempering technique under your ex-husband? A loud crash transmitted from the surveillance feed, showing Lin Zichen sending the robot, whose strength peaked at ordinary tier 8, flying with a single punch. Both Yuan Dongji and Yao Helling were stunned, unable to believe the scene they had just witnessed. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Yuan Dongji and Yao Helling then came to the room Lin Zichen was in. When they saw the robot precariously wedged into the ceiling, their breathing had already quickened. Yao Helling couldn't wait to ask, your biological rank is clearly only ordinary tier 8. Why are you able to burst forth with ordinary tier 9 power? Lin Zichen explained with an indifferent face, I was born with divine strength, and on top of that, taking the pure-blood human path means I've constantly been strengthening my physical body. If I go all out, I can easily burst forth with power comparable to ordinary tier 9. Hearing this, Yuan Dongji was deeply shocked inwardly. The blood tempering technique can increase explosive power. Could Lu Chuanwu's philosophy be right? Is the pure-blood human path truly the future of humanity? I should still use my spiritual power to probe his true strength first. Lin Zichen also realized that Yuan Dongji was about to probe his body again, so he decisively activated natural camouflage to test her in passing. After the probe, Yuan Dongji couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Flesh, skin, and bones have all been tempered once. He has fully completed the first stage of tempering. His biological rank is as high as ordinary tier 9. Was saying his biological rank is only ordinary tier 8 and relying on the blood tempering technique for explosive power all a lie? However, Yuan Dongji still intended to help him cover up the truth about his biological rank. His biological rank is only ordinary tier 8, but his physical strength is comparable to an early stage ordinary tier 9 gene fuser. It's truly shocking. Hearing this, Yao Helling completely lost her composure. This is too exaggerated. The pure-blood human path feels practically invincible when it comes to physical strengthening. If he can truly break the shackles of ordinary creatures, the future prospects are immensely bright. At 2 p.m., in the armory located above the special training rooms, Lu Tianrong said to everyone, the weapons here are all forged from Class B alloys. In terms of attack, they can slice through iron like mud. In terms of defense, they can block firearm bullets. Look around and test them as you please, and try your best to choose a handy one. Don't choose based on appearance. In 10 days, I will take you all outside for practical combat special training, forming teams to encircle and suppress mutated beasts or cults. Whatever weapon you choose today will be the one you bring into battle then. Lin Zichen merely swept a glance over the surrounding weapons and lost interest. He didn't have much need for these weapons. He preferred directly smashing with his fists and kicking with his feet. Moreover, the strength of Class B alloys wasn't even as high as the physical strength of his fully completed third stage tempered body. Carrying them would only bring the side effect of added dead weight. Ultimately, Shin Qinghan chose a 2-meter-long spear. Li Mayu, favoring strength, chose a spiked mace. Ma Shiwei, leaning toward agility, chose a pair of lightweight twin swords. Luo Yongjian didn't pick one, as he already had his own personal sword. Then, Yao Helling noticed that Lin Zichen hadn't selected a weapon. Lin Zichen stated flatly, reporting to the instructor, I am accustomed to fighting barehanded. I don't need a weapon. Hearing this, Yao Helling couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that this Shanghai University genius in front of her was a bit too arrogant. He had likely let passing the camp entrance assessment go straight to his head. She had seen self-conceited geniuses like this before. They just needed to be put in their place. Yao Helling then addressed the crowd. Since everyone has chosen their weapons, let's start familiarizing yourselves with them. The best way to familiarize yourself is to spar with someone on the martial arts platform. Speaking to this point, Yao Helling looked at Lin Zichen with a half smile and said, Lin Zichen, you said you're accustomed to fighting barehanded. I'm quite curious about that. Go up on the stage first right now and let everyone witness your strength. Lin Zichen gave a slight nod and leaped onto the martial arts platform. Meanwhile, the military region genius Zhao Yuanzhong couldn't wait to rush up. Wielding a machete and with eyes full of fighting spirit, he asked, Lin Zichen, are you ready? After Lin Zichen indicated that he was ready, Zhao Yuanzhong pushed off fiercely with his calves. His figure flashed, instantly charging right in front of him and swinging his blade to slash at his chest. Facing such a terrifying slash, Lin Zichen showed no intention of dodging whatsoever. Just at the moment the blade was about to land, he calmly raised his hand to block, using his flesh and blood body to tank the iron-slicing blade head-on. Immediately following, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The massive machete forged from Class B alloy instantly had its blade covered in shocking cracks. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd below the stage, it shattered into fragments in an instant, scattering all over the floor. Lin Zichen then ignored the gasps of the crowd and said flatly, next. A figure exuding a metallic texture leaped up from below the stage, landing heavily on the martial arts platform. It was a female cyborg from the Mecha God Corporation named Zhu Shishir. Since Class B weapons can't hurt hurt you in the slightest. Do you dare to challenge an enhanced armor-piercing round? Seeing this, Zhang Kai below the stage hastily warned, Lin Zichen, don't accept this challenge. It's too dangerous. An enhanced armor-piercing round can easily penetrate a 10-centimeter thick steel plate from within 10 meters. You can't block it. Knowing that a mere enhanced armor-piercing round couldn't hurt him in the slightest, Lin Zichen accepted straight away. As she raised her hand, Zhu Shishir spoke again. For safety's sake, I won't shoot at your vitals. How about you catch it with your palm? Seeing Lin Zichen raise his hand and open his palm toward her, Zhu Shishir didn't speak. She immediately activated the energy slot inside her right arm, accumulating propulsion kinetic energy for the barrel firing the armor-piercing round. With a thought, Zhu Shishir ruthlessly fired the enhanced armor-piercing round. Along with a deafening explosion, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Zichen's hand wasn't pierced by the armor-piercing round. Rather, Zhu Shishir's mechanical arm misfired and exploded. It turned out the armor-piercing round couldn't penetrate Lin Zichen's arm, getting blocked at the muzzle and failing to exit. With the massive impact force having nowhere to release, it exploded right inside the muzzle, blasting Zhu Shishir's fully metallic right arm to pieces. The others below the stage were all completely dumbfounded and their faces filled with disbelief. Every single person present was shocked beyond measure, feeling that their entire perception of the physical body had been shattered. Having witnessed the birth of a miracle, having witnessed the might of Lin Zichen's physical body with his own eyes, the instructor no longer interfered with his training progress. While the others were learning how to use weapons, he utilized the remaining time to cultivate the blood tempering technique alone to carry out his fourth tempering. The subsequent training involved vitality and spiritual training in the special training rooms. The vitality and spiritual training were conducted in vitality cabins and spirit cabins, respectively, which allowed for adjusting the tolerance level. The tolerance level corresponded to one's own strength. Shin Qinghan's vitality strength could tolerate level 6, but her spiritual strength reached as high as level 7. Spiritual strength is much harder to train than vitality strength, so such a high tolerance level once again shattered everyone's understanding. Based on Lin Zichen's current physical strength, he deduced that he should be able to endure a level 11 vitality cabin, which equated to the level of advanced tier 2. However, to avoid arousing everyone's suspicion, he only set it to level 8, roughly the intensity of ordinary tier 8. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the spirit cabin was left utterly dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. Not daring to appear too heaven-defying, Lin Zichen held back, planning to sneak in with Shin Qinghan at night to test his true level, and at the same time, he could also figure out roughly what his biological rank was. At the same time, because Lin Zichen and the dean were both away, Song Yuyan was working alone at the research institute. Focused on her research, Song Yuyan was completely startled when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. Then, the young girl's eyes flashed with an eerie purple light, instantly taking control of her consciousness, and she asked softly, "Where's Lin Zichen?" Immediately following, a flash of eerie purple light instantly controlled Song Yuyan's consciousness. With a vacant expression, she answered, "At the Nanjiang Province Military Region Headquarters." After leaving the armory, Lin Zichen took Shin Qinghan down to the special training rooms below. The doors to the special training rooms were locked and not open to the public at this hour, but this was no obstacle for him. With just a slight effort, he quickly cracked the combination lock on the door and easily slipped inside. Seeing the worry on her pretty face, Lin Zichen comforted her. "Don't worry, I just came in to use the vitality cabin and spirit cabin here. Even if we're discovered, it won't be a big deal." Next, Lin Zichen endured half a minute under the level 12 intensity of the vitality cabin. This kind of data indicated that his physical strength was infinitely close to advanced tier 3. However, he was a bit unclear about his spiritual strength, not knowing exactly what tier it belonged to. Wasting no time, he quickly entered a spirit cabin in the same manner to run a test. Ultimately, his tested limit for spiritual strength was level 10, equivalent to advanced tier 1. Lin Zichen had already anticipated this result. After all, since starting university, he had been continuously cultivating the blood tempering technique at a high intensity, so his physical strength would naturally be higher. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and the day of the practical combat training soon arrived. Lin Zichen's mission this time was to annihilate a branch cult established by the Divine Plant Cult in Shanghai City. He was elected as the captain for this operation. The information he currently had regarding this branch cult was that the branch leader was a second-time gene fuser, having fused with the genes of the Shadow Night Cat and the Phantom Giant Shark. Their biological rank was at the absolute peak of ordinary tier 9, just one step away from the advanced level. The destination for this trip was a coastal forest located 100 miles away. The Divine Plant Cult branch from the mission was hidden within that coastal forest. Lin Zichen observed the environment along the way and noticed that the vegetation in the forest was growing exceptionally lush. Zhu Shishir from the Mecha God Corporation walked over to Lin Zichen's side, pulled out a drone, and suggested, "I'll send a drone in first to scout the way." Soon, Zhu Shishir made a discovery. About 300 meters ahead, I've spotted a bamboo building occupying an area of at least 1,000 square meters. Barring any surprises, that bamboo building should be the headquarters of that Divine Plant plant cult. Lin Zichen then began to make arrangements. Zhao Yuanzhong from the military region squad and Gao Mu from the capital university squad. Both of you have fused with armored earth dragon genes. Follow me and charge ahead to clear the path. The 5 members of the Mecha God Corporation squad will be responsible for long-range fire support, using bullets to precisely strike the enemy. The rest of you follow closely behind and charge together. Lin Zichen then led the group, sprinting toward the direction of the bamboo building. Instructor Liu Tianrong also followed behind, advising from the rear, there's no need to purposely leave anyone alive. Your own safety is the most important thing. Before long, a sentry spotted Lin Zichen and the others launching their surprise attack. He immediately yelled at the top of his lungs to warn his comrades inside the building of the enemy raid. In the next second, with a loud bang, the sentry's head simply exploded. It was Zhu Shishir at the rear of the formation making her move, killing him instantly with a single long-range armor-piercing round. The firefight officially commenced. Hearing a sound slicing through the air, Lin Zichen abruptly accelerated, charging into the bamboo building at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Smashing through the wall, he crashed onto the first floor. Then, he noticed that the masked man in front of him wore the exact same attire as the one who had appeared earlier, but his hairstyle was slightly different. Without any hesitation, Lin Zichen reached out and touched the corpse. With a thought, the system instantly chimed with a notification. You have devoured a trace of the storm giant eagle's life essence. Sky eye intensity increased by 1%. Seeing these 2 notification messages float up in the void, Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned. Devouring a mutated beast whose atlas was already unlocked actually strengthened the corresponding biological trait. This law of the jungle biological trait was even more useful than he had realized. Lin Zichen quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Pushing off fiercely with his calves, his entire body leaped straight up from where he stood. With a resounding boom, he smashed through the ceiling, charging onto the second floor alone. However, there were 3 divine plant cultists on the second floor, fully armed and preparing to head downstairs for a final, desperate battle. Seeing someone suddenly smash through the ceiling from below and rush up, they were all given a start and then swiftly charged toward this uninvited guest. But facing the 3 attackers, Lin Zichen didn't even move an inch. He merely focused his gaze, instantly releasing an extremely terrifying biological pressure. In an instant, the 3 were crushed into meat patties. Touching each of the 3 corpses, he had a thought and began devouring, absorbing the genes of the octagonal iron bull, the shadow nightcat, and the undead salamander, respectively. Just then, the sound of an extremely fierce fight came from downstairs. This guy's biological rank is up to ordinary tier 8. Be careful. I can't hold him. Support me. Quick. Lin Zichen extended his perception and located Shin Qinghan's figure in the lobby downstairs. Meanwhile, the battle outside the building was far more intense than downstairs. It had practically devolved into a massive free-for-all. The 5 from the military region, along with the 5 from Capital University, were frantically exchanging blows with 6 divine plant cultists. The fight sent dirt and rocks flying and kicked up clouds of dust all around, forcefully suppressing the divine plant cult side. Seeing the battle situation looking so favorable, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. The branch leader, whose biological rank was at the absolute peak of ordinary tier 9, was he not here? Just as he was pondering this, the bamboo building beneath his feet suddenly began to shake violently. Lin Zichen immediately flashed and exited the building. He realized it wasn't the building that was shaking, but the entire ground beneath it. Then, everyone noticed to their astonishment that the sky had changed. The towering giant trees surrounding the bamboo building had all, for some unknown reason, bizarrely uprooted themselves from the ground, as if possessing sentience. One by one, they rapidly moved toward the bamboo building until they completely surrounded it. Sturdy trunks enclosed all 4 sides, and dense foliage crowded the space above, forming a massive cage that plunged the entire bamboo building into darkness. As a special trainee, Lin Zichen immediately made the most correct decision. Though this tree cage trapped them, it also trapped the people of the divine plant cult. The most pressing matter was to subdue them first to understand the situation. After beating the opponent to a pulp, Lin Zichen coldly demanded, "Explain this tree cage, and I can spare your life." Just as the underling was about to answer, a root suddenly crawled out of his mouth. Crawling toward the ground like a worm, it rapidly pierced into the soil and kept burrowing down. Watching the opponent's body serve as nourishment for the root, sucked dry until only bones and skin remained, Lin Zichen understood that this was probably the method the divine plant cult used to control its members. Just then, a loud round of applause came from a towering giant tree ahead. Entering his sight were 2 mysterious masked figures. The female masked figure's biological rank was at the absolute peak of ordinary tier 9. Barring any surprises, she should be the branch leader mentioned in the mission. The male masked figure's biological rank was extremely high, reaching advanced tier 6, the same level as instructor Liu Tianrong. Suddenly, the male masked figure extended an olive branch to Lin Zichen. "A genius, a peerless genius in a league of your own among your peers. A genius of your caliber should join the divine plant cult to secure a bright future and pursue a higher level of life evolution." Hearing this, Lin Zichen furrowed his brow slightly. He realized a terrifying possibility. The 2 masked figures in the tree might be here specifically for him. him. Knowing he would come here, they deliberately laid a trap in advance. Lu Tianrong also furrowed his brow tightly. Sensing the power of the male masked figure, he felt that things might go south this time. Steadying his emotions slightly, he spoke to the group with a solemn expression. The situation is very dangerous now. Everyone, get out of here quickly. I will hold off those two. Lin Zichen was not indecisive. Dropping the sentence, everyone follow me, he turned and ran toward the direction of the buses. However, the male masked figure laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers, and countless thick vines surged from the surrounding towering giant trees. Like venomous snakes, they rapidly slithered toward the fleeing crowd. Then, Shang Yuanyang's cry for help came from the very back of the group. I'm tangled up. But in the very next second, a new cry for help immediately rang out from the front. I'm tangled up too, because there were simply too many vines. Lu Tianrong couldn't possibly save everyone. He decisively abandoned the rescue efforts, choosing instead to change direction and charge up at the male masked figure in the tree. Pushing off fiercely with his calves, the powerful explosive force stomped a large crater straight into the ground. His entire body instantly catapulted toward the male masked figure in the tree. The only way to break this deadlock right now was to eliminate the male masked figure in the tree. But the masked man sneered coldly. Is this all you've got? This is my home turf. Dealing with someone like you is more than enough. Large numbers of vines continuously surged forward, causing immense interference for Lu Tianrong. As a result, he couldn't even manage to land an attack on the masked man protected by the vines. Enraged, Lu Tianrong let out an incredibly wild, feral roar. The power and speed of his punches surged instantly as he strengthened the activation of his mutated beast genes. In the next second, Lu Tianrong's eyes became bloodshot. The hair on his body grew ever more luxuriant. His muscles became even more robust, and the aura radiating from him was filled with brutality. He effortlessly broke through the interference of the vines. The masked man, who had been completely at ease just moments ago, couldn't even adjust his direction to dodge now, and could only frantically retreat backward non-stop. At the same time, Luo Yongjian, who had activated the mutated beast genes in his body and transformed into a birdman, had both his left and right wings broken by the vines. Even Zhang Kai and Shen Qinghan were similarly bound by the vines. Seeing this, Lin Zichen instantly sprang up from his spot, rushing above Shen Qinghan at breakneck speed, and severed the vines wrapped around her with a karate chop. Just then, Ma Xue's cry for help rang out. The vines had already strangled her until her face was flushed red, her tongue involuntarily sticking out. Li Mayu rushed over at the first moment, wielding his thick spiked mace, and viciously smashed it against the vine suspended above Ma Xue's head. However, the toughness of the vine far exceeded his imagination, and he couldn't smash through it at all. In the end, it was Lin Zichen who flashed in front of Ma Xue and delivered a karate chop, easily slicing the vine hanging above her head in two. Right now, Lin Zichen was desperately trying to save people, while the others were desperately crying for help. There were too many people being attacked by the vines. Trying to save them all by himself was leaving him both physically and mentally exhausted. Just as he was feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he suddenly caught the scent of a floral fragrance. The fragrance was very sweet. Smelling it relaxed the mind and gladdened the heart, making it feel as if all the fatigue in his body had been swept away, leaving him so comfortable that his body went numb. Immediately following, the system prompted, "You are currently undergoing an invasion of floral toxin capable of causing creatures to fall into a coma." The instant the notification message popped up, Lin Zichen felt a wave of dullness, instantly recovering from the state of full body numbness. Lin Zichen instantly opened up his five senses, carefully probing every corner of his surroundings. Then, from the direction the floral fragrance wafted over, he sensed a powerful biological pressure, reaching the absolute peak of ordinary tier 9. It was the branch leader of the divine plant cult. Next, a graceful figure strolled out leisurely from the direction of Lin Zichen's gaze. "Not only were you not poisoned to the ground, but you could even perceive my existence. Less than 20 years old, yet possessing such astonishing strength. No wonder the lords at the main cult were willing to risk orchestrating this attack in order to control you." Seeing that the opponent didn't take him seriously, Lin Zichen took a direct stride forward. His figure instantly turned into an afterimage, charging at the masked woman at an ultra-high movement speed that far exceeded that of ordinary creatures. The masked woman immediately turned pale with fright, completely not expecting Lin Zichen to be able to burst forth with such terrifying speed. Before she even had time to lift her leg, Lin Zichen had already arrived right in front of her. Swinging his fist, brimming with vitality, he blasted a fierce punch right into her face. After the one-punch kill, Lin Zichen skillfully recycled the waste by reaching out and touching the corpse. With a thought, he devoured it. Subsequently, notifications popped up. "You have devoured a large amount of the Shadow Nightcat's life essence. Shadow Nightcat Atlas, 62%. You have devoured a large amount of the Phantom Giant Shark's life essence. Phantom Giant Shark Atlas, 23%. Meanwhile, Lu Tianrong and the masked man were fighting inextricably inside, the deafening sounds of their fierce collisions constantly exploding. Wherever the two passed, towering giant trees fell one after another, frightening the surrounding mountain beasts into fleeing in panic. The masked man dodged while laughing uproariously with a face full of mockery. What a madman! Overactivating the mutated beast best genes in your body. Aren't you afraid of mutating and losing your sanity? But Lu Tianrong chose to lay it all on the line. His eyes lit up with a scarlet glint, and he let out a wildly feral roar at the top of his lungs. His entire body crashed into the masked man ahead like a high-speed missile. Before the masked man could react to dodge, he was directly smashed in the face by a punch, and was then blasted over 100 meters away by it, snapping more than a dozen towering giant trees in a row before barely coming to a halt. The masked man almost died on the spot. If not for the undead salamander genes constantly working, he would likely have been battered into a pile of mangled meat by a flurry of fists by now, dead beyond any doubt. The masked man was struggling to fend off Lu Tianrong's suicidal offensive, so he had no choice but to pull out a wriggling, bright red seed and swallowed it into his stomach without any hesitation. In the next second, the masked man glared fiercely and let out a great shout, sacrificing more than half of the lifeblood in his body to utilize a forbidden technique from within the divine plant cult, summoning a massive amount of thick vines, covered in sharp spikes. These vines burst forth from the ground all at once, instantly shooting up into the sky to blanket the heavens. They engulfed Lu Tianrong, who was above, in shadows, and then abruptly contracted, wrapping him into a cocoon several meters thick, leaving him suspended in midair, unable to move a muscle. Over by the tree cage, Lin Zichen returned to the group and found that everyone had recovered quite a bit, able to stand up from the ground and walk. He felt that once they recovered enough, they had to evacuate immediately. Suddenly, through danger perception, Lin Zichen noticed a powerful aura attacking them. It was that advanced Tier 6 powerhouse. Lin Zichen looked back, and under the enhancement of the sky eye, he saw a figure hundreds of meters away sprinting furiously in his direction. The newcomer was none other than the blood-soaked masked man, with no sign of Lu Tianrong anywhere. This meant that Lu Tianrong had likely been defeated. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's heart plummeted instantly, and his expression turned grim. Looking solemnly at the others, he said, "Listen to me, everyone. I sense that the masked man who controls the vines is chasing after us. That masked man's target is me. I will be responsible for drawing his attention. None of you look back, ignore me, and don't stay behind to be my burden." Seeing that Lin Zichen was going to face the enemy alone, Shen Qinghan immediately grew frantic. However, she also knew that with her combat power of only ordinary Tier 6, there was no way she could provide him with any help. The only thing she could do was to distance herself from Lin Zichen and not become a burden to him. At this moment, Lin Zichen turned around and sprinted wildly in the opposite direction, intending to pull away from the group to ensure their safety. Seeing the masked man actually following him, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The masked man's target truly was him. Shen Qinghan and the others should be safe now. But why did his speed feel off? It didn't seem like the speed of an advanced Tier 6 powerhouse. Looking at his current state, he appeared to be only one tier higher than himself, with strength hovering around advanced Tier 4. It seemed he was heavily injured. Perhaps there was an opportunity to exploit an information gap and attempt to counterkill. With this in mind, Lin Zichen decisively activated natural camouflage. Upon catching up, the masked man immediately burst into loud laughter, finally ran out of steam. "Have you?" The masked man then manipulated several vines to whip toward Lin Zichen ahead. Lin Zichen could feel that the attack power of the incoming vines wasn't high. It seemed the other party didn't dare to strike lethally, intending to capture him alive. Realizing this, Lin Zichen decisively feigned defeat, giving the opponent a chance to get close to him. With a loud thud, Lin Zichen crashed into a towering giant tree ahead, shaking loose a large shower of dead branches and fallen leaves. After several successive explosive crashes, he barely managed to come to a halt. Then, the heavily injured masked man caught up, cursing profusely. "If you hadn't slowed down back there, you little bastard, I would have had to expend quite a bit of effort to catch you. That burst of speed you showed earlier, far exceeding your biological rank. Did you inject some newly developed potential stimulating serum from the military? My bed slave, who was just one step away from evolving into an advanced level being, must have underestimated you too much and was counter-killed by you relying on the serum's power. I spent a full 5 years training her, and you just killed her like that. However, that blue-haired little girl who was with you earlier is prettier than the female celebrities on TV. Once I go back and recuperate, I'll capture her and train her to be my new bed slave. As for you, I'll just drag you back to report mission accomplished." However, the very moment he reached out his hand, Lin Zichen, who was paralyzed on the ground and seemingly on his last breath, suddenly opened his eyes. He instantly sprang up and, carrying a majestic force of vitality, viciously smashed a punch right into the masked man's crotch. Lin Zichen's plan went perfectly. Taking advantage of the moment the opponent relaxed his guard, he launched a surprise attack on his vitals, heavily injuring him in one fell swoop. Then, Lin Zichen pursued the masked man, erupting once again with a massive amount of vitality, and viciously aimed a punch at his forehead. Yet, the punch aimed at his forehead was merely a feint. Lin Zichen's true target was the masked man's continuously bleeding crotch. This enraged the masked man immensely. What is going on? Why can he still burst out with such strong power? Is the serum still effective? As long as I endure this wave of attacks, he will quickly weaken. Wait, no! Why does his vitality feel endless? And his strength is getting even stronger. Being frantically pummeled, the masked man completely lost his composure. "You are clearly not even 20 years old. world. You are clearly just an ordinary level ant. How can you continuously burst forth with strength as high as tier 4? But Lin Zichen completely ignored his roars, solely focusing on unleashing the fiercest barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Unable to care about anything else, the masked man hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ninth Elder!" Lin Zichen maximized the explosion of vitality within him, intending to land another punch on the masked man's crotch. In an instant, terrifying impact force and a massive amount of vitality poured directly into his crotch. As for the twin-leaf clover mask on the man's face, having endured multiple heavy punches, it was now covered in cracks from the overwhelming strain. His complexion became visibly pale, appearing entirely bloodless, feeling as though he would collapse and die at any moment. Lin Zichen decisively pressed his advantage, his figure flashing right in front of the masked man, continuously raining wild blows upon his head. When Lin Zichen felt his fists go numb, a prompt message popped up in the void. "Do you choose to devour?" He knew that the masked man was dead, turned into a puddle of inanimate matter that could be devoured. Lin Zichen chose to devour without any hesitation. The system notification chimed again. "You have devoured a large amount of the Wood Elf's life essence. Wood Elf Atlas, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Wood Elf Atlas, acquiring the biological trait, Lord of the Forest. You can consume spiritual power to manipulate surrounding plants. You have devoured a large amount of the 9-turn Soulworm's life essence. 9-turn Soulworm Atlas, 100%. Acquired biological trait, High-tier Spirit. Your spiritual power has been massively enhanced." Reading the notifications, Lin Zichen couldn't help but be taken aback. At a glance, these two biological traits were clearly a matched set. Leaning towards a mage archetype, it was precisely because his physical body wasn't strong that he had found the opportunity to pull off an overleveled counterkill. Just then, an aged voice suddenly echoed from the surroundings. "With an ordinary tier 9 body, fighting and killing an advanced tier 6 powerhouse. To think Earth actually produced such a genius. It seems this scheme was worth it." When Lin Zichen saw that the newcomer was yet another masked person, his heart sank. Could this be the so-called Ninth Elder? However, a mysterious masked figure referred to as the Ninth Elder suddenly descended from above. Immediately, several vines shot out, instantly coiling around Lin Zichen and binding him in place. Unable to move a muscle, he couldn't break free at all. Sensing that the opponent's strength was at least that of a rare-level powerhouse, the masked man was very surprised by Lin Zichen's performance. "For Earth to produce a genius like you truly astonishes me." Right at that moment, a flurry of water blades attacked from the side at extreme speed, carrying a piercing whistling sound. They sliced the vines binding Lin Zichen into several pieces in just a few strikes. Seeing Yuan Dongji dressed in a blue and white porcelain qipao, the masked man was quite surprised. "Yuan Dongji, why are you here?" Yuan Dongji spoke faintly from a high vantage point. "From the moment Lin Zichen shone brilliantly in the military region, I knew your divine plant cult wouldn't be able to sit still. Therefore, I have been secretly guarding him, waiting for you to make your move." Hearing this, the masked man gave a disdainful laugh. "Beating us at our own game? Interesting. Tell Yao Helen to come out. Dealing with you two little girls, I am more than enough." Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongji immediately let out a cold laugh. "Do you think this is still the past? The current me is already no weaker than you. There is absolutely no need for Yao Helen." As soon as the words fell, the column of water beneath Yuan Dongji's feet suddenly expanded dozens of times over. Countless water blades and spikes separated from it, instantly filling the sky. The masked man, on the other hand, let out a great shout, summoning countless vines from the forest below to shoot into the sky. Controlling these vines, he attacked Yuan Dongji, aiming to blanket her from above with a force that blotted out the sun. Seeing the entire coastal forest shaking, with dirt flying and rocks shattering, Lin Zichen realized the situation was bad. He immediately turned around and ran, terrified of being caught in the crossfire of the fierce battle between two rare-level powerhouses. Not far away, a strange commotion could be heard. Lin Zichen's heart sank, and he immediately used the sky eye to look in the direction of the sound. What entered his sight was an unexpected figure. It was actually Instructor Lu Tianrong, trapped by vines. Lin Zichen was very cautious. He directly activated his newly acquired Lord of the Forest talent. Under his manipulation, the vines trapping Lu Tianrong were instantly undone. Lu Tianrong couldn't help but ask in confusion, "How did these vines untie themselves automatically?" Lin Zichen hastily explained, "Earlier, we were pursued by a heavily injured masked man. Knowing his target was me, I drew him away alone and managed to kill him using a sneak attack. Since he died, his skills naturally lost their effect." Hearing this, Lu Tianrong nodded immediately. "Since that's the case, without further delay, let's quickly find the others and evacuate from here." Over a minute later, the two rushed out of the forest and saw the bus parked by the side of the road. At the same time, they also saw Shen Qinghan and the others. Due to being poisoned by the floral toxin, their marching speed was extremely slow. They had only just emerged from the forest and were about to board the bus to leave the area. As soon as she saw Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan ran over immediately, crying tears of joy as she threw herself into his arms. "I was really scared just now. Scared I would never see you again. Let's never separate again, okay? Not even for a single step." At this time, Ma Shui walked over and asked, "Are you injured anywhere?" Before Lin Zichen could respond, she handed a small pill bottle to him. "I have a great restoration pill here. Take it and eat it." However, Lin Zichen shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not injured right now, so there's no need for the great restoration pill." Ma Shiwei directly shoved the great restoration pill into Lin Zichen's hand. "Just take it. You can use it whenever you need it in the future." Lin Zichen glanced at the pill bottle containing the great restoration pill. Not thinking much of it, he chose to accept it and put it in his pocket. He then shouted to the group, "Everyone's here. Let's quickly get on the bus and leave. This place is very dangerous right now. The divine plant cult sent a rare level powerhouse, and he is currently locked in a standoff with Principal Yuan. If we stay here any longer, we might get caught in the fallout from the battle between those two rare level powerhouses." Everyone's hearts were filled with doubts, but they all knew this was not the time to dwell on them. The most pressing matter was to quickly board the bus and leave this place. However, just when everyone had boarded the bus, the engine had started, and they were preparing to set off. A graceful and pretty figure appeared in front of the vehicle. It was a young girl with fox ears. Without any warning, like a phantom, she appeared out of thin air in front of the bus in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Tianrong immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Anyone who can appear silently in a place like this definitely means no good. Everyone hold on tight." Then, the military bus carrying everyone drove straight toward the fox-eared girl, blocking the way at a speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. But at the very moment the vehicle collided with the fox-eared girl, an extremely eerie scene unfolded. The sturdy military bus actually passed directly through the fox-eared girl's body as if she were a phantom. Lin Zichen's heart was filled with unease. He could not sense her presence anywhere, and even Instructor Lu Tianrong, a high-level rank 6 powerhouse, was unable to detect her. The rank of this fox-eared girl was likely far beyond high-level rank 6. Just then, everyone was horrified to discover that the fox-eared girl, who had just been in front of the bus, had somehow appeared inside the vehicle. She was sitting alone in the very last row, legs crossed, resting her chin on one hand while gazing at everyone in the bus with a beaming smile. Lu Tianrong immediately stood up from the driver's seat, turned around, and fixed a sharp, piercing gaze on the fox-eared girl in the back. "Who on earth are you?" The fox-eared girl merely gave a faint smile, and a strange, eerie purple light suddenly flickered in her eyes. Under her gaze, Lu Tianrong's expression instantly became vacant and dull. He stood there motionless and bewildered, looking like an elderly man suffering from dementia. Then, the fox-eared girl slowly uttered a single command: "Get off the bus." In the next second, Lu Tianrong obediently walked toward the door and left the vehicle under the astonished gazes of everyone present. Following this, the fox-eared girl spoke to the crowd, "Everyone except for Lin Zichen, get off and leave immediately. I have no interest in the rest of you." Seeing that some people still wanted to stay, Lin Zichen turned and said calmly, "She is here for me. All of you should get off." After Zhao Yuanzhong said take care, he turned and disembarked. His choice to stay earlier when he could have left had already proven his stance. Now that his loyalty was shown, it was time to go. In the blink of an eye, only Shen Qinghan remained. She gripped Lin Zichen's hand tightly, unwilling to be separated from him. "I will not let you face danger alone again." The fox-eared girl glanced at their tightly interlocked hands, then looked up at Shen Qinghan. With a mere thought, she used telekinesis to lift Shen Qinghan into the air and violently hurled her outward, sending her crashing through the bus window. The impact was massive. The window glass shattered with a loud boom, and shards scattered everywhere. Lin Zichen clearly felt the force of that impact and immediately looked at Shen Qinghan outside with deep concern. Seeing that only her clothes were slightly torn by the glass and she was otherwise unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fox-eared girl then rose from her seat and walked unhurriedly toward Lin Zichen. "Now, it's time for the two of us to talk. My little bed slave, your powerful physical talent and handsome looks perfectly match my requirements. The essence contained within such a robust body must be sweet and delicious. You are qualified to serve as my bed slave so I may feast upon your vitality." Realizing something was wrong, Lin Zichen immediately asked, "Are you a gene fuser, a mutated beast, or perhaps a variant?" The fox-eared girl's answer, however, was somewhat unexpected. "I am neither a gene fuser nor a mutated beast. I come from the source land, yet I am half earthling. Since half the blood flowing through my veins is of earth origin, I am half human. Strictly speaking, earth is half of my hometown. My mother was clearly so exceptional, yet my biological father from earth didn't cherish her at all. He exploited her love for him to constantly scheme against her, deceiving her of both wealth and affection. He got my mother pregnant and then vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. In my eyes, men are only fit to be bed slaves, leashed by the neck with a collar by their masters. I have been so sincere with you. Are you willing to wear the collar I carefully prepared for you and become my bed slave?" Hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but furrow his brow tightly. "If I refuse, what will be the consequences?" But the fox-eared girl smiled sweetly. "You have no reason to refuse, nor do you have the right to refuse." Lin Zichen lacked the confidence to defeat the fox-eared girl, so he could only choose to stall for time, waiting for military backup to arrive. Thus, he stated that he needed time to consider. The fox-eared girl brushed the hair from her forehead. "Rather than forcing others, I prefer willing submission. If you are willing to be my bed slave, I can guarantee you that the divine plant cult will never dare to target you again. Look closely at my peerlessly beautiful face. Look at my graceful figure. Do you know how how many male creatures in the source realm crave my body? Are you sure you won't be my bed slave? The reason you keep refusing is because of that sister outside the car, right? Since that's the case, I'll just kill her. The fox-eared girl's figure suddenly vanished without a trace. By the time Lin Zichen reacted, she had already appeared like a phantom behind Shen Qinghan, swinging her snow-white foxtail to wrap around Shen Qinghan's neck. Lin Zichen didn't wait for the fox-eared girl to tighten her tail and snap Shen Qinghan's neck. He had already dashed to the fox-eared girl's side. Carrying boundless vitality, he viciously blasted a punch at her head, accompanied by an elongated whistling sound piercing the air. Lin Zichen's fist, which was so fast it had turned into an afterimage, punched straight through the fox-eared girl's head. The fox-eared girl vanished as if she had never existed. While he was filled with doubt, Shen Qinghan beside him asked with a face full of concern, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Zichen was puzzled by this and looked at Shen Qinghan, saying, "I was just saving you." Meanwhile, Li Mayu looked completely baffled. "Zichen, what are you doing? Why so inexplicably dash out of the car like a ghost and punch the air behind your Qinghan?" Just as Lin Zichen realized something, a familiar voice echoed faintly from behind him. "What a ruthless strike. My physical body is only at the ordinary tier 9 level. If that punch had hit me, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot." Lin Zichen realized that the fox-eared girl had been inside the car from beginning to end and had never stepped out. He instantly understood that he hadn't hit a phantom just now, but had been caught in an illusion, and everything he saw was a hallucination. He had never encountered such a tricky enemy. With just a release of spiritual power, she could play people like puppets in the palm of her hand. Then, the fox-eared girl stepped out of the car, an amused smile on her face. "I was just playing with you just now. Now, I am really going to kill this beautiful sweetheart of yours." The moment her words fell, the fox-eared girl's figure blurred, instantly generating dozens of identical clones that charged toward Shen Qinghan's head. This time, Lin Zichen was in no rush to attack. He knew very well in his heart that if his spiritual strength was inferior to the fox-eared girl's, any attack would be futile because he simply couldn't distinguish the real target from the fakes. To defeat the fox-eared girl, he had to increase his spiritual strength. The advanced spiritual talent he had acquired earlier was now finally coming in handy. The moment the advanced spirit trait took effect, he felt his entire mind instantly empty out, entering an unprecedented state of tranquility. The dozens of fox-eared girl clones before him began to dissipate one after another, completely vanishing within a mere 2 seconds. Next, within his line of sight, he only saw a single fox-eared girl sitting on the roof of the military bus, looking down with great interest at the panicked group below. Perhaps from the very beginning, this fox-eared girl had been sitting on the roof the whole time. It was just that the group's spiritual strength was insufficient to detect her presence. Clearly, this fox demon from the source realm was extremely adept at using illusions. Having confirmed the fox-eared girl's true location, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately erupted with all the vitality in his body, pushed off fiercely with his calves against the ground, and swung his vitality-infused fist to viciously attack the fox-eared girl. However, his fist passed right through the fox demon's head, hitting nothing but air. Next, Lin Zichen unhesitatingly returned to Qinghan's side. Protecting her was the utmost priority right now. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan, who was being protected beside him, suddenly spoke in a sweet, delicate voice. "Interesting, you can actually instantly boost your own spiritual power to break through my proud illusions. You truly bring me more and more surprises." At this moment, Lin Zichen's heart completely sank to the bottom. He felt like he could no longer distinguish truth from falsehood. The fox-eared girl's illusion was a devastating blow to his 5 senses. Even with the buff from the advanced spirit trait, he couldn't deal with the fox-eared girl. Noticing that his condition was off, Shen Qinghan beside him called out to him weakly. Lin Zichen immediately grabbed Qinghan's hand. The touch was soft and smooth, very familiar, confirming that it was indeed Shen Qinghan herself. Through his brief exchanges with the fox-eared girl just now, Lin Zichen analyzed the current situation. With the advanced spirit buff, he could significantly reduce the duration of her spiritual mind control. Moreover, judging from the 2 previous exchanges, he could determine that the opponent's physical body was weak. Having figured all this out, Lin Zichen immediately swept Shen Qinghan into his arms and, without a second word, dashed away in a wild sprint. If the fox-eared girl's physical strength was truly only ordinary tier 9, she absolutely wouldn't be able to catch up to his escaping pace. But the fox-eared girl was far more troublesome than he imagined. Before he had run 100 meters with Shen Qinghan in his arms, he suddenly realized the sky had turned pitch black. In just a brief second, the bright, sunny noon instantly plunged into complete darkness. Then, a beautiful purple moon materialized out of thin air, and the purple light it radiated gradually morphed into an eye with pale purple pupils. The scene shifted. From the battlefield deep within the forest, an earth-shattering boom suddenly echoed. Yuan Dongji continuously activated her mutated beast genes, turning flowing water into ice spikes to launch attacks. However, the 9th Elder's fine defenses were utterly impenetrable. Even Yuan Dongji couldn't break through them in the short term. At this moment, the 9th Elder was extremely calm. "Yuan Dongji, as long as the water source decreases, your strength will be greatly discounted. Furthermore, this is my home turf. You have no chance of winning." A massive amount of vines abruptly tore out from the ground, ground, crushing the water currents and charging straight at Yuan Dongji. But Yuan Dongji reacted very quickly, immediately utilizing the water currents to slice apart the approaching vines. The ninth elder, meanwhile, spoke unhurriedly. The power backing the divine plant cult holds a pivotal position in the source realm. It possesses vast, inexhaustible spiritual plant resources in the southern domain. With your talent, as long as you are willing to join the divine plant cult, you can obtain an endless and inexhaustible supply of rare flowers and exotic fruits. Without a second thought, Yuan Dongji rebuked angrily, "Unlike you, a human traitor completely devoid of humanity, I will never join a cult that persecutes humanity." The ninth elder, while manipulating his vines to relentlessly batter her water membrane shield, lectured Yuan Dongji in a condescending tone. "Devoid of humanity? The human traitors you speak of haven't lost their humanity, rather, they have magnified it. In today's society, there are too many rules binding people. That is true suppression of humanity." Yuan Dongji didn't sit waiting for death. She let out an angry shout, condensing the sky full of water into arrows, and fired them explosively at the ninth elder. Seeing this, the ninth elder sent a thought, manipulating thick vines to shoot at Yuan Dongji at high speed, while coldly snorting, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. My vines can absorb the water you use to defend yourself. You won't be able to hold out. Just take your time playing with my vines. I will be taking that human genius with me." In a moment of crisis, Yuan Dongji made a prompt decision to further activate the mutated beast genes in her body. Even at the risk of mutating, she couldn't let him take Lin Zichen away. In the next moment, veins bulged on her forehead, her eyes became bloodshot, and the pair of dragon horns on her head doubled in size, instantly elevating her spiritual strength to an extremely terrifying level. Across a distance of nearly a kilometer, she drew upon the seawater, instantly pulling a massive tsunami that blotted out the sky, surging rapidly toward the forest. She intended to flood this lush forest with seawater, turning the forest away game into an ocean home turf. The terrifying tsunami swept through the entire forest. Everywhere it passed, apart from the 100-meter-tall giant trees, all other plants collapsed with a crash, swallowed by the massive influx of seawater. Yuan Dongji felt like a fish in water. Her strength skyrocketed to an unprecedented height. Her eyes focused, and in the next second, a 100-meter-long giant dragon was instantly formed on the water's surface. Lin Zichen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a formidable illusion. Qinghan was also mind-controlled by this demon girl's spiritual power, her consciousness blurring. Fortunately, he had the advanced spirit buff, preventing him from being controlled for too long. Then, the fox-eared girl walked out of the darkness, looking exceptionally surprised. "You can even block this move? Are you sure your biological rank is only ordinary tier 9? Her exquisite pretty face was filled with disbelief as she sighed in admiration. To think that Earth, so utterly devoid of evolutionary resources, could give birth to such a peerless genius. If you had been born in the source realm and enjoyed its abundant evolutionary resources from a young age, it's unimaginable how strong you would be right now. A genius of your caliber staying on Earth is a complete waste. You should become my cultivation furnace. We can trade essence for evolutionary resources and evolve together. How about it?" Lin Zichen didn't respond. He keenly noticed that the surrounding darkness was dissipating faster and faster. Sustaining such a massive illusion must be draining a lot of her spiritual power. She definitely wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen sent a thought, utilizing the Lord of the Forest biological trait to intuitively manipulate several vines, quietly approaching the fox-eared girl from behind. The fox-eared girl seemed oblivious to the vines creeping up behind her like venomous snakes. "I am full of sincerity toward you, yet you reject me time and time again. My patience has its limits," Lin Zichen said flatly. "You can't even show your true form, and this is your sincerity?" The fox-eared girl laughed. "Little guy, is there a possibility that I am speaking to you in my true form right now?" Lin Zichen snorted coldly. "Whether it's a possibility or not, we'll only know after trying." His eyes focused, and he manipulated the vines from a distance to shoot explosively at the fox-eared girl. The fox-eared girl couldn't react at all. In just the blink of an eye, her snow-white, smooth limbs and neck were all entangled by sturdy vines. As the vines tightened forcefully, her entire body was suspended mid-air in a spread-eagle posture. Fearing this fleeting opportunity would slip away, Lin Zichen instantly dashed forward with a large stride, rushing right in front of the fox-eared girl at top speed. Swinging a fist brimming with vitality, he smashed it heavily into the fox-eared girl's exquisite face. The fox-eared girl's head was blasted apart by the punch, and her entire body subsequently exploded as well. There was no scream, no blood, only a flurry of snow-white fox fur drifting slowly to the ground like falling snow, along with a dried foxtail lying quietly and motionlessly on the dirt. The moment Lin Zichen touched the foxtail, a prompt message materialized in the void. "Do you choose to devour?" At the same time, inside a certain antique-style lady's bedroom, a fox woman with 8 tails behind her was sitting quietly cross-legged on a bed, her beautiful eyes tightly shut. The moment her clone perished, her soul inevitably suffered a trace of heavy damage. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. With an ordinary tier 9 body, flawlessly leapfrogging tiers to solo kill an advanced tier 6 powerhouse, and forcibly breaking an advanced tier 3 illusion, this is an absolutely perfect perfect cultivation furnace. I must have him. If I do, my strength will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. Just then, two maids hurried in, their faces full of excitement. Great news! Fantastic news! The youngest son of the Night King says he is willing to be your cultivation furnace. The Night King's youngest son is a monster born as an advanced level being. Now, at less than 30 years old, he is already a rare level being. Under your nourishment, master, he might even evolve into an epic level being in the future. But the fox woman smiled. Even if the Night King himself came to be my cultivation furnace, I wouldn't bat an eye. I have already found the suitable candidate on Earth. From now on, if anyone recommends candidates to me, reject them on my behalf. Looking at the fox tail in his hand, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate at all. With a single thought, he chose to devour it. In the next second, two prompt messages popped out from the void. You have devoured a trace of the nine-tailed demon fox's life essence. Nine-tailed demon fox atlas, 10%. Lin Zichen then collected his thoughts and hurried back toward Li Mayu and the others with Qing Han. Seeing them, the group hurriedly asked, "Where's that fox-eared girl?" Lin Zichen replied with a calm face, "I drove her away." Hearing this, Lu Tianrong's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "You actually drove her away? How did you do that?" Lin Zichen merely offered a simple explanation. That fox-eared girl only had strong spiritual power, but her physical body was extremely frail. After repeatedly using illusions, she consumed too much spiritual power, causing her combat strength to drop severely. In the end, she was driven away by me. Everything Lin Zichen said was the truth, but he had many small details, not exposing too much in front of Lu Tianrong. An earth-shattering rumble echoed over, and the group immediately looked toward the sound. They could only vaguely see large flocks of birds and beasts fleeing madly in the distance ahead. With the buff of the sky eye, Lin Zichen saw much clearer than the others. A terrifying, heaven-blotting giant wave abruptly entered his line of sight. Everywhere the giant wave passed, apart from a few towering giant trees over 100 meters tall that managed to survive, all other plants were swallowed up in an instant. The moment Lin Zichen saw the towering tsunami, he immediately shouted a warning to the others. "There's a tsunami coming from ahead. Everyone, get up the trees. Climb that giant tree over 100 meters tall." Then, he scooped Shin Qing Han into his arms and swiftly dashed toward the nearest 100-meter-tall giant tree, climbing to the very top in a few quick bounds. The remaining four were stunned for a moment, but upon reacting, they also quickly scrambled up. Given the extreme speed of the approaching tsunami, they knew they couldn't outrun it. Thus, they could only climb the tree to seek refuge. Upon seeing the tsunami, the group first felt surprised, then worried that the giant tree beneath them wouldn't withstand the impact. As the earth-shaking sensation grew more violent, a massive wave dozens of meters high soon surged over, sweeping forward with a devastating, unstoppable force, madly swallowing everything in its path. Fortunately, the giant tree proved to be as sturdy as they had hoped. Ultimately, it held its ground through the peril, avoiding being washed away by the massive waves. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of Lin Zichen. "You have experienced a tsunami and successfully survived it. Accumulated 100 successful survivals in various extreme environments or disasters. Awarded biological trait, survival of the fittest. Accumulated survival count 2. Just then, Ma Shui spoke up in confusion. Everything was perfectly fine. How could a tsunami just suddenly appear out of nowhere? Lin Zichen offered a guess. Barring any surprises, this tsunami should be the work of Principal Yuan. It's for the battle between her and that ninth elder of the divine plant cult. I wonder how the battle is going right now." Li Mayu, however, looked entirely relaxed. Principal Yuan is a rare level being and a rare level powerhouse who fused with flood dragon genes. Since she can summon such a massive tsunami, she naturally won't lose. Yet, Lin Zichen suddenly noticed intermittent whistling sounds coming from ahead, the sound of an object moving at high speed, creating friction against the air. Lin Zichen's expression changed slightly. He immediately activated his sky eye, gazing in the direction of the impending sense of crisis. He vaguely saw a masked figure bounding frantically across the tops of the giant trees, rapidly approaching his location. Clearly, in this clash between the two powerhouses, Principal Yuan had lost. Yuan Dongji had flooded this lush forest with seawater, turning the forest away game into an ocean home turf. Nourished by the vast amount of seawater, Yuan Dongji felt like a fish in water. Her strength skyrocketed to an unprecedented height. Her eyes focused, and a 100-meter-long giant dragon instantly formed on the water's surface. Accompanied by a faint, majestic dragon roar, the massive seawater dragon chased after the sprinting masked man ahead at extreme speed. In just the blink of an eye, the giant dragon caught up to the ninth elder, swatting him right off the treetop and violently smashing him into the underwater depths. The ninth elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat exasperated and enraged. "To actually sacrifice your own lifeblood." Yuan Dongji remained silent, continuing to manipulate the giant dragon to crash into him. The ninth elder wanted to dodge, but the giant dragon's speed was simply too fast. Before he could create any distance, it instantly caught up, ramming him deep underwater and frantically tearing at him, aiming to rip him to shreds alive. About 10 seconds later, a massive number of blood-red vines shot up into the sky, directly piercing through the giant dragon and striking the mid-air Yuan Dongji like lightning. Like jungle pythons, they coiled tightly around Yuan Yuan Dongji's body. She immediately flared her dragon scales, attempting to sever these vines that emitted bursts of metallic stench, but they couldn't be cut at all. The ninth elder then rushed out from the water, covered in terrifying wounds that continuously bled. He spoke coldly. "You're not the only one who can sacrifice lifeblood. I can too. Just keep struggling slowly. I'll be taking my leave now." This time, Yuan Dongji was truly frantic, desperately trying to break free from the blood-red vines binding her. Under her immense strength, the blood-red vines coiled around her began to slowly fracture, visible cracks spreading across their surface. However, the fracturing was too slow. She couldn't break free in a short amount of time. Before long, Lin Zichen vaguely spotted a figure bounding frantically across the tops of the giant trees, rapidly approaching his location. The moment he saw the ninth elder, Lin Zichen immediately told the group beside him, "Principal Yuan lost. That ninth elder of the divine plant cult is rapidly approaching us. His target is me. I will go lure him away." Without waiting another second, he immediately took a leaping dive, plunging headfirst into the bottomless seawater below and vanishing from sight. Lu Tianrong was the first to react, shouting, "I also sense a powerful individual heading this way. Everyone, follow me and run in the opposite direction of Lin Zichen." Soon, Lin Zichen realized the ninth elder had indeed followed him. Since Shen Qinghan and the others were safe, there was no need to stay near the surface and expose his location. Now, his only chance to pull off a miraculous escape underwater relied entirely on his water affinity biological ability. Lin Zichen guessed that although Yuan Dongji was defeated, she was likely not dead, but rather trapped by vines just like Lu Tianrong had been earlier. After all, the ninth elder didn't seem critically injured, which indicated that his battle with Yuan Dongji wasn't overly intense. When powerhouses of the same tier fight, if one wants to kill the other, it's impossible for the battle not to be intense. Based on this, the next plan was to find a way to help Yuan Dongji break free. Her location should be roughly in the direction the tsunami came from. Meanwhile, with a thought, the ninth elder manipulated several vines to dive underwater, pursuing Lin Zichen, who was swimming deep below. The vines were incredibly fast, catching up to Lin Zichen in moments, slithering like snakes to wrap around him one after another. Facing the attacking vines, Lin Zichen executing a silky smooth serpentine maneuver, effortlessly dodging them. With the buff of water affinity, the water was his home turf. This scene left the ninth elder very surprised. For a pureblood human of the ordinary rank to possess such speed underwater, this kid was truly a monster. He needed to end this quickly. The ninth elder then summoned a massive number of vines, shooting them densely into the water like a rainstorm, rapidly surging toward Lin Zichen. If a few vines couldn't catch Lin Zichen, then he'd send dozens or hundreds. No matter how agile Lin Zichen was underwater, facing vines converging from all directions, he would have no choice but to obediently surrender. After all, the gap between their biological ranks was simply too vast. Seeing that Lin Zichen was about to be captured, the ninth elder manipulated the vines to pull him up. However, Lin Zichen consumed a massive amount of spiritual power to wrest away a small portion of control over the vines. Right at the moment he was about to be pulled out of the water, he successfully loosened the vines entangled around his body. He instantly slipped out from the layers of suffocating vines, diving back to the ocean floor and frantically accelerating his swim, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the ninth elder on the surface. Above the water, the ninth elder was momentarily stunned. Casting aside his doubts, he struck again, manipulating even more vines than before to rapidly swarm toward Lin Zichen. In just a brief instant, the surging vines tightly entangled Lin Zichen. Yet, just as he was about to pull him out of the water, exactly like before, the vines binding Lin Zichen inexplicably loosened. The ninth elder watched helplessly as Lin Zichen slipped out of the vine's death grip, swimming over 100 meters away in the blink of an eye and escaping once again. Frowning deeply, the ninth elder felt deeply perplexed by the scene before him. This Lin Zichen absolutely harbored a massive secret. Bringing him back to the main cult would undoubtedly be a shocking, monumental merit. With it, I can secure the cult's heavy investment and have a chance to break through to the epic level realm. Lin Zichen knew he couldn't keep baiting him anymore. He had to use his real skills to escape now. He could only hope that Shen Qinghan and the others had run far enough away. Next, Lin Zichen sent a thought, activating the biological trait natural camouflage to completely conceal his aura. Utilizing the cover of the giant trees, he instantly vanished from the ninth elder's line of sight. Seeing Lin Zichen suddenly disappear, the ninth elder's heart was filled with doubt. What was even stranger was that after extending his spiritual power to completely cover a kilometer radius, he couldn't find any trace of Lin Zichen. Soon, the ninth elder calmed down a bit. He used himself as bait from the start to lure me away, buying his companions time to escape. So right now, he must have gone back to find his companions. Having figured this out, the ninth elder wasted no time, immediately leaping off and sprinting toward the location where Shen Qinghan and the others were previously standing. Lin Zichen, acting decisively, swam quickly toward the direction the tsunami originated from. At this moment, he knew that only by rescuing Yuan Dongji could he and the others be saved. Little did he know, the ninth elder, who had just sprinted a few hundred meters, suddenly stopped atop a giant tree. He had thought of another possibility. After swimming frantically for about half a minute, Lin Zichen vaguely sensed Yuan Dongji's aura. Looking toward the source of the aura, a massive tree cage, over 100 meters tall, entered his vision. By now, Yuan Dongji had expended all her energy and finally broken free from the tree cage's bindings. Seeing Yuan Dongji successfully break free, Lin Zichen shouted out to her. Hearing the voice, Yuan Dongji looked toward him, her expression showing surprise. "Why are you here? When did you get here?" Lin Zichen explained. "I was just chased by the 9th elder of the divine plant cult. I relied on my excellent swimming skills to flee all the way here, and happened to find you." When Yuan Dongji sensed that the 9th elder was rapidly rushing toward the tree cage, her expression changed slightly. Reaching out, she pulled Lin Zichen into her arms, relying on her superior aquatic skills to flee with him through the water. Lin Zichen was then carried by Yuan Dongji in a frantic underwater sprint, clearly feeling that her underwater speed was more than 10 times his own. In just a brief instant, they surged hundreds of meters away. Following that, Yuan Dongji carried Lin Zichen across a distance of nearly 10,000 meters before finally stopping their underwater escape. They climbed up a tree to wait for military backup to arrive. In the sky above Shinqinghan and the others, they saw over a dozen military cyborgs, 2 armed helicopters, and a massive mecha. It was the Shanghai mecha they had seen at the military region previously. Seconds later, a hatch opened on the mecha's chest, and a heavily bearded man stepped out. The military region fell into chaos due to cult spies, which is why our rescue is late. Just then, intermittent whistling sounds echoed from the distant rear. Hearing the commotion, Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji immediately looked over. The newcomer was exactly the 9th elder. Yuan Dongji was initially filled with bewilderment. One must know that the mecha's combat power rivaled that of a rare-level powerhouse. Where did the 9th elder of the divine plant cult get the confidence to face a massive mecha with rare-level combat power and another rare-level powerhouse all by himself? Then, her expression changed drastically. "There's a spy among the backup. There are spies allied with the divine plant cult." Immediately, Yuan Dongji grabbed Lin Zichen and Shinqinghan. Taking the childhood sweethearts with her, she took a leaping dive into the water, erupting with both vitality and spiritual power, aiming to flee the area at maximum speed. Right now, Yuan Dongji could only manage to evacuate the 2 of them. She had no capacity to worry about the others. The very second after Yuan Dongji dove into the water with the 2, all the hovering mechanical cyborgs also plunged into the water after them. The sole purpose of these people diving in so quickly was to pursue the fleeing Yuan Dongji and her charges. Up in the tree, Lu Tianrong was completely dumbfounded. Thinking deeply about the terrifying implications, he felt an overwhelming despair. Could it be that the backup just now were all members of the divine plant cult? Lu Tianrong quickly snapped back to reality, looking at the other 3 and saying, "We need to leave here immediately. If my suspicions are correct, staying here might get us caught in the crossfire of the upcoming battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the water's surface a few hundred meters ahead suddenly erupted with a thunderous explosion of water. Yuan Dongji, carrying Lin Zichen and Shinqinghan, broke out of the water, soaring into the sky at extreme speed and dragging up a massive amount of seawater. This was immediately followed by several more explosive blasts as the mechanical cyborgs who had chased Yuan Dongji underwater all rocketed out of the water as well. Before long, the Shanghai mecha and the 9th elder of the divine plant cult had Yuan Dongji completely surrounded. Facing the encirclement, Yuan Dongji's expression was exceedingly grim. It was clearly impossible to run now. The 9th elder looked at Yuan Dongji and advised, "It is not easy to evolve into a rare-level being. There is no need for mutual destruction. Hand Lin Zichen over to us, and we will not make things difficult for the rest of you." Facing the 9th elder's demand, Yuan Dongji gave no verbal response whatsoever. She directly sacrificed her lifeblood, further overactivating the mutated beast genes in her body to elevate her strength. The moment her lifeblood was devoured by the mutated beast genes, Yuan Dongji's mutation deepened instantly. Her brownish eyes quickly dulled to yellow, the round pupils elongating into vertical slits, radiating a majestic aura. Simultaneously, the dragon horns on her head grew by 70%, her scales grew thick and wide, and a powerful dragon tail sprouted behind her. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from an aloof, beautiful woman into a highly feral dragon woman. Looking at the heavily mutated Yuan Dongji, the 9th elder found it somewhat incomprehensible to sacrifice her future and permanently lock her evolutionary potential just to save 2 outsiders who shared no blood relation with her. She was truly insane. In the next moment, the calm sea below suddenly churned with towering giant waves. The giant waves morphed into several massive dragons bursting from the water, opening maws large enough to swallow the sun and moon. They engulfed all the surrounding enemies, frantically crushing and grinding them. Then, Yuan Dongji hurled Lin Zichen and Shinqinghan away, telling the childhood sweethearts to leave the battlefield so they wouldn't be caught in the aftermath of the ensuing fight. Lin Zichen was very decisive. He scooped up Qinghan and signaled, "Let's flee quickly. Don't hold Principal Yuan back." The 9th elder, however, decisively sprinted across the water at extreme speed, pursuing the fleeing Lin Zichen. Right at that moment, a 100-meter giant dragon made of seawater materialized instantly ahead, biting down on the 9th elder. With an explosive boom, the 9th elder tore out from the dragon's maw, battered and covered in gruesome wounds that bled profusely. However, the mutated dragon woman Yuan Dongji was far too powerful. With a casual wave of her hand, she instantly coalesced another water dragon. Unexpectedly, the Shanghai mecha situated at the far rear launched several spark-trailing missiles from its back, firing them precisely at Yuan Dongji head. Sensing the incoming missiles, Yuan Dongji neither dodged nor evaded. With a mere thought, she manipulated the giant dragon to intercept all the missiles. Seeing that the missiles were ineffective, the mecha pilot immediately shifted the mecha from a horizontal flight mode to a standing posture, hovering steadily above the sea. Following that, the mecha's waist lit up with a blinding radiance. An energy beam with a radius of nearly half a meter blasted out from the mecha's waist, directly piercing through the heaven-blotting 100-meter water dragon and ruthlessly striking Yuan Dongji ahead. The energy beam lasted for several whole seconds, during which the seawater below was continuously vaporized, revealing a trench in the ocean several meters deep. When the light faded, a figure re-emerged into the mecha pilot's view. It was Yuan Dongji, her clothes and hair entirely reduced to ash, her body emitting a charred stench. The mecha pilot was filled with disbelief. Yuan Dongji had actually managed to use a body of flesh and blood to tank an energy beam head-on without sustaining critical injuries. Meanwhile, the Ninth Elder, sensing that Lin Zichen was swimming further and further away, immediately issued a death order to the man. Self-destruct your backup hidden energy core, install Yuan Dongji for me. Otherwise, your entire family will die a gruesome death. Hearing this cruel order that demanded his life, the man's face was instantly filled with despair. Without much hesitation, he initiated the backup hidden energy self-destruct sequence, then piloted the mecha to charge at Yuan Dongji at maximum speed. With an ear-shattering explosion, the entire sea was engulfed in massive flames, and a huge volume of seawater was vaporized instantly. The surrounding towering giant trees were reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. Yuan Dongji, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, was severely wounded. The scales on her body were almost entirely shattered and peeled off. Half of her arm was blown away, and a third of her head vanished. She floated on the flame-lit sea, clinging to her last breath, completely losing all mobility. However, as long as she still clung to a breath and had a sufficient energy supply, the undead salamander genes in her body would continuously heal her wounds until she was perfectly restored. But time did not afford her the luxury of slow regeneration, because at this very moment, the Ninth Elder was frantically pursuing Lin Zichen. On the other side, without Yuan Dongji's interference, the Ninth Elder quickly caught up to Lin Zichen. He managed to catch up entirely because Shin Qinghan was dragging Lin Zichen down, exposing his location. Lin Zichen had natural camouflage to hide his aura, but Shin Qinghan did not. Sensing the Ninth Elder catching up, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate. He immediately deactivated the natural camouflage biological trait and decided to separate from Shin Qinghan, acting as the bait himself to draw the Ninth Elder's attention. Seeing Lin Zichen attempting to repeat his old trick, the Ninth Elder decisively sent a thought and began manipulating his vines. He didn't send all his vines after Lin Zichen. Instead, he split them into two forces. One part chased the slippery, loach-like Lin Zichen, while the other pursued the slower-swimming Shin Qinghan. Within moments, Shin Qinghan's body was entangled by several thick vines. She was violently yanked out of the water, suspended high above the sea, unable to move. The Ninth Elder could tell that Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan's relationship was special, so he directly used her as leverage. Lin Zichen, if you don't come out right now, I'll kill her. I'll take her back to the divine plant cult to be humiliated and tortured to death. Facing this threat, Lin Zichen was forced to reveal himself. He instantly burst out from the ocean depths, appearing right in front of the Ninth Elder. Looking at the Ninth Elder, he said with a calm face, "I'll go with you. Let her go." The Ninth Elder immediately shot out several blood-red vines, binding Lin Zichen, and then said, "Little guy, once you arrive at the divine plant cult's headquarters and witness the unparalleled gods of the Source Land, you will thank me for taking you away today." The Ninth Elder chuckled, then wasted no time, swiftly taking Lin Zichen away from this forest that had been turned into a vast ocean by the tsunami. The Ninth Elder kept his word. He immediately released the vines binding Shin Qinghan, returning her freedom. Behind them, seeing Lin Zichen being taken away by the Ninth Elder, Shin Qinghan swam frantically after them like a madwoman, chasing desperately. But she couldn't catch up at all. Just as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face and she felt overwhelming despair, an ancient, weathered whisper suddenly echoed in her ears, offending the god. The moment this whisper faded, the Ninth Elder, who was speeding away with Lin Zichen ahead, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He instinctively looked down below. Whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed an extremely terrifying energy rapidly surging up from the calm sea below. In the next second, the originally placid sea suddenly became violently turbulent, instantly kicking up a terrifying, heaven-blotting giant wave that viciously crashed toward the Ninth Elder above. Facing such a terrifying giant wave, Lin Zichen also sensed the horrifying energy surging rapidly from below, but his danger perception did not trigger. The Ninth Elder had no time to react and was directly engulfed by the massive wave, dragged down into the depths of the ocean. Lin Zichen, who was still entangled by the Ninth Elder's vines, was caught in the aftermath and dragged down as well, but the waves beneath him vanished instantly. Lin Zichen realized that this sudden wave was likely not the work of Yuan Dongji, but of his childhood sweetheart, Shen Qinghan. Before he could sink very far, Lin Zichen felt a massive yet gentle upward thrust against his body, pushing him back to the surface. Shen Qinghan immediately threw her arms around him, weeping. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and large tears streamed down her cheeks. Just then, the ninth elder suddenly erupted from the sea. He was covered in wounds and blood, looking extremely disheveled and pathetic. He let out an incredibly furious roar. Yuan Dongji, you forced my hand. Shen Qinghan immediately stood in front of Lin Zichen as a shield. I will never let you take Chen away. At that moment, the ninth elder's body began to undergo a grotesque mutation. His hair and skin turned a deep green, his limbs twisted into tangled vines, and 4 fleshy wings covered in pulsing blood vessels sprouted from his back. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a human into a hideous, giant wood spirit. However, the entire surface of the sea suddenly churned violently. Immediately afterward, a colossal arm made of seawater surged toward the sky from the deep ocean. It opened a palm large enough to blot out the sun, descending with the crushing weight of the mountain of 5 fingers to smash down upon the ninth elder. The ninth elder had absolutely no time to react before he was directly slapped into the depths of the ocean by the palm, erupting in a deafening crash. The consecutively and severely injured ninth elder instantly revealed a face full of agony, spewing mouthfuls of fresh blood as the life force within his body rapidly drained away. Spare my life. I will tell you the truth. Don't you want to know the truth behind the deaths of your son and daughter in the Source Realm? Hearing the ninth elder shout these words, Lin Zichen's heart stirred slightly. Was there actually a hidden secret? Could it be that Lu Chuanwu and Yuan Dongji's son and daughter were actually murdered by someone? Following that, the ninth elder saw the water droplets enveloping Shen Qinghan's entire body, and he saw those water droplets constantly morphing into various shapes. Recalling that Yuan Dongji had not appeared from beginning to end and had not responded at all, he finally realized in hindsight, the attacks he had previously suffered were not the work of Yuan Dongji, but the handiwork of this young girl right before his eyes. Without giving him a chance to speak again, another colossal palm surged up from the water's surface, right in front of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. It completely crushed his entire body, exploding him into a mist of blood and water. Looking at the ninth elder lying motionless on the water's surface right before his eyes, Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned. He had never expected that a tremendously powerful rare-level biological entity would suddenly perish just like that, without the slightest premonition before his death. Lin Zichen did not stay stunned for long. Then, with practiced familiarity, he sent a thought to initiate the devour. In the next second, 4 notification messages popped up in the void. You have devoured a massive amount of the wood spirit's life essence. Lord of the Forest intensity increased by 87%. You have devoured a massive amount of the 9-turn soul worm's life essence. High tier spirit intensity increased by 99%. Shortly after, Yuan Dongji, her entire body covered in dragon scales, finally hurried over. Her physical condition was very poor, her body riddled with shocking, gruesome wounds. She anxiously inquired about the ninth elder's whereabouts. Lin Zichen decided to keep Shen Qinghan's secret and did not tell her the truth, only saying that he had not seen the ninth elder. Yuan Dongji did not ask further questions. Seeing that both of them were fine, she let out a sigh of relief in her heart. As long as these 2 top-tier geniuses were safe, that was all that mattered. Very soon, the military region's rescue forces finally arrived. Furthermore, it was the female military officer, Yao Helling, personally leading the team. After boarding the aircraft, Yuan Dongji briefly recounted the earlier situation in the coastal forest. Upon hearing about the fox-eared girl who attacked Lin Zichen, Yao Helling's brow instantly furrowed, and her expression became extremely solemn. Fox women generally maintain a neutral stance, essentially just guarding their own small pieces of territory, and rarely interact with the outside world. Why would a fox woman inexplicably come to Earth? Yuan Dongji, however, replied with a calm expression. She came looking for a cultivation furnace. It seems she took a fancy to Lin Zichen and wanted to take him away. Hearing this, Yao Helling immediately burst into laughter. Although Lin Zichen's talent is high, geniuses with higher talent than his are everywhere in the Source Realm. I simply cannot understand why a highly sought-after fox woman in the Source Realm would set her sights on him. Yuan Dongji wasn't clear about this either, but she did not dwell on it too much. Perhaps she just simply wanted to try something new and fresh. What is the current situation in the military region? Yao Helling took a sip of tea and smiled. It has all been suppressed. Counting those you took care of, we rooted out a total of 47 cultists who had been lurking for many years. We have almost completely cleansed the entire military region of cultists. The harvest was massive. Seeing the smile hanging on Yao Helling's face, Yuan Dongji sharply perceived something. Immediately, her face turned cold as she said, "Don't tell me that this outdoor practical combat special training was the military region's way of cleaning out the cultists by intentionally using the special trainees as bait in a sting operation."